the YouTube live started. Hello and welcome into everybody tuning in on YouTube. It's so good to have every single one of y'all in here with us for the day. If you are new here, we basically talk to Trump supporters, figuring out why so many people still support the current sitting president. We try to change their minds. We try to change the minds of the MAGA stragglers that are just tuning in, as well as I want to inform anybody who might be spending some time with us in here that's already a liberal. Now, we already have our very first Trump supporter, Mr. Vegan, a vegan Trump supporter. That's certainly interesting. Tuned into the live stream. I'm going to let you take it away. Tell us why you still support the current sitting president, Donald J. Trump.
He's done a lot. He's a good president. I do have can I ask you a real quick question?
Well, if you want to, I'd love to explore what exactly you think he's done that cements him in your mind.
Do you think the Epstein files are real?
Yeah, of course.
I think they're a psyop.
You think that they're fake?
Yeah, I think they're a psyop. I don't think they're real.
So you believe Donald Trump when he says they're a Democratic hoax?
You know, he's a billionaire. He might not be a great guy morally. But I don't think he was, like, the last flight log recorded with Epstein was before Epstein bought the island. But also, why would there be, like,
how do we know that if we don't have the full files?
Well, you think the Democrats, when they had the files under Biden's administration, if there was anything on Trump, they would have released them.
Doesn't this prove that, like, one, if what you're telling us is right and there's nothing on Trump in the files because they didn't release them, that they wouldn't be a Democratic hoax?
Well, no, I'm responding to what you said.
I mean, all that I suggest is that they're real, right?
Well, okay, there could be, if it's, the victims on the island, they could have like a list of who they saw, but why would there be logs of the flights?
Why would there be logs of the flights?
Yes, it's all private flights.
I'm pretty sure that even private flights have to be recorded per FCC compliance.
Mm-hmm. So you think they would have, if Trump was in the files, you think they would have they would have released them during Biden's administration.
Wait, listen, I mean, I have about a billion reasons why you're wrong there, but assuming that you're right, and this indicates that he's not in the files, not the FCC, FAA, sorry guys, and assuming that you're right here, once again, there's about a billion reasons why you're wrong. Assuming that he's not in the files because the Biden administration did not release them, wouldn't this dispute Donald Trump's claim that they're a Democratic hoax? I mean, like, think about it. I mean, he likes to allege that Democrats have been throwing a bunch of lawfare at him, throw 34 fake felonies at him, try to kill him twice, threw a fake grape case at him. And you're telling me that they also faked these files, but they didn't put him in them? That doesn't make any sense. I think that if you're right, this would definitely refute and disprove the narrative that they're somehow a Democratic hoax. Right? So, I mean, if you're right, Donald Trump's wrong, basically, is what your argument is, right?
If the Democrats had the files with him in them, they would have released them.
You're repeating yourself because you didn't understand what I just said. Just ask me to repeat what I just said.
Because you're saying it in a weird way.
Okay, I know. I don't think I am. Just ask me to repeat it and I'm fine. If you're right, then Donald Trump is wrong when he said that they were a Democratic hoax. Why? Because if his name was not in the files, why would the Democrats fake them and not include him? Keeping in mind that also according to Donald Trump...
Of course they would include him.
Okay. So now you're saying if they did fake them, they would have included
If it was a psyop,
Trump.
Of course they would... Well, I think it's a psyop.
Well, exactly. So we just agreed that if the Democrats did fake the files, they would have included Trump. Yes. But you don't think that the files included Trump, per your argument that you granted, arguing that Biden didn't release them. So because you don't think that the files included Trump, but you also acknowledge that if the Democrats faked them, they would have included Trump, this just means if you're right that Trump's not in them, then Donald Trump is wrong when he says they're
if they were real, Trump wouldn't be in them.
So you're saying if they were real, Donald Trump wouldn't be in them, and if they were fake, Donald Trump would be in them. Once again, if what you're saying here is true, then Donald Trump was wrong when he said they were fake because you believe he's not in them, which would indicate they're real.
Well, I don't know if they're real or not.
Yes, you do, because you know that apparently you know that Donald Trump's not in them. We just agreed that if they're real, he wouldn't be in them. If they're fake, he would be in them.
I apologize. I don't know for a fact if he's not in them.
See, it's funny now because I'm just using your own arguments to refute your own argument. You're the one that gave the position that
Well, no,
Donald
we're
Trump is
having
not
a
in them.
conversation.
No, listen. You're the one that gave the position that Donald Trump is not in the Epstein files. I didn't even give you reasons to indicate other motivations insofar as why the Biden-Harris administration wouldn't have released them per your position. I just use your own words against you because you will never contradict what Donald Trump says. Donald Trump argued that they were Democratic hoax, which would make the implication that he is on them. And that fact alone, because you don't want to contradict your God, has now gotten you to concede on your original
No,
claim
he's
that
not my
definitely
God.
not in them.
Okay. Okay. I only have one God in heaven.
Okay, so why do you support
May I
Trump?
please say what?
Why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because he's done a lot. He's been probably one of the best presidents,
Okay.
up there with like Abraham Lincoln, maybe Washington.
What do you think has cemented him as one of the best presidents of all time?
Well, one, there's no border crossings.
That's not true.
There's very little, very little.
So they've significantly been reduced. Okay. Now, what did
Yes.
Donald Trump do to reduce undocumented border crossings?
There's border police all over there now.
Okay, so what's like the policy
It
that he
used to
passed
be
through
open during the
executive order
Biden
that signed into law?
administration. What?
So what's like the either like border policy passed or executive order that he signed into law to significantly reduce undocumented crossings?
I don't know which one.
Right, because I don't think that he was able
No,
to
but
reduce.
there's definitely been very, very reduced.
I don't think that he was able to reduce the border crossings through good policy. I think that he reduced border crossings through fascism. And what I mean by that is he's literally scared crossings away by violating the human and constitutional rights of those that do cross, which would give confirmation to those that want to cross that their life would be worse if they were to cross, right? So like the reason that we've seen so many undocumented immigrants come into this country before is that like not only were the legal means of entry into the country unattainable, but it's also the fact that they saw a higher quality of life, right? But now I think that they see a lower quality.
Yeah, but you can come through the legal way.
You're not arguing. You're not responding to what I'm saying here, right? What the fuck? I'm so sorry, bro. You just threw me off because you're not even listening to me. Can you
No,
try
I'm
listen?
listening to you. You said
okay,
people
okay.
are coming through because they see a higher quality of
Okay,
life.
so if you're
That's
listening to me-
wonderful. I want
so-
people to come for a better life. That's what I want. But I want them to come like how my family did from the Ukraine.
Okay, so if you're
legally.
listening to me, then repeat the counter argument that I just gave you to the idea that Donald Trump is a really good crossing because he's been able to successfully reduce.
Well, you thought
undocumented
he
immigrants
imposed
coming
the
into
laws
country.
to make. You said that the way he made the border crossing number go down is through fascism and not like truthful or good policies.
Right.
Or whatever.
Okay, so that was my argument. Yeah, that he's been able to reduce undocumented immigrants coming into the country by scaring them away, by violating the human and constitutional rights of undocumented immigrants that are already in the country. Think like illegally deporting abrigo Garcia to Sicat in El Salvador, where he was beaten, tortured, and starved for 3 weeks. Think illegally deported Venezuelan immigrants against a court order from the federal judge. Think sending undocumented immigrants to detention centers in Florida where they're fed 1 meal a day, some of those meals containing maggots in them. Like think his rhetoric, like saying that they're, poisoning the blood of the country, that they're violent criminals, an increase in hate crimes, etc. Like these are all the things that I think have reduced undocumented entry under his second term, amounting to fascism and human rights abuse, not effective good policy. What is your response?
I'm sorry, but there really isn't no human rights abuse. The prison might be a little cruel, but it's for the illegals who have committed crimes while on top of coming here illegally.
Okay, so now you're denying the evidence, denying the existence
What
of human
evidence?
rights
You
abuse?
didn't give any evidence.
I did. You just weren't listening. So now you're denying human rights abuse on behalf of the Trump administration in relation to undocumented immigrants.
There's been no human rights abuse. I even heard.
I heard you the
anything
first
like
time.
that.
I heard you the first time.
Okay.
Why do you feel like you had to interrupt me and repeat yourself after I had just repeated you and was
Oh,
ready to
I'm so
respond to your
sorry. I interrupted you.
Like, no, I'm just like genuinely curious. You said there's no human rights abuse in response to my argument. So then I start responding. I repeat your position that you think there's no human rights abuse. And then you cut me off and then you're like, no, there's no human rights abuse. Okay, like I understand that's what you think. If you'd allow me to respond.
I'm sorry. Please
if you'd
give
allow me,
me
if
a
you'd allow,
couple of examples.
dude, if you'd allow me to respond now, right? There's a ton of evidence of human rights abuse. The most notorious evidence would likely be that of Abrigo Garcia, who the Trump administration illegally deported to Sicat in El Salvador, then had all 9 SCOTUS justices rule that his removal was illegal and rule that the Trump administration had to facilitate his return. The White House on Twitter then came out swinging and said that they're never going to bring him home, right? And then we learned from Abrigo Garcia that he was beaten and tortured when he was in El Salvador for 3 weeks. He also lost
The
31 pounds, and he was being
can I
forced to kneel from 9 p.m. until 6 a.m. And if he fell out of exhaustion, he would have been beat by the guards. And we learned that he was beat by the guards. And by the way, we later learned through UN reporting that even El Salvador said that the Trump administration had jurisdiction over the treatment of the immigrants deported to CCOT. And keep in mind, this was all ruled as an illegal deportation by the Supreme Court. This is human rights abuse, sir.
Wait, Garcia was the one that wasn't supposed to be deported back to El Salvador because he admitted to there being rival gangs that would have killed him there?
No, that's not what happened at all.
No, if I have the right case, then I'm pretty in my head. Sorry, I'm pretty sure they said he could be deported anytime. He could be deported anytime, right? But just not back to El Salvador because there was other gangs there that were gonna kill him, and they deported him back to El Salvador, which was a mistake on the behalf of the court, not the Trump administration.
Where you're wrong is in arguing that it's other rival gangs. No, it's just gangs, not rival gangs. There's no evidence that he's
Whatever gangs, whatever. I was just using.
Right, and then you're also now arguing that this was a mistake of the court, not a mistake of the Trump administration. So then why did SCOTUS rule that the Trump administration had made this illegal mistake? And then why did the Trump administration hit back by saying that they don't care what SCOTUS ruled? He's not going to come back.
Trump administration is just the one that had ICE deport him. Okay, the court decided, or lock him up. It was the court that deported him, found it lawful to deport him back to El Salvador. And if he didn't come here with due process, I don't even understand why they should get due process to leave.
Because they have constitutional protections under the 14th.
Well, not if we're under the Alien Enemies Act, which is currently
Do you think that the Alien Enemies Act supersedes the Constitution?
Yes. It says it in the act.
Okay, you're wrong. Nothing supersedes the Constitution.
It doesn't completely supersede the Constitution, but it gives
it doesn't at all.
The power to deport with while we're in a state of war, which Trump, I don't know what the word is, but declared that we're in war with those countries, El Salvador being one of them, giving Trump
Did you know that abrigo Garcia was not deported under the Alien Enemies Act? And then even in accordance with the Alien Enemies Act, it is required to give due process to those that are removed. There's another SCOTUS.
He probably got the most due process out of any illegal that's been deported.
He was illegally deported.
He got due process.
They violated his withholding order.
The only mistake made, which I will admit, that he wasn't supposed to be deported back to El Salvador.
You understand? I don't know why you're equivocated. You just said that the Alien Enemies Act does not guarantee due process to those that are deported under the act, right?
Yes.
So then why did SCOTUS rule in April that it does? Donald Trump tried to remove a group of Venezuelan immigrants from northern Texas under the Alien Enemies Act without due process. SCOTUS issued a ruling saying that these specific removals were illegal and he could not do them because he was not giving the detainees sufficient due process under the Alien Enemies Act. Why? Because the Alien Enemies Act does not supersede the Constitution and constitutional protections such as due process under the 14th Amendment, because nothing supersedes the Constitution. So you are wrong.
He was still didn't he have due process though?
Why are you equivocating and moving the goalposts back to Abrigo Garcia? I'm talking about the Alien Enemies Act. He was not deported under the Alien Enemies Act. Now respond.
Well, when did they decide that the Alien Act doesn't count for due process or acquitting due process?
Well, that's not like a decision that was made now. It's just always been the case because all federal policy falls beneath the Constitution, right? But they made the specific ruling in relation to the Alien Enemies Act that Donald Trump was using it against detainees without granting them enough due process in late April.
Well, hold on.
See, this is why education is important.
Okay.
It's actually really... I honestly didn't know that American adults were unaware that federal law can't supersede the Constitution. This is Civics 101, and I guess I appreciate you for the opportunity to allow me to teach you Civics 101.
Well, yeah, my ranks my state's ranked 50th in education. I apologize if I don't know the terminology or whatever. Every court case has happened in the past 4 years.
No.
But
This is Civics 101 information that I'm issuing.
civics,
to you,
okay.
is that no policy can supersede the Constitution.
I'm not sure.
What? Can you repeat that? You were lagging. I think that he's leaving. For the 7,000 people in here on TikTok, appreciate y'all for being here. Make sure that you're double tapping on that phone screen, folks, and sharing.
If you
it
want
with
to kick
other
me,
friends.
go ahead. But
Oh, he's back. Hi. Okay. So,
hello.
yeah. Hi. Do you support the fact that Donald Trump has been illegally deporting undocumented immigrants?
Yeah. Honestly, yeah.
Okay, so then you also support undocumented entry because obviously the president contradicting the
No.
Constitution. Really? So you think that a civilian
If they
committing
if they don't have
I
any
speak?
sort of process coming
you.
into the country, why should they get any leaving?
So you think that a civilian committing a misdemeanor is worse than the president violating our Constitution?
No, I think coming here illegally, which is breaking the law, and is worse than. Well, it depends on the misdemeanor.
Yeah, so
but
you just said that a
if
civilian committing a
law,
misdemeanor
it
is
doesn't
worse
really
than the
matter. You're
president
breaking the law
violating the
nonetheless,
Constitution.
coming here illegally.
So you
Do it
think,
the legal way.
So you do think that a civilian committing a misdemeanor, an undocumented immigrant breaking a federal law coming into this country, is worse than the president violating the Constitution or stripping due process away from those that are being deported. So you do think that a civilian committing a misdemeanor is worse than the president violating the Constitution?
No, I don't think that. But when did he violate the Constitution?
You just said that you don't really care if he deports people without due process. Due process is a constitutional right. So given that he does deport somebody without due process, he's violating the Constitution.
Yeah, but he was using the Enemy Aliens Act
We just went over it how
to
under
deport them without due process.
we just went.
Yeah, and
we
you
literally
say
just
that
went
it's not
over. We
lawful or whatever.
literally just went over how the Alien Enemies Act is below the Constitution, and even under the Alien Enemies Act, you still have a right to due process. And now SCOTUS has even ruled that individuals being deported under the Alien Enemies Act have due process in late April. Why are you being dense? Why are you forgetting these facts?
Wait, what? Say that again. I'm sorry, my phone.
I've already said it 5 times. I'm not going to repeat it for a 6.
I'm on the other side of the world, man. I'm sorry, I don't have great internet.
Listen, the reduction of these facts is simple. The Alien Enemies Act does not strip constitutional rights away from anybody that has them.
Of course not. They still have their basic human rights, but they don't need due process. If they're from a country that we're in war with, while the Enemy Aliens Act is in place, then they do. If they're being deported, if they're here illegally, they do not need to go through a trial.
Okay, first and foremost, we're not in a declared war with any country, and then second of all, you're now saying that
We
you
were.
don't think. Now you're saying that you don't think that they need it. Okay, well they have it. So then you're just saying that you do. Would you stop fucking interrupting me? What is your deal?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Can you stop? Thank you.
I was responding to what you were saying. I apologize.
So
Please
now
go
you
ahead.
have once again repeated that you don't mind if President Trump violates the constitutional rights of the immigrants when he's deporting them, right?
Okay, he's not denying their rights, though.
You just said that you don't mind if he deports them without due process. Due process is a constitutional right under the 3rd section of the 14th Amendment.
Not when the enemy's alien. Oh, if the enemy
Why are you
aliens
repeating
act
this
is
bullshit?
not
Why are you repeating this
in
bullshit?
place,
No.
then yes.
No. Why are you repeating this bullshit? Chat, everybody watching, how many times have... No. You shut up. You go on mute. No. You go on mute. I am going to talk over you. Chat, how many times have we been over this? I'm flabbergasted at this point. 4 or 5 times? Okay. All right. I'm not
allowed to use talking points.
I'm going to speak very slowly when I repeat this to you for the last time. I need you to listen very closely to my words. You just said that you think when the Alien Enemies Act is in effect, the president has the right to deport immigrants without due process, right?
Yes, that's in the act.
Okay. All right.
If we're in a state of war with the
Check
country
this out.
the illegal is from.
Check this out. You're wrong. The first reason
Tell me
why
why,
you're
please.
wrong is that federal law cannot strip people of their constitutional rights as Constitution supersedes federal law. Point number 2. SCOTUS has literally made this ruling that in accordance with the Alien Enemies Act, Donald Trump still has to grant detainees due process. Let's hyperfixate on this. Don't muddy
Okay,
the
okay.
water. Don't move on to another subject. Just respond to those 2 points that I just gave you insofar as why you're wrong. No words? Nothing? Crickets? I didn't mute him, by the way. I can't hear you when you're off the TikTok app. Maybe he's trying to respond, but, he's just off app. Switch, thank you for the
Hello?
galaxy. Hi.
I'm sorry, Dean. I'm lagging.
No, you just left the TikTok app. Probably go.
Oh,
to
I
go to
did? I didn't
ChatGPT.
mean to. I was hitting my anxiety pin. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, hitting an anxiety pin is separate from your phone. It sounds like you're just kind of trolling at this point because you don't know what to say.
Okay.
So respond to those 2
So
points.
the
that I gave
Alien
you.
Enemies Act was ruled to be unlawful because it cannot over trump the constitutional right, and a constitutional right is due process. Yeah, I think that's bullshit. I don't.
You've left the app again? Maybe to go back to Google?
Well, yeah, I was doing a little research. I wasn't sure.
Okay. Okay. So what's your response? Just saying it's bullshit's not sufficient.
Then why did they let him deport people with no due process? If it was, wait, when was it? When was the court to decide it was not lawful?
You've already asked that question and I've already answered it. Do you remember what I answered?
No, you talk a lot. I'm sorry.
Late April.
Late April? Oh, okay. Well, Dean, it was great to debate you,
No, the debate's
but
not over
mental
yet.
illness is just hard. It's hard to you can't really
illness is
debate
hard.
with stupid. I'm sorry.
You're talking about me?
Why you even
Are you calling me mentally ill for describing the facts? Why are you so upset?
I'm not upset.
Obviously you
This is
are.
I never thought I'd get to debate you. This is like a celebrity moment.
You're calling me mentally ill because I'm describing how the Constitution supersedes federal, state, and local law.
Wait, hold on. The Alien Enemies Act. I really don't know what to say. I'm not educated enough. I will admit it.
Are you educated enough to know that federal policy falls under the jurisdiction of the Constitution?
Is it a federal policy, though?
Yes. The Alien Enemies Act.
Act, okay. Well, I guess he did deport them illegally. Yeah.
Okay. So
If
now
you're
this
right.
goes back to the question. What is more important? What is worse? A civilian committing a misdemeanor or the president violating the Constitution?
Well, I guess civilians, as in anyone that's in the country, are people here with citizenship.
Civilians, as in anybody in the country.
Okay. Well, of course, the president breaking the Constitution. Those
Okay.
laws are in place.
So therefore, Donald Trump illegally deporting immigrants is worse than immigrants illegally entering.
No.
The president illegally deporting immigrants is violating the Constitution. Immigrants illegally entering is a civilian committing a misdemeanor.
I'm sorry. I was trying to see how long I could go without you saying anything. I wasn't expecting me longer than 35 seconds.
I'm just patiently waiting on your response.
Well, that's nice. Well, I really, I don't know.
It's
I
not.
really thought I didn't know that. I didn't.
It's not. It's not an I don't know. It's not an I don't know. It's an I'm wrong. You know?
Well, I was wrong. I will admit it because I didn't know. If you're telling the truth, I didn't know that they decided that the Enemy Aliens Act wasn't in effect or could not be put in effect, or
No,
when
they
it was in
decided that it
effect
can be
is
put in effect. They just said when
it
it is
wasn't.
used,
It
it
can
can't
be put in
violate their
effect,
due
but it's not
process.
lawful.
Okay. Is there anything else that you want to go over before I move on to the next guest?
Um, do, did we finish the thing about the Epstein list?
Yep, moving on. Here we go. By the way, everybody that's tuning in, I appreciate y'all for being here. If you're hopping in that queue, make sure that you're an American adult that's at least 18 that supports Trump. What's up, Maddie? You support
Wait.
Trump?
No, I don't. I love you so much.
I appreciate you for your kindness, Maddie. You have a good rest of your day. You have a good rest of your day. Let's go to move on to the next guest for the 9.4 thousand people in here. Thank you for being here. We're going to go to get that next guest, Jessica, loaded in, y'all. Yo, Zach, thank you for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Zach, that is so incredibly kind of you. Zach says, these people care so much about how immigrants break the law, but not about how the president is a felon rapist. Yeah, Zach, we didn't even get there yet.
Why are you raping Dean, you little gay-bo?
Wow. Well, I'm not, quite frankly. And you just called me gay. I'm actually straight. Thank you.
I said you're a gay-bo.
A gaybo?
Yeah.
What is a gaybo?
Someone that is gay and is a gay-bo.
Okay. Do you support Trump?
Fuck yeah.
Okay, and why is that?
Because he keeps this country in line and straight, yeah.
He keeps the country in line. How so?
Yeah. Deporting illegal immigrants.
Did you know that actually destroys our economy according to the Center on American Progress? It'll cause us to
Because they
possibly-
bring in drugs and weapons.
No, it's because 8.3 million of them work in our labor force. And 85% of the DRUGS that are brought into this country across the southern border are brought in by citizens. Not to mention immigrants are significantly less likely to disseminate DRUGS in the country, as they're 3 times less likely to commit violent crimes and 2.5 times less likely to commit petty crimes, which would include the dissemination of DRUGS. Ron.
If someone breaks into your house, would you want them out?
I'll happily answer your question after you respond to my debunk of your first claim.
Well, who made the claim?
You made the claim that they're bringing in DRUGS. I proved that wrong.
Oh, there's tons of videos of them bringing in drugs and guns.
Okay, well, just looking at a video doesn't inform us of what the statistics are, right? You know, like for instance, you could find a video online of a woman committing a violent crime. This doesn't change the fact that 92% of violent crimes are committed by men.
And what color are those men?
Does it account for race? It's all races.
You just can't accept the facts.
What facts? Are you about to tell me that
Nah.
black men are committing all these crimes? Are you about to be racist?
It's not racist if it's true.
Well, it's not true. Because although black men can account for 55% of arrests, did you know that they also account for 45% of all exonerations?
I don't do that
Wow.
much research.
Wow.
Basic.
Really? Did you know that? That black men are disproportionately, significantly more likely to be exonerated for what they were arrested for in the first place compared to white men? Wow. So this actually doesn't show a systemic problem of black men specifically committing a disproportionate amount of crimes, but more so the police force and so on disproportionately arresting black men for crimes they didn't commit in the first place. So, I mean, it was interesting for you to pivot your racism away from immigrants to black people, but it looks like I've got you proven wrong on both bases.
You brought up the statistics, so
No, I didn't bring up statistics about black people at all. I brought up statistics about men and women, right? And I brought up those statistics about men and women to refute your claim that you just know that undocumented immigrants are bringing all these DRUGS into the country because you saw a video online. A video online doesn't change the facts. The facts are, once again, 85% of the DRUGS that are brought across the border by citizens. Yeah, and then once they're in the country, citizens are significantly more likely to sell and disseminate them. How do I know this? PNAS crime stats that demonstrate that undocumented immigrants are like 3 times less likely to commit any and all crimes than citizens, meaning citizens are 3 times more likely to sell or disseminate DRUGS. Wow.
Just keep saying wow.
I know, because I keep proving you wrong. All right, moving on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute. We're really running through these guests today, let me tell you. Who's next? Let's see. Jocelyn, thank you for the $10 over in YouTube Super Chat, saying, listen to you while I get ready to officiate my best friend's wedding to her wife. Congratulations to Ashley and Whitney. Yo, that's awesome, Jacqueline. Show some love to Ashley and Whitney. Congratulations on the wedding. Let them know that I said that if they happen to watch the content. As well as Deanna, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. I appreciate you for that love, Deanna. As well as, let's see here, June with the $1 over on Venmo. Appreciate you so much for the love. Lake with the $5 saying, Dean Dub Fun. Thank you so much for the love, Lake. If you are watching and you would like to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio, y'all. I get 100% of the proceeds over there. You also get a notification at the top of my phone screen, so I can thank you for the love. You also got that over in the pin message on YT, where you could also support via Super Chats. Welcome into you, Sport Trump, Ty.
No, I just wanted to say I love what you.
I appreciate you so much for the love, Ty. You are phenomenal. Also, everybody, I've seen an increase in people on the internet saying that what we do here is ineffective. And I wanted to talk about that for a second while we're working at getting that next guest up here. I understand, like, some people don't like the debate culture. I understand that the content can get repetitive, but I want you all to understand, like, this is, like, very effective. Like, think about all, like, the hundreds of thousands of new people that tune into these streams on a day-by-day basis. Think about all of the thousands of minds that are silently changed by just watching the stream, on top of the minds that we vocally change on live. Think about all of the minds that are changed by the butterfly effect of people like y'all watching these streams, taking away information, taking away, like points insofar as how to engage in these conversations, turning around and having these conversations with your parents. I understand that sometimes I could get wrapped up in that gotcha debate culture, but I mean, for the most part, what we focus on here is just simply trying to change minds and spread facts, and I thought that was worth going over because, like I said, I would say, like, overall the social support for what we do here is like more social support against it than social support for it. And I understand that that doesn't seem like that's the case inside of like the chat on the live streams because everyone that's chatting loves what we do. But in like the broader society, it's socially condemned. Welcome in, Omar. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
20.
20, and what year are you born in?
2005.
All right, Omar. Why do you support Trump?
Because he's gonna cut back on immigration and he's gonna make healthcare more affordable.
He's going to make healthcare more affordable? How so? Under the big, beautiful bill that he passed, taking away $900 billion from funding towards Medicaid, according to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, we're actually expecting Medicaid premiums to skyrocket by upwards of 75%.
I'll tell you how. By cutting all those illegals on our Medicaid, we can put more money into the legal people in this country.
Yeah, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, Omar, but undocumented immigrants can't get federal Medicaid. Only citizens can.
Yes, they can.
Do you trust Elon Musk? Are you a big fan of him?
I'm actually in my Tesla right now. Parked.
Yeah, even Elon Musk has vocally spoken about how undocumented immigrants don't qualify for federal Medicaid.
That sucks, damn it.
Right. So no. He's not making it more affordable by cutting undocumented immigrants off the services, and he's also not making it more affordable by cutting like the 10 million Americans off the services. He's just revoking healthcare for 10 million people, then making it more expensive for those that are still on it. All right. So now that you understand that Donald Trump is not making healthcare more affordable, do you still support him? Because it sounds like that was one of your main reasons, and it's been proven wrong. So where do you stand now?
No, I actually don't support Donald. I'll just joke. I'll just troll.
Okay, Omar, please don't troll, but I hope you have a good rest of your day, guys. Only hop in that queue if you actually support Trump, guys. Only hop in that queue if you actually support Trump. As well as Samantha, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, saying the right dominates the media field right now. We actually need more creators like you on the left. You are doing amazing, Dean. Thank you, Samantha. I appreciate that. But no, like I said, like there is so many people that think what we do here is not effective. There's a lot of people that don't support it. And which is interesting. Like, have you guys seen that? If you happen to be, like see anything about what we do here, like on your For You page, talked about elsewhere, I'm surprised by the amount of people that truly don't like what we do. Maybe I'm like only seeing the negative content, but it's like, I feel like for the most part, a lot of people do not like what we do here, even on the left. Let's go and move on to the next guest, guys. Go ahead and hop in that queue if you support Trump. We'll get you loaded up in here right now. Make sure that we're double tapping away in that phone screen as well. Let's get up to 700,000 followers. All right, everyone, just do be patient. Also, by the way, guys, with school getting back in service, I think I'm going to be doing some touring of some colleges. So look forward to that, everybody. We're going to be doing this in person throughout the school year. In fact, I think that we are right now trying to schedule and plan an event for CU Boulder in September. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
For the most part, yes.
Okay, can you come a little bit closer to your microphone, please?
Yeah, is that better?
Yeah, it is much better. How old are you, man?
I am 33.
And why do you support President Trump?
It's not so much that I support Trump. It's more of a tit versus tat. Not liking Democrats versus supporting Republicans. And when I say this, I'm kind of talking about, the catch-22s of a lot of these arguments that people have a lot of the time, right? So I think tariffs are a great example of this. We want to tax the higher classes, right? So how is a tariff any different than taxing the rich or corporate taxes?
Well, it's actually an aggressive tax on the poor.
So the main argument I typically see is exactly what you just said, right? So it's going to be a tax on the poor. But how do we tax the rich then? If you do a corporate tax, the same argument is always just going to be that all of this is going to flow down to the consumers at the end of the day, right?
So it's not actually what we see. So Obama's corporate tax rate was 35%. Once Donald Trump cut it down to 21% under his first round of his tax cuts, we didn't see significant reduction in inflation. In fact, we saw inflation continue to rise, meaning that companies did not reduce their price because of the cut in the corporate tax rate. In fact, if anything, increasing the corporate tax rate would incentivize lower prices because it would incentivize more business reinvestment, right? Because business investment obviously is tax deductible, meaning it's not hit under that corporate tax rate. And with more business reinvestment, we could expect more innovation. With more innovation, we'd expect higher levels of productive capacity, and with higher levels of productive capacity, we'd expect lower prices, right? So that's why increasing the corporate tax rate doesn't necessarily entail higher prices, because that tax is not passed off to the consumer. In fact, the incentive structures I would introduce would pass down lower prices to the consumer. But meanwhile, when we have tariffs, not only does it reduce the innovation of our companies, meaning it would in the long term mitigate the productive capacities, but it's also the case that it has to be passed down to the consumer in order for the companies to stay in the green at all.
Yeah, so if I'm a shareholder and I own shares in a publicly traded company, and a corporate tax is put into place, and you say that this isn't actually how it worked out in the past, but with these tariffs, we also don't know, right? It is financial theory. So say, for example, one of these countries puts a 60% tax on some of the tariffs or their products, right? How much of that is going to be passed on to the actual consumer? And the answer is we don't know, right? I mean, the Fed says we don't have that data yet. We're waiting to see what the effect of these tariffs are. Now, if I'm thinking about this logically, and again, financial theory and what actually happens is always going to be very different, right? You can always kind of talk about this. You don't really know what's going to happen until it actually happens. The tariffs are a great example, again, because first quarter, before the tariffs went into place, a lot of these companies kind of uploaded and imported a lot of their products into the US before they hit, right? So we haven't seen all of that come in, and we don't really know what the actual impact is going to be yet. Whereas corporate taxes, yes, okay, that's been done. According to you, I guess I don't know the.
I'm sorry. So you just described something that doesn't prove me wrong. I'm confused because you said that tariffs will have the same effect as a corporate tax rate. I explained to you why you're wrong, and then you just say, well, we know the effects of the corporate tax rate, but we don't know what the effects of the tariff will be yet. So is this a concession?
Well, no, I'm saying we don't know that tariffs are going to be passed on to the end consumer.
Okay, if we don't know that, then we don't know the tariffs are going to work. The prices have to be passed off to the consumer in order for it to incentivize more consumers to buy from American businesses.
So, what did we take in, like 265 billion last month? I think it was.
Okay, so now you're changing the topic of conversation away from the effects of tariffs compared to that of the corporate tax rate and arguing that they're good because of the money raised for our government. So let's go one
Well, the whole
topic at a
point
time.
is that-
We're gonna
Yeah,
gonna stick on the first
whole
topic,
point.
that there's clear and distinct differences in the impacts and effects of tariffs compared to the corporate tax rate. And no, we would not expect an increase in prices by increasing the corporate tax rate, but we definitely can expect an increase in prices from tariffs.
So I guess why? Because at the end of the day,
Because that's what
if you
incentivizes
follow-
more domestic production. Like tariffs are supposed to incentivize more domestic production. The only way that they could possibly incentivize that is if if those prices are passed off to the consumer, making goods produced in other countries by foreign companies, less attractive to the consumer. That's the
So let's
only
say
way
I'm-
to incentivize more domestic production is by artificially creating more domestic demand by making goods produced in other countries more expensive.
Let's say there's company A and company B both
Anything
in
for
China.
galaxy.
And company A decides, okay, yes, we're going to pass this 60% tariff on to the consumer. Company B says, you know what, no, we're not going to do that, but we'll pick up market share.
Okay, well, if they don't pass that 60% tariff off to the consumer, they go out of business. Do you think that massive, like, billion-dollar manufacturing companies in China or in America are operating at profit margins at or over 60%?
China is probably operating, yes, well over 60%, yes. I mean, it depends on the goods that you're talking about. But for the most part, yes.
Let's see, average profit margin of Chinese companies. We're going to go and look that up. It looks like the average profit margin of Chinese firms in the Fortune Global 500 list reported an average profit margin of 4%. This is actually lower than the average profit margins of firms from countries such as America, which would average 8.6%.
So you're saying that every Chinese product only gets a 4% profit margin?
I'm saying that's the average profit margin of Chinese firms on the Fortune Global 500 list. Yes.
All right, yeah.
So yeah, we impose like a 30% tariff. Obviously, they won't be able to eat it. So what are they going to do then? They're going to pass it off to the importer, right? And then even like American companies that turn around and sell those goods, their average profit margins are 8.6%. They're not going to be able to eat it either. So then they're going to pass it off to the consumer, right? And it's not like we don't know these things. It's not like economists don't know these things because that's what the tariffs are supposed to do. They're supposed to make goods from other countries more expensive. That's the way in which the tariff would function as a mean to incentivize more domestic production of goods. And he left! Yippee! He came up here, bro. He tried to talk about economics and, he was proven wrong and he left. Listen, guys, there's nothing that pisses me off more than that. I'm going to be honest. You know, one thing that I have a real gripe with on these live streams is people that come up here that are like more reasonable than the average guest, more intelligent than the average guest. Obviously, like the average guest that I have on my stream wouldn't be able to have the conversation that I just had with him. He seemed to have a little bit more education and knowledge than the average person. And what really upsets me is people like him can acknowledge when they're wrong internally. Like they know it, right? They have the know-how, they have the intelligence to know when they're wrong, right? They know when they get beat. But instead of like conceding and being like, okay, well, where do I go from here? They just like leave and they continue to like walk in the wrong, with the wrong information because it makes them feel comfortable. You know, like being wrong isn't like a stop point. Being wrong is like a starting point of a whole new world because now you get to explore the possibilities of what might be right. And I understand that being wrong and exploring the possibilities of what might be right is like intimidating and uncomfortable, but we have to be able to like let ourselves be uncomfortable for the greater good. We have to let ourselves be uncomfortable for what's right for humanity. And that just means being uncomfortable with the exploration of the truth. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Nope. Goodbye. Gabriella, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, saying too many clips out of context get spread online and people tend to judge you from them. I advocate for you and tell people it's not okay to enjoy the debate style, but they can't deny with the fact that you guys are politically correct and combating misinformation. People who know you know that you're good. Yeah, I feel like it's just like a whole different reality of like who I am and what these live streams are about, and then what clips on the internet say these live streams are about. You know, like this morning I saw a clip with like 13K likes about me talking about how and why I'm pro-Palestine and why I don't like Israel. editorial, and like one of the top comments was like, "Oh, like why is he just now talking about it? Why was he silent about this under the total Biden administration? I've been advocating for Palestine for like the last year straight." And it's just like people don't know this because they don't watch the streams. They only see the online clips. So that's a really good point. Guys, if you're watching and you want to come up here and debate, guys, go and put a MAGA with your age down below in that chat. I will happily have you up on that stream. I'll happily have you up on that stream. As well as like a lot of like leftists think that I'm like an institutional dim. You know? Like, no, I'm not. I'm obviously like a progressive. I don't know. Susan, thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. You're awesome. Got to kick that guess because of an echo. As well as Kira, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. That's very kind of you. Moving on to the next guest. Y'all, if you are in that queue, make sure that you're at least 18 years old, American and MAGA. Make sure that you're at least 18 years old, American and MAGA. Molly, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Saying I love what you do and I genuinely believe that you're changing lives, Molly. I appreciate you for being here. Welcome into You Sport Trump.
Yes.
How old are you?
20.
Why do you support the worst president of your life?
Because he's not the worst. He's one of the best ever.
He's one of the best ever. I strongly disagree with that. I hope that you don't truly consider a president that is called for the termination of the Constitution and explicitly passed executive orders that violate the Constitution, one of the best presidents in this country's history. You spineless cult member.
I just care about his policies.
Okay, like which ones?
The big, beautiful bill.
Yeah, that was one of the worst policies in American history.
No, it helps business.
It helps business. Okay, what a statement. I don't think it does.
Oh, it does, because it gives more tax cuts to businesses.
Did you know that when he did that under the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, we only saw a 0.04% increase in our GDP on set by it, which is equivalent to around an additional $60 billion per year, compared to the fact that it literally cost $2 trillion over 10 years? Very marginal bump for a big...
No, those are fake numbers, man.
expenditure.
Come on, fake numbers.
Those are fake numbers. So you don't even know where I'm getting those numbers from. You just call them fake because they disagree with what you believe in.
I'm sure you're getting them from the Bureau of Labor Statistics or whatever, but...
No, I'm actually getting them from a analysis on the policy and its impact drafted by two Harvard economists, one that is a Republican and one that is a liberal.
So probably a neocon.
Okay. Are you trolling?
No.
So you just seriously like call anything that disagrees with your real worldview fake with no reason?
That's the MAGA way.
You are trolling. Funny thing is he said everything a Trump supporter would say. Y'all stop trolling, please. We only want to talk to real Trump supporters. Come on now. Come on now, y'all. Come on now, y'all. Please. Please, 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 please. Only request up if you're actually a Trump supporter. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Yo, I think that we need to double tap on that phone screen a little harder, chat. Okay, we need to be able to get the stream to send out a little bit more so we can have actual debates coming in here. Yo, Sharon, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Sharon, you are awesome. Sharon says, love listening to you guys. Give me hope, which is all that we need right now. Keep cooking them. I appreciate you for that. Love, Sharon. You are awesome. Show some love to Sharon down below. For everybody tuning in, welcome in, y'all. Make sure to drop a follow while you're here over on TikTok. Might as well, right? Welcome in. Are you MAGA?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Yo, High Time. Appreciate you for the $20 super chat on UIT. Thank you for the love, High Time. You're awesome.
But I have a few questions because, like, I've seen you before. I mean, like, everyone's seen you. And I feel like you would be able to answer things that I don't know or don't understand.
Okay.
Far better than pretty much anyone our age. You know what I mean?
Yeah, go for it.
So, one of the real reasons why I actually, like, support, it's 50-50, right? Because I think both have their flaws. I think both are good. And I think externally, Trump's more of like a global like issue than Biden. Like I feel like people are more worried about Trump. I'm talking other countries, right?
Oh, for sure, because Donald Trump is very negatively impacted other countries. Biden didn't.
And I think that's a good and a bad thing. Like probably more leaning more towards bad, but I feel like it's a good thing because he's almost uncontrollable.
Listen, imagine that you go to a school and you've negatively impacted every other student in that school. Would that be better or worse than benefiting everybody else in that school? Which strategy, either helping everybody else or hurting everybody else, do you think would better position you?
It depends on like your final outcome. Like if I'm trying to make friends with everybody, then
a final outcome of being like the most popular kid with the most sway and influence over the other kids, right?
Well, then of course you're going to want to
make you the most popular and give you the most sway, control, and influence over everybody else. Being kind,
I
and
completely
helpful,
agree with what you're saying.
Or rude and harmful.
Yeah, I get you. And you want to be most popular, you're going to be nice to everybody. But when it comes to like domination and like, wars, preventing wars, isn't it better to be more threatening?
Well, actually, no, because then you'd have less influence, right? We just agreed that being kind and helpful, right, will give you more influence, sway, and control. Obviously, you are going to have more influence, sway, and control of preventing global conflicts if you have more influence, sway, and control.
You don't think it goes both ways? You don't think it could go the other way as well?
No, I don't think it can. I mean, think about it. Okay? If you have more influence, sway, and control, in general, then you're going to have more influence, sway, and control over global conflicts, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we agree that being the peacemaker, right, that's kind and beneficial and helpful to the other kids in school is going to give you more influence, sway, and control over them. So maybe that's the way it works on the global stage here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then also keep in mind that the super evil, tyrannical leaders that we've seen in history haven't prevented wars; they've started them. Think about Hitler.
I agree. Think
about Mussolini.
Okay, so I actually don't. It's hard to really even express how I feel about like internal affairs because obviously when you're talking other countries, it's way more complex. Internally, though, I don't really like. What are your viewpoints on deportation? I heard a little bit earlier deportation on like legal immigrants and stuff. And like the guy asked you, I feel like he asked you a pretty valid question. And like if somebody broke into your house, regardless of like if they were invited or if they weren't invited, how would that make you feel? Like if like somebody broke into your house, what would you do in that situation?
What would I do in that situation? I'd kick him out.
Yeah. So like when an immigrant illegally enters our country, regardless of their intentions, I understand that they help the workforce, but regardless of their intentions, if they're not invited in and they just walk in, you know what I mean, illegally, they're not documented, is that not bad? I don't understand.
You could argue
That just seems bad.
You could argue that it's bad, right? But
Yeah.
what you gave me is not a proper analogy. I have a question. Do you know every American citizen?
I don't think anyone knows every American citizen.
Are you okay with American citizens coming in and out of the country?
If they are documented, yeah.
Okay, so then would you be okay with like all 330 million American citizens just freely coming in and out of your house?
That seems like a far reach. I don't think
Right.
330 million
You want to
Americans
be
can fit into
like
my house.
no, just like anybody.
I get what you're trying to say.
Any
No, I get what you're
citizen.
trying to say.
It's not a far reach at all. Would you just be okay with like some random citizen randomly coming into your house whenever they want?
They're not illegal though. We're talking about people that aren't from this country.
Well, I
You
know
know what I mean?
because you want to use the framing and intuitionally pump people into thinking that it's wrong because of the analogy that you want to let them in your house personally, but you also want to let a citizen in your house personally that you didn't know. Like the reason why you want to let them there has nothing to do with their citizenship or lack thereof, their documentation or their lack thereof, but literally because you don't know them, and that's why it's a false analogy, right? Because like if we want to use your analogy and treat it as if it is fair and valid logic. Oh, by the way, now there's a Trump supporter in the chat saying, Dean, that was a terrible analogy. That's the point. It is a terrible analogy. That's literally the point. Yeah, because you want to let a random citizen in your house, meaning if your analogy were to be true, you want to let a random citizen in the country.
My point is if they're illegal and they're non-documented and they come into the country, regardless of what they do, regardless if they help, because there's plenty that help, but there's plenty that hurt too. There can't all be all good and there can't be all bad, right? If they come in illegally and they're not supposed to be here, why is it wrong for us to deport them?
Yeah, because it hurts the country. I think that our government, I think that our state has an obligation to enforce, draft and pass legislation that benefits the country and the people in it. Mass deportation hurts the country and everybody in it.
Okay, not mass deportation. I don't want to talk about mass deportation. Because like I said, some illegal immigrants help the country, but the ones that hurt the country, are you against deporting them?
I'm not against deporting undocumented immigrants with prior violent offenses, outstanding criminal warrants from other countries, or pretty heinous nonviolent criminal offenses. That's fine, right? I just think that a mass deportation of every undocumented immigrant will A, slow down the actual deportations of the undocumented immigrants that should be deported, and B, like significantly impact our economy, standards, qualities of living, GDP per capita, average wages, GDP growth, as well as poverty and crime, right? And that's why I don't support it.
Okay. No, because like I think that's exactly how I view it as well. And I'm not saying Trump's all good, like at all. And I'm not saying he's all bad. I think he has his flaws and he has his good things. But I mean, it's just like if somebody illegally comes in and they cause issues, we should deport them. But it seems like you agree with that as well. So I mean, I don't really have anything to argue with you against. Like, I don't really want to argue with you. I just wanted to know, like, be
Yeah.
informed.
Well, I mean, I appreciate you for asking the questions. Anything else you want to go over?
No, it was nice to meet you, brother. I appreciate you for having me on.
Yeah, you have a good rest of your day. Yo, Hayden Rodeo, hop in that queue. I saw that you said that you wanted to debate. I got a question to ask you, Mr. Hayden. Hop in that queue. I'd love to bring you up here. He actually is. I want to ask Hayden a question. Before we do, very, very quickly, Savannah, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Let's get 500 Savannah W's down below. Thank you so much for the love, Savannah. Savannah says, hi, Dean. I said this to Parker yesterday, but my mom and I love watching your lives. You were both incredible. Keep it up. Thank you. You were so cool, Savannah. Show some love to Savannah down below. As well as High Time with Cloud. Once again, thank you for the $20. Cloud, you are awesome. It is so good to see you again. As well as Libby, thank you for the $20 on
How's the
Venmo.
anxiety pen? How's the anxiety pen?
Are you a fake
How's the
Hayden?
anxiety pen? How's the anxiety pen?
Damn, bro, you got me.
Dean,
I'm not even gonna lie. You got my ass. Good job. Moving on. Libby with a $20 says, because you already dropped the anxiety pin. I've already dropped it like 2 times, bro. I'm so bad at that. Thank you so much for the love, Libby. Show some love to Libby down below. Let's get 200 Libby W's. As well as Emily, thank you for the $20 saying, hey, Dean, I was wondering why you don't use the organ donor argument when debating abortion. Also, thank you. I've been listening to you every day for a while, and I've learned so much from you. I just think that there's more effective ways to combat the view, but I should wrap that in more. Thank you for the $20, Emily. As well as Caitlin with the $20 say, never stop what you do. Thank you. Show some love to Caitlin, Emily, Libby, and Savannah. You guys are awesome, awesome, awesome. Welcome in, Katie. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I had a question. So
I'm sorry, we've been getting a lot of questions so far today. It looks like I kind of just want to do a debate. I'm not going to lie, Katie. Do you support Trump?
Oh, excuse me. Sort of, kind of.
Okay. What specifically about him do you support?
I mean, other than he's the president, so if he fails, then we kind of fail, and I wouldn't want America to fail. So, like, obviously, I want him to make smart decisions.
That's not what support means. Okay, I don't want anybody to fail ever. Does that mean that I support everyone ever? No.
I mean, I'm not going to be like hateful to him. Like, I'm not going to be hateful.
Okay, I think it's fine to be hateful to hateful people. Like, I won't condemn you if you're not hateful, but I think it's completely permissible to be.
I mean, I guess if you want to, like, I mean, if that's how you.
Great, looks like we could agree. I hope you have a good rest of your day, Katie. Let's go and move on to the next guest, KMCER4. By the way, if anybody knows the actual Hayden Rodeo, I'd love to bring him up in here. That was a fake account. He's like some Republican YouTuber. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Banned. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. We got Snowflake loading up in. Once again, if you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in the bio. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I just want to say that I'm about to go into the army. I leave in just a few days, and it's people like you that makes me want to serve my country. Thank you, Dean.
It's people like you that makes me want to do this. I appreciate you for being a true patriot. Have fun at MEPS. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Or is that only like a Marine thing? Wombly, thank you so much for the $60 over on YouTube. Holy crap, Wombly. Wombly says, never quit quitting that anxiety pin. Someday you'll get it right. Thank you for not letting logic become a lost art. Wombly, I appreciate you, and I need to put the pin down, I know. But you are awesome. Thank you for the $60. Let's get 600 Wombly W's down below. Thank you once again. Seriously, that is insane. Welcome in, Noah. Are you MAGA?
Oh, absolutely not.
Oh, all right, guys, we need to go over the rules once more. So for everybody on TikTok, we do have rules for who can and can't be in the queue. They're very simple. Very simple. They are as follows. If you find yourself in the guest request box, 1, just make sure you're an American citizen. That one's a given. 2, make sure that you're at least 18. That one's a given. Now, the third rule is the one that's very important. Make sure that you're a Trump supporter. That one's the most important, you guys. We're going to start cracking down on people that are breaking the rules. I'm going to start kicking y'all out instantly. I hate to do that. It sucks, but it is necessary sometimes just to make sure that it's clear that we are enforcing the rules that we're operating off of. So make sure to follow them. We'll be easy coasting if you do. What's up, Jenny? Do you support Trump?
Yes, of course, all the way.
Dude, Jenny, no, he's a terrible president. You need to stop supporting him right now.
No, all those tariffs are helping us.
The tariffs are helping us?
How do you support China charging us tariffs? Canada charging us over 200% of tariffs, but we don't charge them? I mean,
Oh,
how is
yeah,
other
it's so
countries
unfair.
benefiting from the United States and we're not benefiting at all?
Yeah, I
And
mean,
then the interest rates is not, that's not Trump. That's the feds are in charge of that. Joel Powell, if you guys didn't know that. Biden really didn't do much for this country. So many other countries are having so much respect for Trump. He stopped so many wars. All he wants is to better America, is to put us citizens first. I mean, when did you ever
hey,
hear anybody even caring about
hey,
them
quickly.
changing the Social Security, taking off taxes
Hey,
for the elderly?
super quickly. What is one
Yes.
war Trump has stopped?
What do you? I'm sorry. What was that? Repeat it.
You said that he stopped so many wars. Name one.
The one from Israel and Hamas is not as going on how it was before. Yeah, Hamas hit again, but I mean, like he has been doing. The last one was with What was it? The Cambodians? No, wait. Yeah, was it the Cambodians in Thailand? And they
What?
had, so Thailand did. Yeah, Thailand just had uh they did they they thanked them. They had this huge thing for Trump. They had all these pictures of him. There's a lot, and then the other one with Africa. I forgot Africa with somebody else. I forgot the name. I can't believe it. But I mean, all Trump
You're
wants is
talking
peace.
about Congo and
There's really no
Rwanda?
need. Look, there's really no need for war. Biden sent money to Ukraine, billions to Ukraine, and for what? Even to Israel.
Yeah, to prevent the war?
I stand with Israel all the way because
Oh.
that's God's promised land.
Oh,
I do not
jeez.
want war at all. For sure, I
Oh,
do not want
jeez.
war.
Oh my
But
God.
but
Okay. Okay. Jesus Christ. Ew.
but
Icky. Okay. Okay. First point. You said that he was able to stop a war.
and I
Okay.
don't.
You're
I'm sorry.
interrupting me,
Again, I
Jenny.
don't
I
like.
gotta be
I
able
don't
to
like.
speak. Please
Oh,
please stop it.
give me the la Let me say one more thing,
Oh,
please.
Jesus
I
Christ,
don't
Jenny.
I don't support what happened with Gaza. I really feel bad. I mean, I don't mind donating a lot of money for the kids. It's pretty fucked up how it happened. Don't get me wrong. But again, it's really not America's fault this happened. This all happened under Biden administration. But go ahead, now's your turn. Sorry.
Okay. All right. So first and foremost, you brought up the fact that Biden had spent billions of dollars on Ukraine. Did you know that that was helping to end the war?
Did I know they were helping in the war?
Yeah, like making sure that the victim was stronger. That helps reduce the impact and aggression of the aggressor. It's pretty simple, right? I mean, even Donald Trump has now acknowledged this. 170 days after he stopped funding them, things only continue to get worse. Russia dropped their largest bombs yet, and were even less sympathetic towards a ceasefire or peace agreement. So Donald Trump and the DoD resumed all of the billions of dollars to Ukraine because it was a strategic tactic to reduce the aggression of Russia and to hopefully help incentivize them into a ceasefire or peace agreement. So the Democrats had it right all along, and Trump just conceded to them. Next, about Israel and Palestine. You said that you support Israel because it's God's land. What about Palestine?
I
Palestine
don't
would also
support
be
war.
God's
Sorry.
land, right? Right? You know that Jesus was Palestinian, so even if we want to make an argument from the Bible, one could even say that the state of Israel was formed in the 20th century, by the way, right? They're the ones aggressing upon, causing disaster, and human rights catastrophes, ethnic cleansing and starvation on God's land. So maybe this is why you as a Christian shouldn't support the current state of Israel. Boom. Oh, then he also brought something up there about Africa, Congo and Rwanda. Yeah, no, he only made
Oh,
things
there you
worse.
go. Thank you. Go ahead.
He only made things worse there. So it's not really the Rwandan troops that are committing the genocide on the Congolese to exploit them and extract their resources. It's going to be the M23 insurgents, rebellions. I think is it M23, chat? Let me make sure I got that right. Is it M23? Give the chat a second to catch up. I need to make sure. Yes, it is. Okay. So yeah, it's the M23 rebellions that have been committing the genocide against the Congolese. And the UN has concluded that they're funded and paid for by Rwanda. But see, the deal that Donald Trump achieved was just to get some Rwandan troops out of the country, not the M23 rebels. And it included
No.
more resource extraction from the Congo for America.
And another thing, a lot of countries are in NATO that's should have supported Ukraine. Nobody's even putting their part when we're putting a lot of money in NATO.
I don't
I
know.
mean,
I don't know. I don't know what you're
Trump
saying.
is just trying to
What is
make
this in
it.
response to? What I said? Respond to what I said. What
Oh,
point did I make that this is responding to?
I'm sorry. Let's go back to the Ukraine.
Okay, what did I say about Ukraine?
Yeah.
Repeat it.
Oh, you're talking about that Trump stopped funding them and it got worse and
So then he
he
started funding them
acknowledged.
again.
Yeah, that's what you're saying, right?
Right. So I don't
So
understand what other
exactly.
countries
So
have
what
to
I'm
do
trying
this.
to tell you
Because
again
if you're
about
just telling me that other countries haven't funded them enough, okay, blame them. But I don't understand what this has to do with my critiques of Donald Trump's foreign
exactly,
affairs.
it has to do a lot with us because if nobody's contributing the same, and we're all paying NATO for. Do you understand what NATO is? Obviously, there's a war. Everybody's gonna have to
What
fund.
does this have to do with Donald Trump's foreign affairs and policy, making the aggression from Russia stronger, increasing global tensions? What?
What do you mean global tensions? Oh my.
What do I mean
So,
global
I
tensions?
mean,
When we emboldened Russia, when we made the
let's
victim
be
weaker,
real. Let's be real.
emboldening
Let's
the
be
aggressor
real.
increases global tensions. What?
Let's be real. Just
Let's be
why don't
real.
you tell
Emboldening
me
Russia
that
increases global
what did
tensions. Yes or
Biden?
no? No,
What
Biden.
did
No, Biden. No,
what?
Biden. I'm
Okay,
not
no,
letting you
real
run.
quick.
I'm not letting you run. Is
Okay, that's
emboldening
fine.
the
That's fine.
aggressor of Russia,
I don't
increasing
want to
global
argue with
tensions?
you.
I just
But
want you to
okay,
answer my
just
question.
quickly.
Is emboldening the aggressor of Russia increasing global tensions? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. Oh wow.
Now,
So
now
emboldening
what has Biden done for
emboldening dictatorial superpowers committing ethnic cleansing so they could commit the ethnic cleansing to a higher degree is not increasing global tensions? Explain to me how that's the case. What do you think global tensions are? Maybe we should start there to find global tensions. Click the icon
I
on the
don't
microphone.
want
There you
you.
go.
I'm sorry. I don't need your people to disrespect me either, because I mean we're just debating. It's just ridiculous how everybody gets mad. But let's be real. How has Biden helped this country?
No. What we're not going to do is pivot, deflect, and run from the pressing questions that I was asking you. Okay?
Well,
What
okay, no,
are
I
global
answered you the
tensions?
question. I did. I answered you the question about Russia, but I just want one. I just want one simple answer. What did Biden do for America? Really?
Yeah, he passed some of the most monumental policy in modern U.S. history. Chips and Science Act, Infrastructure Bill, Inflation Reduction Act, PACT Act, as well as his economic promotion of American industries led to the
Oh
largest
my
boom in
God.
investment industries that we've seen in modern American history, as well as he spent twice as half as much as Trump in his term to get it done. So now answer my
No,
question.
no,
You told
no,
us that
no, no.
emboldening...
Biden
Dude, see what I mean? You didn't... Listen, you didn't just want to ask me a
No,
question.
go ahead. Ask
You
the
wanted to
question.
completely
Go
pivot
ahead.
and deflect.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Answer me that question. I mean, I'll repeat that question again.
Oh, don't worry, I will. Right. So I asked you if emboldening a foreign dictatorial superpower that is currently ethnically cleansing a country so they can ethnically cleanse to a higher degree was increasing global tensions, and you said no. All right. So let's go back to that because I think that was a very terrible answer. What are global tensions?
Dude, this is hold on. Huh? Hello?
Hi. What are global tensions?
No, turn on that thing. Hold on. Jeez.
Do you feel like answering my question? I don't think she's going to answer my question, chat. Should we move on? Slava Ukraine. Goodbye. Okay. Alrighty. Okay, everybody. For the 9.6 thousand people in here, y'all, we got a restriction on the live. So unfortunately, we are going to have to do a restart. These restarts are not fun at all, but we gotta do it. We absolutely gotta do it. And this is just on TikTok. Okay, so listen very closely, everybody. I'm gonna tell you exactly how to come right on back. We're good at this. We're well practiced. We gotta do this every day. Point number 1. Hit that follow button right now. You see that top left-hand corner. Remember, everybody on YouTube, this doesn't affect you. You get to hang out. Point number 1, hit that follow button in the top left-hand corner. Do it right now. That's going to be your safety net. So if you can't follow my instructions on how to come back after the restart at the end of the day, at least you'll be able to find me in the following list. So hit that follow button right now. It'll be your safety net. Okay, all right, we got that out of the way. Done. Beautiful. Awesome. Point number 2. Adam, thank you for the galaxy. Here's how to come back after the restart in literally 5 seconds. So the restarts that I do are very quick. I hit in live, then I hit go live. It takes 5 to 10 seconds, right? Now, if you want to be able to come back in here as soon as we hit that restart, when the live ends, it'll say live ended. It'll show my profile picture. Click on that. You'll be directed to my account page. Once you're on my account page, count to 10, then refresh, okay? Once you count to 10 and refresh, you'll see that glowing orb around my profile picture again. Click on into the live and you'll be back. I like to aim for around a 70 to 80% audience retention rate. I really like that. So if you're like watching, you're like, I don't know if I want to come back. Please do. Okay, at least for the first little bit. So we could try to get that live to send out again and we could get the debates rolling once more. So that's what we're going to go ahead and do now on TikTok. Those are the rules. Somebody in the chat says that's too confusing. In a nutshell, the live will end. You'll see my profile picture in the middle of the phone screen. Click on it. You'll land on my account page. Count to 10, refresh. Click on that profile picture again. You'll be back in the live. We're going to go ahead and do that now. See y'all soon. And we're already restarted. Look at that for everybody on YouTube. Aren't you guys happy that we don't have to do the restarts over there? I know I sure am. I'm sure happy that we don't have to do the restarts on YouTube. It is just a TikTok thing, unfortunately. Hello and welcome back in, everybody. Look at that. We've already done the restart. Hello, hello, hello. Thank you, everybody, so much for coming back. Yo, while we're doing the restart, everybody, spam W Justin down below in the comment section for the $50 over on PayPal. Justin, my man, thank you so much. Holy crap, bro. Thank you. Oh, shit. Let's go ahead and read Justin's message. Justin said, we just had to put our dog down, and I'm struggling to keep it together. That dog was my emotional support animal. People like you, D, make me realize people still care about life. Thank you so much for what you do. Love you so much, bro. Justin, I am so sorry, bro. Like, animals can mean more than humans sometimes, right? It's like losing a family member, Justin. I'm so sorry to hear that happened. You know, I don't even know what I'd do if I lost my kitty cat. So, rip doggy. I'm sorry that happened to you, Justin. I appreciate you for being here. Hopefully the stream can help take your mind off of things. Everybody, please make sure to show some love to Justin down below while we're hopping back into those debates. And once again, I am terribly sorry that happened to you, man. Thank you for the $50 donation as well. We all have your back, bro. We all have your back. We're going to go ahead and hop into those debates once more, though. Go ahead and hop in that queue if you support Trump, guys. And if you want to support me, you can find the Venmo and the PayPal and the link tree in the bio. Now, let's go to move on to the next guest right now. We got Chris loading up into the comments. We're going to go to get that next guest up in here. We got Samuel loading up. Hi, Knight. What's up? You MAGA?
Who's that?
Band. What is going on, Mr. Samuel? Are you MAGA?
Do you have tips for getting in the gym, please? I need tips, please.
Banned. Moving on to the next guest. Guys, you're going to get banned if you're not MAGA. Moving on to Jesus. Here we go, guys. Hello, Jesus. Are you MAGA?
Yes.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 23.
Very nice. Could you disconnect any and all Bluetooth devices that you might have connected to your phone?
Yeah, of course.
Also, I'm sorry. Is your name pronounced Jesus? I'm just now realizing that I probably mispronounced it.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay. Jesus, why do you support Trump?
Anyways, I support Trump because of his immigration policy.
Okay. Wow. What immigration policy specifically?
His mass deportation policy, remain in Mexico, and things of that nature.
Okay. Remain in Mexico. I'm so sorry. Could you repeat that?
Remain in Mexico, mass deportation, things like that.
Remain in Mexico, mass deportation, things like that. Well, we've kind of spent most of the day talking about immigration policy so far, so I don't know how far I want to take this conversation. But I got to ask you real quick. You sound familiar. Have you been up here before?
I have not.
Okay. All right.
I
Well,
just
so what's the
watched it live
most
2 hours
important to
ago.
you?
After the immigration, I'd say, I'm trying to think. I think that's one of my main reasons.
Mass deportation?
Yeah,
Okay. So why are you such a big fan of mass deportation? Let's hear it.
because I don't think that illegal immigrants should be able to come in here and take American jobs. And
Okay, how about this?
Yeah.
I have a better question. What is one positive material impact on this country or the people in it of mass deportation?
well, it brings
Oh,
well,
can't really name one?
ow. All right. So it brings jobs. It allows Americans to have jobs from that illegal immigrants take.
So you think it's going to create more jobs? Okay. Do we have more jobs in times of economic prosperity or economic downturns, like a recession?
Well, economic prosperity typically.
Okay, all right. Well, the Center on American Progress tells us that if we were to remove all undocumented immigrants tomorrow, our GDP would lose 1.1 trillion through 1.7 trillion per year, right? Indicating a massive economic downturn onset by removing 8.3 million of our laborers and 12 million of our consumers. It destabilize our industries, make them produce less and sell less, right? So obviously, that'd be economic devastation. So we're going to have less jobs. So your point arguing that we have more jobs if we did a mass deportation is not only false, but the opposite would be true. Right now, because the opposite is true, we'd have less jobs. Do you still support it?
Oh, I feel like that's do you have like a study to back this up?
Yeah, for sure. It's coming from the Center on American Progress.
I'm just looking that up real quick.
Go look up Center on American Progress, economic impact of mass deportation, specifically GDP reduction.
Okay, economic. Okay, so this may physically deporting this many unauthorized immigrants at $114 billion. Okay. Mass deportation of 11.3. That's assuming that there are 11.3 million. There could be fewer.
Oh wait, I'm
than
sorry.
that.
This is coming from the American Immigration Council. Look up American Immigration Council, mass deportation, devastating cost to America, its budget and economy. Not the American Center for Immigration. My bad.
Migration Council. All right.
Right. So basically, it concludes that we would expect a reduction of 4.2% to 6.8% in the U.S. GDP. However, because the study, I don't know, when was it? Oh, this was actually October 2024. I slightly took more conservative estimates, closer to 3.9% to 6.5%. But yeah, there you go.
You like the sound of my keyboard, Dean?
I do. So what's your rebuttal?
My rebuttal is that what is your solution to the immigration problem that we have?
Well, that's actually
Or
not a
undoc-
rebuttal. It's a new question. Right? Because remember, I asked you to name one positive material outcome of mass deportation. You said it creates more jobs. I've been demonstrated to you that no, it's not. That's not true. Our GDP would suffer significant losses, meaning that we'd actually lose jobs. You then asked me for my source. I gave it to you. You're now reading it. You see that I'm right, meaning that you've still yet failed to demonstrate one positive outcome materially of mass deportation. And in fact, we've now demonstrated that the opposite would be true of your original claim, that it would cause us to lose jobs, meaning that in all reality, this should change your mind.
Well, I mean, I could change my mind on mass deportation that like it's good for the economy, but I just don't see what. But like, I don't know what another policy for immigration would be because
Well,
I don't.
mass amnesty. It's where
Mass
you
amnesty.
offer undocumented immigrants a pathway to residency or citizenship and allow them to continue to
Oh.
stay in the country.
Oh, dude, that sounds like if they haven't committed a violent crime.
Yeah.
Dude, that sounds like way better than mass deportation. Why are we doing mass deportation?
Yeah, exactly.
Like okay. I definitely agree with mass amnesty then.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's kind of like a no-brainer. I don't know why it's not endorsed more like popular, why it's not more popular. But like think about it. So like a couple like downfalls that we see of undocumented immigrants are that one, they're less likely to pay taxes, and two, they garner lower wages. They're less likely to pay taxes because they literally can't claim benefits from our federal government and they can't file a tax return. And they're more likely to garner lower wages because they don't have residency or citizenship, meaning they have less bargaining power. We give them residency or citizenship, they have more bargaining power, they collect higher wages, and they're more likely to pay taxes.
Okay. Yeah, and they do pay tax. They pay like how many taxes do they pay? Can they go?
Yeah, $100 billion per year in taxes on the federal, state, and local level through like ITINs for their W-2s or like through like local and state sales tax, property tax, etc.
Okay. All right. So that's coming from IRS and wow. Okay. Well, I'll definitely look more into that mass amnesty. That's not just from what you said. If I like find it, do research and find that what you're saying is true, that's absolutely a way better policy than mass deportation.
Yeah, for sure, man. I actually appreciate you for being in good faith. One of the I typically put like Trump supporters into like one of three categories: ignorant, misinformed, or evil. You fall in the misinformed category, and I love people in the misinformed category because you guys can be critical thinkers, you guys can be intelligent, you guys even in some senses can be knowledgeable. But at the end of the day, it's just that you don't have access to some information which would change your mind, and it looks like I've given you access, so that's great, man.
All right. Yeah, I think I'll hop down now.
Yeah, you have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. You too.
All right, we're gonna move on to the next guest. Yeah, that third category is evil. That's where they're like not misinformed. That's where they're not ignorant, but they just like want fascism. I feel like that's a good breakdown. Misinformed, ignorant, or evil. What's going on, MAGA? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Which one are you? Misinformed, ignorant, or evil?
Not evil.
Okay, so misinformed or ignorant?
I don't like to be categorized, I feel like it's kind of wrong to categorize people,
Yeah, I'm just yanking your chain, buddy. Why the fuck does your name say MAGA 2028? Why?
So I could get picked to be in one of these debates, to be honest.
Okay.
I don't believe in the Trump 2028. I would never.
How old are you?
I am 25.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
So I support Donald Trump for a couple of reasons. One of it was some of the veteran bills that he's passed for like veteran.
Oh,
no, listen, yes.
Which ones? Which ones? What are your vet bills? Lay them on me.
Well, there's one where he signed back in May, which housed like I think 10,000 homeless veterans.
Wrong. It's 5,000, and it's not that it's already been done. It's that they want this to be done by 2028.
Yeah, it is going to be done by 2028 completely.
I think that the PACT Act was better. The bill that invested close to $1 billion into expanding via healthcare benefits and offered new benefits to over 1 million veterans that weren't covered before the bill passed. It's going to be more beneficial to American veterans than housing 5,000 homeless vets in the next 3 years.
Well, he also did. Okay, but so I also support a lot of the big, beautiful bill, not all of it, because I don't think you can blindly support anything 100%. But
what about when we make an evaluation overall? Overall, is the bill good or bad?
I think it's going to do more good than bad.
Okay,
so the cutting of Medicare for how many people is it?
10 million.
Like SNAP and all that.
Well, so Medicaid is 10 million. SNAP is 3 million.
So the SNAP thing, I think it's very, like, there's nothing really wrong with that because it's cutting it for people who are not working 80 hours a month, which in reality is not that hard to do.
No, that's for Medicaid. SNAP is cutting people off just because it's being defunded.
Yeah, okay, so I got it mixed up.
Yeah, SNAP already has a work requirement. So it's really bad.
Why is it really bad?
Because people that live in poverty without enough money to pay for food for either themselves or them and their children are now losing benefits to pay for that food for themselves or their children, meaning that either themselves will eat less and possibly starve, or and their children will eat less and possibly starve.
Because he's just cutting out the funding for it.
Yeah, more like starving low-income Americans is a bad thing, right?
It can be for sure.
I don't think it can be. I think it is. Like I can't really think of one scenario where it wouldn't be bad, right?
But I do agree with defunding. If you're not working 80 hours a week, like I
thought we already went over and how that was a confusion. The new introduction of work requirements is Medicaid.
For Medicaid.
I even disagree with that. Yeah, I think that's bad.
You disagree with that?
Yeah, because I think healthcare is an essential. I don't think that essential social services should have work requirements on them. Do you?
But that's just giving out free handouts. You know what I mean?
So you do think that essential social services should have a work requirement on them?
In terms of like medical and food, or
just in general?
Well, what are we basing the general off?
Any and all essential social services that are needed, right? Can we agree that people need healthcare?
People do need healthcare, but how do you go about
So
universal
it's a necessary social service. So do you think that necessary social services should have a work requirement on them?
Yes, because we all should be contributing to society to also reap the benefits of the country, in my personal opinion.
Other necessary social services include firemen, police officers, and public roadways. So
I hear
because you
that.
think that necessary social services should have work requirements on them, do you think that you should have to work at least 80 hours a month in order to call 911, get a fire truck to put out a fire, or to drive on our public roadways?
Most people work 80 hours a month. It's not that hard.
Okay, so that wasn't a yes or no.
I say yes, then yeah.
Okay, so remember when I first asked you when you came up here if you were ignorant, misinformed, or evil? Now you fall into the evil category because you're saying that homeless people shouldn't have access to cops. Now, crime amongst homeless people is going to go insane. Now you're saying now you're saying like mothers taking a couple months off after they give birth shouldn't be able to call the fire department. So if a fire starts in their baby's room, and now if a fire starts in their baby's crib, they shouldn't be able to call the firemen. Now you're saying anybody that doesn't work shouldn't be able to drive on public roadways. So now guess what? The unemployed dad that has finally gotten the nerve to go and fill out a job application can't hop in his car to drive down to get it done, right? All right, this is why necessary social services shouldn't have work requirements on them.
Okay, I hear you. That was arguing semantics at that point, though, but...
No, this isn't arguing semantics because remember, this all tracks back to you saying that you support the fact that 10 million low-income Americans are losing access to a social service, and which is life-saving, which is necessary. And then, we then bumped it up to the broader idea of, well, okay, so you think that necessary social programs should have work requirements on them. So then I mentioned the other necessary social programs like cops, firefighters, and roadways, and then I asked you if those should have work requirements on them, and then you said yes. And I was like, oh, shit, that makes you evil, and here's why.
No, but that's just a hypothetical because you can't be tracked in that service. Like, if you're calling 911 or like, do you work 80 hours a week? That's not going to happen. You know what I mean?
Now you're talking about pragmatic concerns. Sure, we could get it done.
Yeah.
Tolls on all roadways. But those tolls are just linking back to your license plate, looking at the registration and seeing if the reported owner has given, proof of employment. Same thing for calling the cops or firefighters. It would operate in the same way that Medicaid would operate. It's possible to do. Right? But like, even if it's not possible to do, you'd say that you would want it to be done if it was possible. And even that is like insane. And that is why you're wrong. Everybody here disagrees with you, right? Like, I mean, is there a single person watcher now that agrees with the idea that in order to drive on our roads or to call the police, that you should have to work 8 hours a month? No. Why? Because we all collectively can reason the fact that you shouldn't have a work requirement on necessary social programs. And if we could all agree that there shouldn't be work requirements on necessary social programs, and healthcare is necessary, and it's a social program for low-income Americans. Therefore, we shouldn't have a work requirement on that either.
Yeah, but that's not going to happen. That's arguing a hypothetical. But I hear you, man.
Well, it's deploying critical thought in order to reason the conclusion.
I'm going to retract my statement.
One second. It's employing critical thought in order to reason that your conclusion that Medicaid should have a work requirement on it is false, right? And now that we've reasoned the conclusion that Medicaid should not have a work requirement, this is all the more reason to disagree with the big, beautiful bill.
Medicare doesn't have a work requirement.
It's Medicaid.
Medicaid and SNAP does.
I said Medicaid. And if I said Medicare, I misspoke.
Yeah, my bad.
So now can you agree that the big, beautiful bill is overall bad because it's kicking 10 million people off of Medicaid unjustly?
Well, I know Congress can go against that, the limit of how much is going to be disposed for the funding.
That's not the question that I asked you.
I know, but that's the answer I'm giving you.
Okay, well, then you're answering a question that I didn't ask you, so you're deflecting.
I am deflecting.
So stop deflecting and answer the question. Can we agree that it's reasonable to assume that the cuts to Medicaid and new work requirements imposed on Medicaid through Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill, kicking 10 million people off and funding it by $900 billion is incredibly wrong?
I'm going to say yes and no.
Okay,
I think
there's
there's
no coming from?
I think as all Americans we shouldn't be given free handouts. But I'm not gonna go to listen. I know you're gonna think that's like crazy.
Well,
So
it's just that we've already disputed that claim. I've already proved that claim wrong and demonstrated to you how you don't actually think
free
that.
healthcare could work in America. I agree 100%. But no one's presented a possible way for that to happen. So, and there is a lot of I know a lot of people who don't work at all, sit on their ass, and give free handouts all the time. You know, they're just not working, and I think they're wasting government spending. I'm not saying Donald Trump's not wasting government spending. He's putting us in debt. I know that, but I think it is a waste. It creates a lazy culture. It creates a lazy society to get free handouts in that way.
Medicaid doesn't create a lazy society. I can tell you why. Are you ready?
It can though.
No, it doesn't.
First, to an extent,
I can tell
yes.
you why. I can tell you why it doesn't.
I'm all ears. I'm all for you.
Because Medicaid doesn't put a roof on your head. Medicaid doesn't put money in your bank account. Medicaid doesn't put food on your table. Medicaid doesn't give you a car to go to work. Medicaid doesn't reduce the amount of money that you pay in rent. Medicaid just simply allows you to show up to the hospital if you need it.
And SNAP?
SNAP has a work requirement on it. Remember that we're specifically and only talking about Medicaid? Because that was what had a work requirement imposed on it that you're now arguing is a good thing?
All right, I'm going to say you're right.
Okay, so now that you've conceded that the 10 million people being kicked off of Medicaid is wrong, why do you support the big, beautiful bill?
Well, that was my one reasoning, but now it's been disproven by you.
So okay, if that was like your big reason, and now you don't support Donald Trump's biggest policy yet, also happen to be the most expensive policy that's ever been passed through the American Congress. Kalani, thank you for the motorcycle. Then like, what reason would you have to support Trump? This would be a very damn compelling reason to not support Trump anymore. Dude, spending the most money that has ever been spent on a single bill to disenfranchise and harm low-income Americans, potentially killing them by denying them access to health care. Dude, really?
He's also spending on border control, which I don't really want to go into border control.
Okay.
Like the $46 billion to the border and the wall. He's, you know, that big old Alcatraz bed.
No, I mean, listen, even here, it's like a lot of people on the right like to argue that, oh, we need better border patrol and better border security to keep Americans safe. Bro, healthcare is going to keep more Americans safe than a fucking wall.
Healthcare would keep more Americans safe too, but there hasn't been any politician that has petitioned free healthcare for all that's worked out.
Well, we're not even talking about universal healthcare. We're specifically talking about Medicaid for low-income Americans because that was what was impacted on the big, beautiful bill.
So it was helping before, and now it's being taken away. So what's actually going to happen? Just people losing the right to go to the hospital and losing food for their family?
Yeah, so what's actually going to happen is A, 10 to 17 million people are going to completely lose coverage over the next 10 years. B, around 2 million people per year are going to be denied coverage when applying. And C, everybody else that still has coverage are expecting their premiums to increase by around 75%, which will cause D, rural areas that highly are reliant on funding from Medicaid in order to stay in business to shut down. There's around 300 rural hospitals that are now at risk for closure because the new provisions passed through the big, beautiful bill, which will E, cause a lot of people to unnecessarily die or not have clear and clean access to preventative treatment to extend their life or to possibly prevent a necessary ailment that could immediately kill them before it kills them, right? And then also on the food side, yeah. I mean, you defund SNAP benefits by $156 billion. People don't eat. People starve, right? You know, like we see when people have more money to spend on food, poverty goes down, employment goes up, happiness goes up, and quality of life goes up, right? I mean, when the Biden-Harris administration passed their nearly 2x increase on the child tax credit, we saw that childhood poverty went down by 40%. Now imagine what's going to happen to childhood poverty in general, when we're taking away the money away from people that they spend on food.
When was that passed? And did that get taken down, or is that still in play?
It's still in play.
Okay, that's good. So is that not going to contradict and go against the big, beautiful bill? Is it not going to, you know, insert itself, offset it? Yeah.
Well, the thing is it is offsetting some of the harm, but
Okay.
it would still be in effect if the big, beautiful bill was never passed. So in like in a real sense, there'd still be significantly less harm if the big, beautiful bill never passed.
Okay. So I also support him for some of the peace deals that he's been making. I know that sounds crazy, but like the Abrahamic Accords.
That was not a peace deal. That's one of the motivating factors that led to Israel's ethnic cleansing of Palestine, because it didn't clearly define or include Palestine as their own state, which has greenlit Israel to ethnically cleanse the Palestinians, forcefully starve the Palestinians, bomb their schools, violate international law, and now to pass policy through their government to occupy and claim the rest of the Gaza Strip. Once again, this all has some relation all the way back to the Abraham Accords, intentionally excluding Palestine.
Well, isn't he going against right now Benjamin Netanyahu? And
is he going against him? No.
Trying to aid the people in Palestine. I mean, he's been saying it.
Yeah, I think he went on TV once and said, "Oh, they're getting starved." Okay, right. So then
Yeah,
stop
he's
sending
saying-
Israel billions of dollars of weapons.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that AIPAC is in everyone's pocket. And
Right.
DC. What do you mean, right?
Oh, you're right. No, you're literally right. The fact that AIPAC has such a grave influence over our congressmen and women and over a president who's received upwards of $230 million from them demonstrates that at the end of the day, he's not going against them.
Yeah. So what about the Lincoln-Riley Act?
Bad. Terrible. If I was president, would have vetoed it.
You would have vetoed it?
Yeah, I think it's a terrible, atrocious bill. I hate it.
Well, I believe in... So I've traveled a lot over the world. Been to many countries, spent many months in many different countries, and I've seen the effects of open borders versus closed borders.
Well, before we move on, can we talk about the Lincoln-Riley Act?
Yeah, go ahead.
The Lincoln-Riley bill allows our government to deport undocumented immigrants on the basis of an accusation or arrest of a violent crime.
Yeah, so I could call ICE and be like, hey, this guy's an illegal immigrant, and they'll just come arrest him.
No, I'm saying that it allows for them to be deported if they're accused of a violent crime. We shouldn't allow that.
Why is that?
So they
Just
could go
curious.
through our criminal justice system and be found guilty. When we deport them on
If
the
they're
basis of
not-
an arrest or an accusation of a violent crime, they don't wind up in like a jail cell in their home country. They end up getting to roam free on their streets because they were never found guilty in America. That's basically ensuring that there's going to be more women just like Lincoln-Riley in other countries because we're letting potential rapists, potential murderers, potential kidnappers roam free in the streets elsewhere.
Like in different countries.
Right, yeah. The Lincoln-Riley bill just ensures that there will be a Lincoln-Riley bill just ensures that there's going to be more young women like Lincoln-Riley elsewhere. Mm-hmm.
How?
Because it's letting potential rapists, murderers, and kidnappers roam free in the streets of other countries. So
they're just kicking them out of America, but not sending them to a jail or anything.
Yeah, I think that they should either be housed in an American jail or at the bare minimum deported after they're found guilty of a crime and put in the jail cell of the criminal justice system in another country.
Oh, but those systems are even more corrupt than ours.
So then let's put them in a jail cell here.
Yeah. So they should go through the standard system that us Americans go through. Even though, is it harder to do as an illegal, or can it happen the same way?
It can happen the same way.
Okay, without any document. I mean, I'm sure it can.
Right.
But so open borders, right? I mean, obviously we don't have an open border. We do have a border. But so I don't agree in mass deportations. I've heard all the arguments. Yes, it will affect our economy greatly. But it shouldn't be an encouragement either.
Okay, I don't even know what you just said.
Agree.
Feel free to repeat that, but real quick, Caitlin, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Appreciate you for that. Love, Caitlin. Caitlin says, last night I found Parker's live for the first time, and today's the first time I'm joining yours. It has made a rough day a lot better. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Caitlin. As well as Chelsea with the $5. And then Amy with a 10. Amy says, I love watching you destroy every argument of the Trump supporters. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Amy. And then Kaylee, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Let's show some love to Kaylee down below. Thank you so much. That is Kaylee. Kaylee says, I watch your debates every day, and you help me be able to debate my parents. I wish they would watch you and join your lives. Don't stop being you. Love you, Dean. I love you too, Kaylee. That is so kind of you. Seriously, thank you. Thank you so much. As well as, let's see here. Christia, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. Go for it. Actually, do you mind if I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Do you care about children?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. All right. Do you support predators?
No. I'm not going down this stupid argument right now.
Would you ever support a predator as president?
No.
Even if it was Trump?
Everyone knows about, you're going to bring up how he said he wanted to date this 10-year-old daughter. You're going to bring up how he walked in on Miss America's locker room. He used to wash them change. Yes, I've heard it all.
Okay.
It's
So
bad.
those things makes him a predator, and you already know these things. And you
Yes.
support him as president. So what do you mean when you say I
Well,
don't
these
support
things-
predators? If you support a
these-
predator, as the
these
most powerful
things-
man in the world.
These things came out. Well, I heard about these things after I voted for him.
Okay, but,
Right?
but you still have the chance to revoke your support from him, and you haven't.
I think as an American, you want whoever is in charge to do the best and show support as an American. So I supported Biden. I would have
That's not
supported
smart.
Kamala.
No. You shouldn't
No,
just
because you
basically
want them
support
to-
those in power. You should be the most critical of those in power. The more power somebody has, the more critical of them you should be, not less critical. I don't know why people get that backwards.
Too. But if everyone turned their back, there would be a civil war.
If everybody
There'd be-
turned their back on Trump, then he'd feel significantly less emboldened to continue down the path that he is, meaning that he likely change the path that he's on and start trying to do good by the American people for their adornment, right? So actually,
Listen,
just
I'm-
described what I
I'm
want
in
everybody to
review.
do. I want everybody to turn their back on Trump literally right now. So he'll seek the adornment of individuals by looking at what their priorities are and what they want to be done in the country. And if we all significantly turn our backs on what he's already doing and turn our faces towards a better plan, maybe he will assume it and actually do something good for the country. We should all turn our backs on Trump, yeah.
Do you think he's ever done one good thing for the country?
Princess,
Just
thank you for
curious.
the $10 over on Venmo saying support. Thank you for the support, Princess. Show some love to Princess Miko down below. Thank you for the $10. And yeah, I don't see the relevance of that though.
I was just curious. It's not relevant.
Is there anything else that you want to go over today, man, before I move on to the next guest?
Dude, so many things.
Unfortunately, I'm going to go to move on to the next guest right now. Have a good rest of your day, man. I'm sorry, bro. Let's go to get that next guest up in here, guys. If you happen to be watching, make sure that you're double tapping on that phone screen to check out this live with a handful of friends.
Oh my god!
Band, moving on. Here we go, everybody. We got left-handed hammer loaded up in. What's up, man? You support Trump?
You nigger.
Whoa, goodbye. Moving on to the next guest. Everyone just give us a minute to get Mark Davidson loaded up in the box. If you happen to be one of the 10K people watching on TikTok, make sure they were double tapping on that phone screen or sharing out this live. If you want to...
You little nigger faggot
Oh,
fuck.
Jesus
Fuck you.
Christ. Moving on. Everyone just give us a minute. We got that next guest loaded up into the box. Everyone just do be patient here so we can get that next guest loaded in. What's up? Do you support Trump?
I'm so sorry. I did not mean
No
to
worries.
get it.
Moving on to the next guest. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up in here right now.
Hello?
Welcome in. Are you MAGA?
Yes.
Okay, and how old are you?
25.
Great. Casey, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Let's see what Casey said real quick. Casey said, the work you do is invaluable for those of us in red states who are surrounded by MAGA. I listen every day. Now I can have more productive convos with conservative family members and friends. Thanks. Thank you, Casey. As well as Laura. Thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo as well. Thank you. Now go ahead and take it away. What is your name?
Ashley.
Ashley. Why the hell do you support the worst president of your life?
Because I think there is a huge problem in this country, and that's that there isn't enough leftists on Love Island. Dean, please go on Love Island. We need more leftists, please.
Band. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go. Everyone just give us a minute. Terrible. Moving on to leaks. Here we go, guys. Welcome. Do you support Trump?
Yo, yeah, I support Trump, bro.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
And what year were you born in?
2000. Ah, nigger.
Okay, moving on. Here we go, guys. Everyone just give us a minute. Go ahead and hop in that queue if you support Trump, y'all. We're going to get you up here. It looks like more Trump supporters want to come up here and scream the N-word than they do in a debate. If you guys ever want to know who MAGA really is, well, now you do know, right? It's an absence of reason, critical thought, reason or logic, right? That's what MAGA is. They are ran off of hate. They are ran off of division. They are ran off of racism. They are ran off of bigotry, and they are ran off of the oppression and systemic condemning of others. Right? They surround themselves based upon that emboldened hatred. Right? And this should be clear to everybody. There's more people that have joined so far in the stream that have wanted to come up here and scream the N-word than those that have wanted to come up here and debate. So I think that this should make MAGA incredibly unattractive to anybody with a heart, anybody with a brain. And for anybody that is still a Trump supporter and you don't want to, be racist, you don't want to associate yourself with people that would rather scream the N-word than give an argument, then reconsider your support as a part of the movement. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Like, I really hope that everybody truly understands, how reprehensible that is, and the light that truly, or the shadow that would cast on MAGA as a movement. And ask yourself, why don't you hear liberals joining Republicans' debate lives and not giving an argument and just screaming the N-word, right? Moving on to the next guest, Todd Bell. Here we go. Julia, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for that, love, Julia. You were awesome. All right, guys, go to put a MAGA with your age down below in that chat if you do want to join up and have a conversation with me. Go to put a MAGA with your age down below in that chat if you do want to join up and have a conversation with me. What's up? Do you support Trump?
I do.
Sorry, man. You spoke after I already removed you. Feel free to hop back in that queue. We're gonna try to get that next guest up in here. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Okay, Brian, you've already been up here like a billion times. Please stop requesting. You've been up here so much that I remember you by your name, profile picture, and voice. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded in right now. We got Lucas loaded up into the live. Nana, thank you for the night star. Once again, if you're watching, you're like, hey, I like what Dean does. I like these streams, and you want to support me. You want to support the streams. You want to support the studio. You can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my BIO, y'all. Get 100% of those proceeds. They go straight to me, and I get a notification on my phone with your name, the amount, and any and all attached messages, and I can thank you right here on live. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Lucas?
Yes, I do.
And how old are you?
I'm 17.
Okay, well, get out of here, buddy. You got to be at least 18. Once again, we're going to go ahead and go over those rules again. First rule is you got to be at least 18 plus. Second rule is you got to be an American citizen. And third rule is you got to support Trump. Right now, we have over 11,000 people in our TikTok live stream, and we cannot find a single person that truly supports Trump. And I view that as a big issue. I mean, it's crazy that we can have so many people and no MAGA. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No.
Okay, goodbye. Jack, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal, saying sending big love from across the pond. Yo, sending big love back to you over there in Europe. Appreciate you for that love, Jack. What's up, Blake? You support Trump?
I'm a minor. I can't be on here.
Okay, moving on to the next guest. We got Ava loaded up in, guys. Go ahead and put a MAGA with your age down below in that chat if you do just want to go ahead and skip that line and come right up on
Dude,
here.
you're so fine.
All right, bye, Ava. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. Hello.
Hi, how old are you?
I am 18.
You're 18. What year are you born in?
07.
07. Why the fuck do you support the worst president of your life?
Honestly, mostly just for the immigration thing.
Okay, we've been talking about immigration for the last hour and a half. I do apologize. We're gonna have to talk about
apologize for that, yes. I'm gonna be honest, I'm mostly on the misinformed side.
Okay. Well, then I think it's going to be well worth it to you just to hang out and watch live compared to being debating on it. That would be my main recommendation to you, man. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Let's go and get that next guest loaded in. What's going on, Ty? Do you support Trump? Oh, Ty's not even loaded in. Ty left. Moving on. We're going to go to get that next guest up here. Not Blake, though, because Blake's a minor. Moving on to the next guest. We got Miles loading up into the box right now. Guys, go to put a MAGA with your age down below in the chat if you do want to join. We'll happily get you pulled up here for a debate. Right now, we're just looking for a Trump supporter. What's up, Miles? You MAGA?
No, fuck Trump.
All right, moving on to the next guest. We got Carlo loading up, guys. Once again, go ahead and put a MAGA down below in that chat if you do want to join. What's going on, Carlo? Do you support Trump?
YOLO.
What's up?
I got
MAGA?
a question.
Are you MAGA?
I'm from Germany, so I don't have much.
Follow the rules then. Got to be at least 18, American MAGA. Welcome in Mason and Edwin. It looks like they're still loading in here. Just give them a second. What's up, Mason? Do you support Trump?
Hey, I just wanted to ask.
I'm going to take that as a no, man. Moving on. We got Ben loading up. Ellie, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. I appreciate you for that love, Ellie. You are awesome. You are awesome. What's up, Ben? You support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, how old are you?
18.
18. What year were you born in?
07.
07. What month?
April.
April, May, June, July. Ooh, okay, fine. Why do you support Trump?
Because he's done a lot.
Okay, Ben just left.
No, I didn't leave. I'm here.
Okay, if you leave the app, I can't hear you.
Oh, I was just getting I have a whole list of things I wanted to say.
Okay, so why do you support him?
He's really just here. Let me pull up my list.
Okay. Well, when you're looking at your list, I can't hear you.
No, I have it on my MacBook.
Okay. All right. In the meantime, everybody, go ahead and drop a couple likes on that screen. If you're watching over on YouTube, drop a like on this stream. Y'all already know. Oh man. Oh, I'll go and repeat this. Does anybody in here watch the I've Had It podcast?
All right. It's really the border and stuff. I like that he's like closed the border because like the illegal immigrants have brought in drugs and fentanyl into our country and killed a lot of people.
Well, you just got a big L because you can't even say the names of Dear UGS on TikTok Live. Sucks to suck, Ben. If you happen to have a second account, feel free to request up on it because I'd love to have that conversation with you. But just because you said the names of the Dear UGS, I'm going to kick you. And that's unfortunate because you're like the only Trump supporter that's down to debate. What's going on, K11? Do you support Trump?
Nah, I just want to say what's up, but kick me out.
Ban! Appreciate you for the love, though, man. Moving on. Here we go. Yeah, it's a really unknown, obscure TikTok terms of service rule that you can't say the names of any DRUGS. It really sucks. It makes these conversations hard sometimes. What's going on, Alpha Phoenix? Thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat. Yo, let's go, dude. Phoenix says, you know something I just realized is every single left-wing creator is in a relationship while every single right-wing creator is single. I think that says something. You know what? That's a good point. I was thinking about this earlier. All like the trad dudes, like Andrew Tate, Myron Gaines, etc., are fucking single. Yeah, what's going on? Do you support Trump, Taco Cat?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
42.
Dude, you really shouldn't support Trump. He is the worst president of your 42 years of life. He sucks. Shelby, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Shelby says, thank you for what you do. Dean, me as a lesbian, thank you even more to being an ally and standing up for my community. Have a coffee on me. You know what, Shelby? I appreciate the hell out of you. I'm going to use that money to buy a coffee. You are awesome. Now take it away, Mr. Taco Cat. Why do you support fascist Don?
Yeah, I guess it was really more just, he wasn't a politician when he started running and just started saying some really amazing stuff. We just watched him kind of dismantle everything that was controlled at one point, as every president has been paid, through some sort of, APAC program or something. And
Like
he
him?
seemed to be the only one that wasn't going to take, his own presidential money. But
How much was Kamala Harris been paid by APAC, and how much has Trump been paid by APAC?
you have the facts more than me.
Kamala
This
Harris
is your-
5 mil, Trump 230 mil.
Okay. Like his first term?
This is like right now.
Oh, I mean the first term.
Oh, what is a question over
Of
my
course,
head
he'll take money now. The first term, he was showing us who
what
he
does the
was.
prompt over my head say?
Oh, how do you still support Trump?
Keyword still.
Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, we support him just from everything we're seeing. The biggest question is the biggest names for your party have left you guys dry. Kamala said she's not running. She's going to write a book. Good luck, everyone. Michelle Obama said she's not running. She ain't a politician. No one is speaking up for your people. And the one people that you are proclaiming to be your top political, like Crockett, when it should be people like James Tallarico, who's the best voice for your damn party, but yet your party screams, it should be the other person. I don't think he gets enough support as he should. I think he's the best voice for your party right now.
So first and foremost, Kamala Harris said that she wasn't running for the governor's seat of California. And second of all, not the presidency. Second of all, I do think that we see some like really outstanding voices on the left right now. A good example would be Newsom. There's a lot about Newsom that I disagree with. There's a lot about him that I disagree with. But dude is like really standing up. For the
No,
left
he's
right
a
now.
killer. Yeah, he's a killer debater.
He's been absolutely killing it recently.
He is a killer
But
debater.
This is completely besides the point. Are you basically telling
No,
us?
I'd like to look into the high-speed rail of Gavin Newsom and the amount of money.
Are you basically just telling us that you support a fascist as president because you don't think?
Are you supporting someone who spent $150 billion on a high-speed rail that never got built? What do we call that?
I told you that right now Newsom seems to be standing up for the left when compared to other voices on the left, specifically to Trump, as well as I told you that there's a lot about Newsom that I'm not personally a big fan of, and I wish it was the case that you
Like
try to
the
stay on
money
topic
and
and
the
tell us why
fires
you
and the
support
big
Donald Trump as
stuff.
president.
Yeah, well, I support him because he is doing the greatest cleansing of this country you've ever seen in your life.
Okay.
And that anxiety
what do you
pit
mean?
will never be enough for you for what we are going to do. And I know that we're scared that 45% of our undocumented people are in our cultivation and our construction zones. But when we can start making these AI programs to do their jobs, they will not have any purpose for our country anymore. They will not assimilate into our country, and it's time to go.
So when you say cleansing, are you talking about mass deportation?
A lot.
Okay.
Education.
So, yeah, like cleansing.
everything.
Cleansing is like genocidal rhetoric.
Nah, I don't like that word. Cleansing means like washing of the dirt of the problem of the country.
The problem of the country is undocumented immigrants.
Undocumented means you stood in line for
Really?
documentation.
Really? Hey, my friend. I'm gonna
Is this
go
where you
ahead.
boot me? Because you can't handle real debates, man.
No,
You-
Taco,
this
I'm
is
not
where
going to
we
boot you at
bounce.
all. I'm going to respond
Okay,
to what
good.
you
Let's
said.
stay here.
So I think it's
Let's
funny.
stay here.
So I think it's funny how you're positioning undocumented immigrants as the problem of the country. Let's go ahead and take a look at a couple facts. Undocumented immigrants commit 1% of all violent crimes in this country. Men commit 90. Whatever reason you take issue with the 1%, not with a 90. Moving on. Undocumented immigrants are more likely to participate and work in the American labor force compared to citizens. I guess the dirt are those who are more willing to participate and willing to innovate and push our country forward. Undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes when compared to natural U.S.-born citizens. The problem are those that are safer in our community. communities. Undocumented immigrants are less likely to have money spent on them by our government through social services because they literally don't qualify for Medicaid, Medicare,
All right.
Social Security,
gave-
Section 8, federal food stamps, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I guess the problem are those that are paying $100 billion per year in taxes, but reap very to little to no benefits based upon the money that they pay. Undocumented immigrants are here to create a better life for themselves and for their family and for their children.
And for
their
Americans.
Undocumented immigrants are business owners. Undocumented immigrants are the laborers that build and innovate and produce. Undocumented
Hey, are we
immigrants
ranting or
are those
debating?
that supply and pay $1.1 through $1.7 trillion into the American GDP per year. But guess what, folks? They're the problem
How
of
do
the
I debate
country.
a rant?
Guess what, folks? They're the dirt on the bottom of your shoe because they committed a misdemeanor. Sir, if you think a single misdemeanor makes somebody the
muted.
dirt or the problem of this country, but then all of a sudden you think a man that is boasted about perving on kids, a man that has been found guilty of 34 felonies, a man that's been held civilly liable for rape, a man that has violated our Constitution, a man that has no respect for the rule of law, that tried to rig the outcome of a presidential election and called for the termination of the backbone of this country, the Constitution once again, is the best thing since sliced bread. I'm just going to say it. You're likely a fucking racist.
There it is. All right, I appreciate your rant. Let's break it down a little bit. I let you rant. Give me 20 seconds here on that. So absolutely, you want to go ahead and say that they commit less crimes. Of course they do, because if they commit crimes, we're going to deport them. So already there's a fear to not commit crimes. Number two, Mexico is flooded with CTELs like you wouldn't believe. Imagine you're a family over there and they come in with their pew-pews and they say, you're going to go to America, you're going to do what we say, or your family here is done. You don't think that happens in masses amount. So we don't know who's over here with what intentions. We can't determine how they're here. You sat there and said, they come over here and they give all this money and they don't get the taxes. So you're cool, Dean, with them coming over here and working like slaves and not being a part of America while you part your hair like a female. And we're saying here that this is not cool, man. We do not like that even if they're here, they're being treated like slaves. They're not a part of our system. The money that they do get, they send back to their families. So that doesn't even go back into our country. And the tax money that we're sitting here fighting for is our one debate of why we should let them stay, because it helps America that we make them bust their ass. And don't worry, we're going to get AI programs to do their jobs. We know that picking, stuff in farms and cultivations are hard. So we're working on AI robots to do that as fast as we can. When they are not available, when their jobs are not available anymore, they will not assimilate into our country. That's why we're doing a cleansing. I don't know what you're Googling, but I know you're going to town.
No, I'm just writing down everything that you said. Let me make sure that I get it right. First point, you attempted to rebuttal something that I said by saying that they're more likely to send money home. Right? That was one of your points?
Yeah, they send money back to their families.
Very great. Another point that you made is that they're sent by cartels?
Yes, CTELs run a lot of Mexico.
Right. Another point that you made was treated like slaves in the labor market?
Correct. We don't put them into they don't get as many benefits as Americans.
Okay.
They get paid under the table, et cetera, et cetera.
Your fourth point was that they bust their asses?
Yeah, they do harder jobs than Americans will do, and we pay them less than.
Okay, harder workers. Your sixth point was that I part my hair like a female?
Yeah, like a lady between the top, like a hockey player lady. Yeah.
Okay, so I just want to clarify, making sure that you look good is something that only women do?
It's okay, man. Let's go ahead.
No, I'm just curious. Are you saying that men don't take care of themselves?
No, I think men don't care so much.
So then why is it like a woman thing to take care of myself?
I think vanity is a sin.
You think that vanity is a sin, but then you put a rapist in the Oval Office. Shut your bitch ass up.
If we want to talk Eugene Carroll.
Okay, then your seventh point was that they don't or won't.
Am I being
assimilate.
muted by your minions?
Well, I'm still kind of going through the points here. So now that we've gone through those points, let's go ahead and go over them. So your first point that you made was that they're more willing to send money home. Okay, right? There's actually no evidence to indicate that they're more likely to send more money home.
Is there any evidence of it not?
Than legal immigrants? So if your statement is that you don't think that they should be allowed to stay in the country because of the money that they spend out of the economy, well, then you just argue that you don't think we should have illegal immigration either. Gotcha. Second point, saying that they were sent by the CTELs, so we don't know their true intentions here. Well, I thought that you agreed that they're less likely to commit crimes. Your
Doesn't
third and
mean they're
fifth,
not being told.
your third and your fourth point were that they're treated like slaves in the labor market and they bust their asses and they're hard workers. So I'm going to go ahead and give you two responses to this. The first response would be that there are still labor laws that apply to undocumented immigrants. In fact, under the second section of the 14th Amendment, they are guaranteed equal protections, which would include equal protections inside of the labor market, meaning that at minimum, legally speaking, they have to be paid minimum wage. So you're basically saying that minimum wage is slave wage. Can I tell you who's fought the hardest against increasing the minimum wage federally? The GOP, MAGA, Trump. Even Donald Trump's cabinet testified in Congress to the idea that they do not want to raise the minimum wage. Does this mean that the Trump administration wants slavery? Second point, they are more likely to get paid less on average because they have less bargaining power to hold against their employer, right? Because it is a case that they're not a resident or citizen and they could be exploited, threatened deportation, etc. They also don't have like long-term survivability in the market. All of this would amount to less bargaining power. So maybe what we should do is offer them a pathway to residency or citizenship so they can continue to work and garner higher wages since they'll have more bargaining power. But of course you wouldn't support that. So that would be a self-evident contradiction. Seventh point, saying that I part my hair like a female. Already went over that. I mean, it reduced down to you basically saying that men don't take care of themselves. Fuck you. And then your seventh point was saying that they don't assimilate. Oh, okay. So, I mean, we've already went over like the facts about undocumented immigrants. They work harder and they commit less crimes. Are you saying that they won't assimilate into a culture of more lazy people that are more violent?
I don't know, dude. Your moderators are muting me like hotcakes. So I don't know when I can talk, Dean. You let me know when my North Korean mouth can talk here on your land.
Yeah, feel free.
Can I? Thank you. I mean, you see what's happening here. We're setting our soldiers in the hottest spots of immigration areas that they come over, you know, in the middle of nowhere, you know, on our borders. So we are militarizing our zones here. We're done with this. And listen, Dean, you might be some of the last voices for this movement, some of the most level-headed voices for your movement. But it's a dying movement, my friend. And the numbers will speak for themselves at the end of the day. We don't want trans ideology in our country. We don't want it in our schools. We don't want the amount of disruption we've seen in our country. And, you know, we can talk that, you know, here's the biggest part on your party. You guys aim at Donald Trump and everything bad about him, but we can aim at your entire movement. And we don't have to aim at Biden or Kamala. It's all of it. It's always, we want open borders, trans rights. You know, we want all of that stuff. And we're just not playing that game anymore. Why are you typing? I'm sure all of your things are recorded. What year is this?
Yeah, I'm writing down everything that you say so I could respond to it.
Okay. I appreciate that.
Okay. So yeah, so you just brought up the fact that Republicans are militarizing the border and that I'm a part of a dying movement, that you don't want trans ideas in school nor disruption in the country, and that Dems aim at Trump, but Republicans can aim at open borders and trans rights. So please go ahead and tell me which one of those points responded to a single refutation of your original 7 points that I granted. See, you're doing what I call the weave. It's what Trump does. It's where you try to make an argument that Donald Trump is a good president. You bring up a bunch of points. I prove every single one of them wrong. You ignore it, so then you just start like yapping about how trans people suck. It literally happens every single day, all of the fucking time. I want you to actually grow a spine, have a backbone, be a man, as you like to say, not a little boy, and go ahead and sit down, buckle up, and respond to my counter arguments. But don't worry, I know that you have the short-term memory of a goldfish. I'll repeat them. Once again, your first position was that undocumented immigrants are more likely to send money home. There's no evidence to indicate that they're more likely than legal immigrants, and you support legal immigration, so this is not sufficient reason to support mass deportation. Second point is that they're sent by CTELs. Okay, the refutation to that is that still yet they're 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes, so obviously this is going to be nothing more than a rhetorical talking point. And honestly, most people sent into this country to do nefarious things by CTELs, like the traffic, DRUGS, etc., are citizens because they could get across the border easier. Your third point was that undocumented immigrants are treated like slaves in the labor market and that they bust their asses and they're hard workers. First about the slave point, as I already went over under the 14th Amendment, undocumented immigrants are entitled to equal protections, including equal protections in the labor market, which means legally speaking, they have to be paid minimum wage. So you're saying that minimum wage is slave wage. Well, Trump's cabinet testified in the Senate that they don't want to increase increase the minimum wage, which means that you think the Trump administration supports slavery. Second point, they
think they
do
get
get
paid
paid.
under the table,
They do get
Dean.
paid less on average because it is the case that they have less bargaining power. You could give them more bargaining power by making them residents or citizens, but you don't support that, so that's a contradiction. Your
Definitely
fifth
don't
point was
support
saying
that.
that I part my hair like a female. Once again, just reducing down to the fact that you think that men are not clean, men don't take care of themselves, men are dirty,
Why are
probably
we
just a
repeating the
reflection of the
whole
mirror.
debate twice?
And then your seventh point was that undocumented immigrants won't assimilate into America. Well, we already know that they're less likely to commit crimes and more likely to work harder. So you're saying that you don't like them because they're not likely to be lazy or violent? So anyways, those are the points that you brought up that I refuted that I want you to respond to. It's not too insane for me to ask you to try to refute my counter arguments of your baseless, hypocritical, low IQ positions.
All right, I unmuted. I just want to make sure I'm cool because it's crazy. Yeah, I mean, you went over your own talking points, Dean. That's all you did. All you did was defend it on your own feet, and you didn't put anything. You didn't slam any nail into. You can just talk to me, buddy, for a second. I know you want to type, but we'll hit those points right in a minute. So obviously, you were just standing on your own feet, Dean. I'm standing on mine. You can yell an amendment to me all you want, but we're still going to stand on our own feet here and say our own debate points. So once again, I wasn't pivoting. I wasn't trying. I was just continuing the debate. The debate still continues that we're watching our country do the first civil political war ever. You're watching our parents of our country fight it out. You're watching them gerrymander, walk out of these rooms, and it's going to go full on across the country. Dean, the question you have to ask yourself is who's going to win the gerrymandering war? If we all went full political war, who would win?
Great. So you literally did the same exact thing again. We already brought up the 7 points that you made that I debunked.
I'm not going over the 7 points again.
In fact, I debunked them twice. The first time I debunked them, instead of responding to any of my simple refutations, you brought up how I'm a part of a dying movement and Republicans can aim at Democrats in response to my refutations of your 7 points. So then once you were done and I brought up your original 7 points again and I refuted them for the second time, you also this time didn't give a single refutation to anything that I said. Instead, this time you said that I was going over my talking points and that I'm on my feet and you're on your feet and I can tell you a constitutional amendment, but we're watching the first civil war and who's going to win? Okay, so listen, you've lost. You've lost the debate, man. You've lost the debate to a 20-year-old. How is it that you in your 44 years of life can lose a political debate to a fucking 20-year-old kid?
Not being allowed.
No, please tell me how. Please tell me how. Why is it so simple for me to be able to debunk everything that you say? Why is it so simple? I can tell you why. It's because it's baseless. It's because there's a lack of substance. It's because you don't operate off of reason and fact. It's because you're emotional. It's because you drive your beliefs with your emotions and ego. Okay? Your emotions and ego are the problem. Humble yourself. Seek truth. Stop getting fucked up in political debates by 20-year-olds.
Thank you. I'll head out of here in a second, Dean. I do appreciate your time. You are a good debater. Like I said, I think you're a good voice for this side. I think it's a dying movement. And I think that you've debated some really top names. I think Charlie Kirk at one time. I don't know. So you're a great movement for the voice, man. I think it's a dying movement personally. I think that we are watching just your side crash out. You say we're the emotional ones, but we don't feel emotional. We feel very analytical about this. We've watched we gave your side a chance to be emotional and go into our schools and tell little boys they're girls.
Is that you in your profile picture?
No, I can't talk about what that is.
No, that's Adam Johnson. I don't know who that is. Is that you?
That's not me.
It's okay. Why do you have a picture of a violent rioter that infiltrated the Capitol and carried Pelosi's podium around and then got sentenced to jail?
It's the funniest
while you're
picture
trying
I've
to tell
ever
me that
seen
you're
in my
not
life,
an emotional
Dean.
creature.
Every time I look at the picture, Dean, I start cracking up. It is the funniest picture.
Oh, but earlier you're telling me that we need to cleanse the country of people that commit misdemeanors, but then you have a picture of a felon as your profile picture. Hypocrite. Fucking hypocrite.
I have a picture of a guy who obviously could walk into a building
Hypocrite.
and easily pick something up and wave at a camera and smile.
Yeah,
on what you
yeah,
guys
yeah,
call
yeah. Big time
the most
hypocrite.
dangerous
We need
day
to
in America.
cleanse. We need to cleanse our country of people that committed misdemeanors. But then I'm gonna make a felon my profile
guys-
picture and a rapist my
Don't
president.
crash out too much, Dean. Don't cross out.
No, no, just explain it to me. Is your belief in a nutshell that we need to cleanse our people
Tell
that
your
can
minion to quit muting me.
Well, shut up. Is your belief in a nutshell that we need to cleanse our country, people that commit misdemeanors, but make felons our profile pictures and rapists our president? Is that it in a nutshell? Am I right or am I wrong?
Yeah, I think you're right there. Absolutely.
You fucking hypocrite. Real quick. Yo, Finnick, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super
here comes
Chat.
the commercials.
Finnick says, first time donor, I'm definitely investing in this dead movement. Let's go, Finnick. Thank you for the 20. Amber with the 10 saying, guest is angry about Dean's looks because he's in his 40s, single because women don't want a bitter man, a child that hates quote unquote females with a receding hairline. Thank you for the dove. Dory, thank you for the 10 as well, saying this is for you being a pretty princess for parting the hair. Let's go, Dory. Hell yeah, pretty princess. Dean, hell yes. As well as Melanie, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. Thank you for the love, Melanie. Kylie with a 14, Alexis with a 5, and Joy with a 5. Show some love to all of our donors down below in that chat. As well as I'd like to thank Christy for the $20 over on Venmo, saying feel free to read this. Here's some money for self-care. Nothing wrong with that. Also, this man is racist and empathy will never die. I appreciate you for the love, Christy. Garrett with the $15 in Venmo, saying fuck this NAZI. Thank you for the $15, Garrett. Cassie with the $20 saying the fact that no MAGA can handle note-taking. Why are they always so concerned about your notes? Happy early birthday. Have a drink from me. I will definitely be enjoying that on the first, Cassie. You are awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Avis with a $1 and Sammy with the 10. Just want to say, Totes not surprised this guy said females as an insult. Yeah. Amy with the $10 saying everything he just said now proves the point of why we need immigrants. Yup. Sarah with the $5 saying this man insulted you for parting your hair because he has no coherent argument. Obviously not. And then Janessa, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Janessa says, do you mind saying your birthday?
A lot of money from people. Wow.
Yeah, so the Janessa says, do you mind saying your birthday so I can put it in my calendar and make sure to give you a gift so you could get a drink? My birthday, September 1st. That's very kind of you, Janessa. Everybody watching, show some love to Janessa down below. Then Sammy, thank you for the $20 saying, hey, I just want to say hi and show support. Quote unquote, cleansing is a crazy word to use right now. Yup.
I like it.
Raylan with the $10. Trinity with the $10 as well. Thank you. And then Cloud $20, 20 minutes ago with the $10 as well. Shelby with the 10 and Julia with the 5. Laura with the 5. Thank you all so much for the donations. You guys are awesome, awesome, awesome. Can I get a quick W from you for all the donos?
Dean, I'm going to hop out of here. But let me tell you, your youth was nothing like mine. You guys are professional political analysts. And it's unbelievable that it's good and bad, right? It's good that we get to look into politics for the first time. You guys can iron it out, put all of your emotions into it, and we'll really find out the truth. And it's bad that your youth is completely gone to have fun and enjoy America because you feel you need to be a political activist during this time. So I think it's good and bad in that area.
Yeah, I won't spend all of my time enjoying America until others can too, right?
All right. Thank you for your time, man.
Okay. Have a good one. We're going to move on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute to get that next guest loaded up in here. Go ahead and hop in that queue. If you're an American adult that's at least 18 that supports Trump, we'll happily get you loaded up in here. Everyone, just give us a minute. We got Brian Osborne loaded in. Welcome in, Brian. Do you support Trump?
Yep.
15. Heather, thank you so much for the $15 over on PayPal. Sorry, we got to... Oh, shit. Give us a second here, chat. We got to verify that we're... there we go. Heather with the $15 on PayPal. Thank you for the love, saying here's another 15 to buy yourself a drink. Happy early birthday. Thank you for the love. Dude, I'm going to be getting a lot of drinks. Yeah, the September 1st is my 21st. I think I've had maybe 7 or 8 people send me 10, 15 for a drink. That's going to be a interesting night, let me tell you. Gentry, thank you for the $10, saying my birthday is August 31st. Bro, you're a day before me. Happy early birthday. As well as Danielle. Holy shit, Danielle. Thank you for the $100 over on PayPal. Everybody, show some love to Danielle down below. Jeez. Danielle says there's nothing more punk rock than subverting the baseless arguments that ego-based assumptions of misogynists and racists, and you, Dean, are punk as fuck. Keep dunking on these bitch ass baby men. Appreciate you for the love, Danielle. You're literally an icon. Everybody, let's get 1,000 Danielle W's down below in that chat. And welcome in, Pool Guy Ty. Do you support Trump? He's not even here, quite frankly. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. Good karma clips. By the way, does anybody in here watch the I've Had It podcast? I went on it this morning. I had a great time with him. I was on there for like 50 minutes. It was a whole lot of fun. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir. How we doing, Dean?
You know what? I'm doing great. Let me tell you. Yeah, and that should air in the next couple days, y'all. I'm super excited for it. Okay, how old are you?
I am 30.
My live contains themes that may find some uncomfortable and has been restricted. Reason, harassment, and bullying. Womp womp. Everybody, the live just got restricted. We'll have to restart soon. Okay, all right. So why do you support Trump?
So this was actually my first time voting, but I would say the main reason why I did vote Trump was because I felt the other side was becoming just way too, and I hate this word, but way too woke, I would say.
Do you want to be my first guest after the restart?
Yeah, that's. Do I just like refresh your?
I'll tell you how right now. I'll tell you how right now. You'll be the first guest during the restart. Okay. So, hey, if you're watching right now and you want to hear me debate that guy about how he supports a fascist because the other side's too woke, you should come back after the restart. I'm going to go ahead and tell you how to do it real quick. I apologize that we got to do this. TikTok's just been pretty hard on us today. Second restart of the day already. Jeez. The first thing that I want every single person to do if you want to come back is hit that follow button right now. These restarts literally take 10 seconds, so we should be back into the debate before the minute's over. Point number one, the way to come back super duper quick so you won't miss this conversation with this guy that is about to argue that fascism is better than wokeness. Once the live ends, it'll say on your phone screen like live ended. Follow host. Click on my profile picture. It'll direct you to my account page. Count to 10. Refresh my account page by pulling down. And then you'll see that glowing host is live orb around my profile picture again. Click into that and then you'll find me here. We already have our first guest lined up. We're going to be live for around another 2 hours, everybody. So this will be exciting. Once again, the very first guest that we're going to have right back in here is going to argue that fascism is better than wokeness. So yeah, everybody, please come back. I would be cool if we could get like 70% of y'all to come back. So if you're not planning to come back, F you. I'm just kidding, but seriously, you should really try to come back. We're going to go ahead and do that now. It's literally going to take 10 seconds. See you all in 10 seconds. Here we go, everybody. We're going to do that in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Restart time is imminent. Okay. There we go. We already got that live stream up and running. Yo, Alpha Phoenix, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat. Saying, here is a 20 for you to get an Irish car, BOMB. It's a drink. Happy early birthday, Dean. I don't remember my 21st. You know what? I'm trying to get like that. I'm trying to not remember my 21st either. Based. So based. Let's go, Alpha Phoenix. Thank you for the 20. That is awesome. Woo! And we're already back. Look at that. Look at that. We're already back, everybody. Woo! Look at that, y'all. We are already back over on TikTok. Let's get it. Let's get it, chat. We're gonna go to get that first guest up as promised. Good Karma Clips is loading up in right now. All right, welcome back in, man.
Yo.
All right, so you told me that you support Trump because the left got too woke.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, even though I do hate that word, I would say it was getting just way too woke. And I guess the opposite side of it, I can see it being like too MAGA. So whatever the other side of that is too.
Do you feel like your plan backfired on you because after Donald Trump has been inaugurated, progressivism is more popular than ever? Like we literally now have a socialist winning Democratic primaries for mayoral races in New York.
Okay, so like, you think the majority of the people in America like a dude like that? Like you realistically think that?
Well, I think that support for the wokeness is obviously growing, or else we wouldn't see socialists winning mayoral
you think
races.
you think it's growing?
Obviously.
So like from everything that's happened since Trump's won, you don't think that maybe the reason why the left lost was because it was too woke?
I mean, we're not even evaluating the reasons why the left lost here. We're evaluating if wokeness has gone up or down since Trump won, and it's gone up. I mean, support for progressivism in this country is at an all-time high.
Okay, so is it okay if I ask you like a few questions that pertain to being woke?
As soon as you can
As someone
acknowledge that
that is
empirically speaking, your plan didn't work.
What do you mean? Just because someone's running in New York that's hella woke, that like my argument's irrelevant?
Yeah, because your argument is that you support Trump to like diminish and reduce the amount of quote unquote woke Americans, right?
Wait,
Right?
say that again?
Like you support Trump because you want to diminish the amount of Americans that are woke, right?
No, I just thought it was too woke. I
Okay,
don't
but
care
like,
if, like,
okay,
I'm
but
not
like,
trying
okay,
to
but there has to be
diminish
some
it.
end goal here. What's the end goal of voting for Trump?
Okay, so like this is like I'll give you the reasons why I think like I voted for Trump. So for example, I don't think any college or job should be able to base anything on race or gender. I don't care, even if it's like people being, if they're trying to be like hire white people. That's, can we like agree that that's wrong?
What companies, colleges, sorry, what jobs and companies were doing this?
Well, I'm just saying, like, are you trying to say that no
But what does this have
schools
to
are
do with
gonna
why
get
you voted
certain?
for Trump?
No, I'm giving like examples of
Yeah, but like, what
I
does this have
have
to do with why
7
you voted for
examples
Trump?
why. What?
Okay, how does this idea play into why you support Trump as president?
Because I didn't want to live in an environment where, for example, cancel culture for like me making a social media joke will immediately get me canceled. Like,
what joke?
The left always tries to cancel like comedians. Like, what's his he hasn't been on in a
So
long
what
ass
joke do you
time.
want to try to make?
I'm using an example. Okay,
Okay, but
another
like, give me an
example.
example of a joke that you wouldn't want to get canceled for.
Well, what did Dave Chappelle get canceled for?
I don't know. I don't follow Dave Chappelle. Now, what kind of joke do you want to be able to tell that you don't want to get canceled for?
I mean, I don't want to like. I also don't know if I can even say it on here, but it's nothing like fucking crazy. I don't know what.
Censor it. Tell us what you want to be able to say that the left would cancel you for that has made you support Trump. Give us an example.
Okay, this is a prime one. I didn't know, and I would say most people my age don't know what the fuck a cis male is. What the fuck is that? A cis male. Why can't you just say, you know what? It's a dude that's transitioning to a girl that likes to wear girls' clothes.
What's your birthday?
To me, what?
What's your birthday?
March 1995. I don't know why people keep spamming. He's not 30.
It's because you
swearing
sound
my
young
life.
and you're like saying unintelligent shit.
Okay, so am I good to keep going?
So you put a fascist in the Oval Office that is actively making this country worse, taking healthcare away from millions, food stamps away from millions, food away from millions of school students, reducing the purchasing power of the working class.
What does this have anything to do with being woke?
We're gonna get there.
It does.
Will you
You're
listen to
just
me?
rambling.
I'm not rambling. I'm attempting to
Okay,
make a point.
go on.
So you put a fascist who's been held liable for rape in the Oval Office, that has now taken healthcare away from millions, food stamps away from millions, free school student lunches away from millions, and has reduced the purchasing power of hundreds of millions, all because you don't like that people on the left uphold classifications of cis and trans? What?
Am I able to speak now? I didn't know.
Yeah. No, please
Okay,
do
yeah,
speak.
I mean, yeah,
what
that's.
kind of argument is
just
that?
think I just think shit's like gone a little too far. Like me saying to my friend, "Hey, don't do that." Like, it'd be gay if you do that, and people are like, "Oh my god, don't say that," or making not making fun of someone.
Yeah, using
for
gay
being-
as a derogatory term. That's not new. That's been bad. You understand that there was ad campaigns that were running in the 90s? The don't say gay ad campaigns? All right, that's because we shouldn't be using aspects of people's identities to denote something being derogatory. Think about it this way, right? What are you wearing right now?
What?
What are you wearing? Okay, all right. There's a reason for this question. Okay.
A t-shirt and my sweatpants.
Okay.
Flies,
Okay. Like
bro.
what color? What color
Gray.
shirt? What color sweatpants?
Okay, can we not do these like hypothetical type of questions that you're gonna do? Like you're gonna
Bro, I'm just
turn it into,
no.
you know what you're doing.
Okay, no. Answer the question. What color shirt? What color sweatpants?
Okay, gray and blue.
Yeah. Okay. So imagine if I was like, "Oh, dude,
Oh my
like
God.
what? You just cheated on your girlfriend? That's so. What's your name?
Well, I mean, I don't want to say because I'm scared of your fucking mob.
Okay, I'm gonna call you Cody.
Okay.
All right. So imagine that like my friend just cheated on his girlfriend, and I walked
Dude,
up to
come
him,
on, bro.
and then I said, "Dude, you cheated on your girlfriend? Really? That's so Cody wearing gray shirt and blue sweatpants."
Yeah, that's funny.
I mean, I thought it was kind of incoherent, but it just simply denoted the idea that we shouldn't be using people's identities to like denote like derogatory wokeness.
I agree. So why does
Or
why
or
did they
like
have
or
to
like
make it?
imagine that like somebody commits a violent crime and you want to like detail like how what they did was wrong with use of a derogatory remark saying, "Oh, you just committed this violent crime?" Bro, that's so
This
black.
is. I mean, these are just insane.
That's so black. You know what I mean? Like, do you agree with that? Do you think that individuals should be able to say that? Is that acceptable?
Yeah, I mean, I think like in times that could be funny. And you're lying if not you. I know for a fact you have probably said something like that. I mean, you've definitely said something like that in the past, and you've definitely thought it was funny.
All right. So no, I don't think that's funny. So let's try this.
But, I mean, that's like lighthearted.
Okay.
I'm not like.
So how do you feel when women will look at something bad that has happened to them in their life and they're like, "Oh, yeah, this was caused by men. Men suck."
What? What are you even?
How do you
talking
feel about that? Something bad happens to a woman and she's like, "Men." Right? A woman gets her croissant 2
Well, I mean,
minutes
there's
late from a
tons of girls like that.
Starbucks,
They're just-
and then she's like, "Men." Yeah, a woman is cut off on her way to work, and she's like, "White men." Yeah, yeah. A woman is catcalled on the street, "White men." Yeah. How do you feel about that? Is that funny?
Am I good to talk now?
Yeah, is that funny? You like that?
I mean, that doesn't offend me because I know that I'm not like that. And also, any girl that is saying that, you can tell that she's just like a hateful girl.
Oh, gotcha. So if
She
you use the
is.
term,
Like, those
so if
type
you
of
use
girls are.
if you use the term gay to denote something that's wrong or derogatory, it's funny. If you use like the term black
It
to
is.
denote something that's wrong, it's funny. But if
It
you
is.
use the term man to denote something that's wrong, it's hateful.
No, I'm just saying. Usually they are. Usually those are the type of girls that they're single. They
So
have
do you
they
see
have a couple of cats.
do you see
They
like
like
the
arts.
do you see the big problem there?
No, I don't see a problem at all. I don't care.
The
if,
problem is the apparent contradiction, right? The apparent contradiction being that if you stereotype men is derogatory, it's hateful. But if you stereotype black people or gay people as derogatory, it's funny.
So if we make a joke about a black person or a gay person, that's just crossing the line completely, and them people saying, "Oh, I don't want to walk on this side of the street because of this white dude, like F this white guy." Like, what does that have anything to do with like wokeness? I don't understand that.
It's refuting the idea that it's acceptable to like just say gay as like a derogatory remark, because if we were to change out gay for something that's true of you, such as being a white man, all of a sudden it's hateful. So how do you think gay people would feel about gay being used as a derogatory remark?
I mean, I shouldn't have even used hateful. Honestly, I don't give a shit that like if a girl really thinks that, I mean, that's on them.
Oh,
Right?
so
It's
but
like-
but it's still not funny. It's still not comedy.
Oh, I mean, I would still think. I mean, I would still, depending on who said it and how they said it, I would take it comedically.
But
Yeah.
I just want to clarify. Like, this is what got you to vote for fascists?
Well, I mean, I was kind of going down the list, but you were, you
Like,
went
do
on
you
a
actually
ramble.
do you actually care about making the country better? Like, I have a question.
Of course, that's why I voted for
care?
Trump, bro.
What do you care about more? Like preserving and protecting the backbone of this nation, the U.S. Constitution, or like owning the libs?
So me thinking the country is going too far with it being woke, that's going against the backbone of the country.
I don't know why you're drawing implications out from a question. It
Okay,
wasn't a statement,
repeat
was
it
a
again. I'm
question.
sorry.
What do you care about more? Preserving and protecting the backbone of this country, the American Constitution,
that.
or owning the
Yes.
libs?
The first one.
Okay, all right. So if it is the case that Donald Trump was a threat to the Constitution,
In your
you
opinion.
still don't support it. You want to
In your
support.
opinion.
Can you let me finish, Cody?
Yeah.
So if it was the case that Donald Trump was a threat to the Constitution, you still wouldn't support him, even if wokeness has gone too far, right?
I don't even understand that.
That was simple. I'll repeat it. So if it was true that Donald Trump was a threat to the Constitution,
Yes.
you would not support him, even if you think that wokeness has gone too far, since you care more about preserving the Constitution than owning the libs.
Yeah, I don't care about owning the libs.
Okay, all right. So, in other words, if I could prove to you that Donald Trump was a threat to the Constitution, you'd stop supporting him, right?
If you prove to me that Donald Trump is a threat to the Constitution, then what? Like, what does this have to do with the wokeness? This has nothing to do with it.
Well, it's just demonstrating to you that there would be overriding concerns that are more important to you.
You see, you're deflecting now, like the guy previously.
I'm not deflecting. We're debating if you still support Trump or not. And the argument tactic that I am attempting to follow here
Okay,
is just to
yeah, I
demonstrate
mean, you're gonna tell
that
me
there's
anyway, so
overriding
go ahead.
concerns that are more important to you, right? Like, that's not
There's
a deflection,
overriding
because
concern.
at the end of the day, it's like I'm still demonstrating to you why you shouldn't support Trump. I'm just choosing a way in which I think would be more effective / more productive. Obviously, I was able to walk you down to a conclusion as it related to the quote-unquote wokeness, where you think it's funny to joke about gay people or black people being bad, but it's not funny and hateful to joke about white people being bad, right? So,
Comedically.
like, that should have been the end of that conversation. Like, realistically, right, the contradiction within your view was clear. You said women that make men bad are hateful, but men who make gay people bad are funny, right? Like, that should have been the natural end of that debate. That was a contradiction, right? So, like, but you didn't concede there. You still believed in what you believed in. So it seems like that is not a productive line of dialogue. So now I'm trying to seek a productive line of dialogue here, and you're calling me a pivoter for just wanting to have a productive convo, right? So anyways, you agreed that protecting the Constitution is more important than owning the libs. So if Donald Trump was a threat to the Constitution, would you still support him?
No.
Okay. All right. Would you agree that Donald Trump was a threat to the Constitution if before running for office he called for the termination of the Constitution? I haven't even finished the question yet. Why are you already answering no? Shut the fuck up. Thank you. So would you agree that Donald Trump would be a threat to the Constitution if before running for the office he called for the termination of the Constitution, then after winning the office on Inauguration Day, signing an executive order into law that clearly and explicitly contradicted personal liberties and protections offered under the Constitution?
Am I good to answer now?
Yeah.
So this is a hypothetical question.
Yeah, it's an if-then. If he did these things,
So then
would
there's
you
no
agree that
point
he'd
of
be a threat to
asking
the
because he's
Constitution?
already won. He didn't do that, so it's irrelevant.
So the question is, if he did, would you agree hypothetically he would be a threat to the Constitution?
Well, it's a hypothetical, so I'm not like, why would you answer a hypothetical?
Because hypotheticals are incredibly conceptually relevant towards the debate. Like, I'll give you an example.
No, you're gonna use the hypothetical to twist it into some like gotcha moment. Like, bro, like
Okay.
this
So
is
in
what,
other words,
like,
you're telling me that you don't
younger
answer the
people
question because
do.
you're scared
That's
of
what
losing
you
a
do.
debate?
Say that again?
So in other words, you're telling me that you don't answer the question because you're scared that I might be able to use it to demonstrate why you're in the wrong. Okay, don't be scared of being wrong. Being wrong isn't the end point. Being wrong is the beginning point of a whole new world of exploring possibilities of truth, right? So be good faith, stop being
So I'll
lazy,
be wrong in
answer
your
the question.
eyes, yes. Okay, so I'm gonna answer this so I can be wrong in
Just
your
give an
eyes.
answer. If Donald Trump called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles found in the Constitution, then his first day in office, he passed an executive order that explicitly contradicted the Constitution and threatened the personal rights and liberties of people in this country, would you agree that he would thereby be a threat to the Constitution?
What people?
People in which rights are guaranteed unto.
So are we talking like citizens?
Anybody that qualifies for constitutional protections.
But are we talking about citizens of the United States?
We're talking about people that qualify for constitutional protections. What is hard about you attempting to understand this statement when
I'm
referencing
just asking a
conversation
question.
about being a threat
Is
to the
that wrong?
Constitution?
Can I not? Is it wrong for me to just ask? Is this specifically to citizens?
I fail to see the relevance. What's the relevance? Are you saying that you care about constitutional protections for citizens, but you don't care about constitutional protections for non-citizens?
I mean, yeah, like I'm not going to sit here and say I care about people like that don't live in America. Like I'd rather us be safe over some other country being safe. Like I don't give a shit about.
So you don't care about constitutional protections for non-citizens. All right. So you're
Correct.
pro-choice all 9 months in all 50 states since you become a citizen at birth. And because a fetus is not
Oh
a
my
citizen
God.
before birth, and you don't care about constitutional protections for non-citizens, then you don't think that fetuses have constitutional protections. And because constitutional protections are the highest law of the land, this would also imply that you don't think they have federal, state, or local protections, which means that you don't think they have or deserve the legal right to life in all 50 states at any point before they're a citizen?
What are you rambling on? Holy shit! You are crazy. You're going manic.
I'm going manic because I'm able to dispute the issues in your line of reasoning. I think I had another Trump supporter earlier call me mentally ill because I just described that the Constitution would supersede state, federal, local law. It is quite the projection and cope.
I mean, I'm not like coming up here to like disrespect you. I would never like say you.
Bro,
have
that's what you
mental
just did.
illness.
That's what you just did.
No,
You
like,
just called
I
me,
mean, when
you
I
just called
say,
me
like,
manic
you're-
in response to me demonstrating to you why your line of reasoning here is wrong. Now, let me ask you another question. Do you think that the Constitution only guarantees rights to citizens?
Well, if I'm thinking of the Constitution, I'm thinking of citizens of the U.S. Yeah, is that wrong? Is that wrong for me?
Yeah, it is.
It's wrong. Okay, but it's wrong in your eyes.
No, it's wrong
'Cause
in the
you
eyes
don't-
of the
you don't-
Constitution itself.
No. It is wrong in your eyes.
So you're saying if we were to like read the Constitution, you think it'd be clear that these rights are only available to citizens. So then how come like in the 14th Amendment, for instance, when it guarantees birthright citizenship, due process, and equal protections, it doesn't say all citizens, it says all persons? And how come we've had SCOTUS rulings incessantly since then to demonstrate that these rights are extended to non-citizens, such as when undocumented immigrants were able to win in Plyer v. Doe in SCOTUS in 1892 and 1982 to demonstrate that they do qualify for equal protections under the 14th Amendment?
I mean, you know the 14th Amendment better than me, so you got me there, man. You really did.
Right. So do we see how like your claim here that when we read the Constitution, it's clear that they're only extended to citizens and not extended to uncitizens is just like a take out of like, I don't know, I'd assume bigotry and a lack of knowledge? Like you've
So
obviously
me
never
saying
read
that
this.
I care about American citizens more than other citizens is a bad thing.
No, that's not the claim that you made. The claim that you made was that constitutional protections only extend to citizens, which is false.
No, I asked you that.
No, you did, and I said no. They also extend to non-citizens, and then you're like, "Oh, that's what you think." And I was like, "No, that's what the Constitution says." And you're like, "No, that's not what the Constitution says."
Okay, so you've educated me on the Constitution. Yes.
Okay, so
Okay.
now that
You
we
are
agree that
correct.
constitutional rights extend to non-citizens, back to my question: would you agree that Donald Trump would be a threat to the Constitution if he attempted to take away constitutional rights of those in which have them?
Do I think he's in the? You said, do I think he's in the wrong?
A threat.
A threat? No.
Okay, so if Biden passed an executive order saying that nobody in this country has the right to own any firearm at all, and it just
Another
explicitly
hypothetical, bro.
contradicted the Second Amendment, would you say that this would make him a threat to the Constitution?
These are way different. So don't even try that, bro.
No, they're not different.
'Cause
Because I'm asking
this-
you, if Biden passed an executive order that explicitly contradicted 2A, would that make
Use
him
a
threat to the
different example
Constitution?
that's not insane like that. Like, come on.
Okay, so
That
you're saying that it's insane to pass executive orders that explicitly contradict the Constitution. Well, I hate to inform you, but on January 20th, 2025, Donald Trump signed executive order number 14160 into law that explicitly contradicted the first section of the 14th Amendment, particularly protections for birthright citizenship. His executive order argued that the children of undocumented immigrants born on American soil do not have birthright citizenship, even though the first section of the 14th Amendment explicitly guarantees them that. So if you think it is insane to pass EOs and which would achieve this end goal, then you're calling Donald Trump insane for passing EO number 14160.
What does this have anything to do with what? None of this. You've just like I said, you've taken the argument, asked me a hypothetical, got your little gotcha moment, and then run with it. Like
Okay, so you agree that I got you. So if you agree that I got you, and earlier you agreed that you want to support Trump if he was a threat to the Constitution, and that I got you on conceding that he is a threat to the Constitution, this should mean that you're no longer MAGA, right? But it doesn't, because you're still going to support him and ignore everything I just said because you're a member of a cult.
See, and this is another thing with the woke. It's like you can't even have a pleasant conversation with people that have different views than you. Like me and you are talking right now, and I dislike woke. You are liberal, correct?
Yeah,
I
little.
don't dislike you.
So you're telling me,
I'm
so you're telling me
talking
I'm
to
not
you.
having a pleasant conversation with you. I'm being calm. I'm being level-headed. I'm just describing reality, man. And if like reality like disadvantages you because it describes you as a member of a cult, that's not a liberal crashing out. That's not me being like intense, rude, or insane. That's me just describing what is true, right? Like I think at a certain point, like we definitely need to come to like terms with what is true. And if it's true that you're a member of a cult, well then so be it. You know, sky's blue, beans are beans. Mr. Cody down here is a cult member. And if you don't like that, maybe it's a problem with MAGA that they can't come to terms with reality and that they hate liberals so much because they try to make them.
No, it seems as like you just get offended really easily, and you're just trying to attack. Like I said, you're not able to have a functioning conversation with someone if they have different views than you.
I mean, I think
It's just And that is why your party is dying.
Well, number one, I don't think that I'm offended. Number two, I think I'm attempting to have a functioning conversation with you. Number three, if anything, I don't think that you're trying to have a functioning conversation with me. You accused me of attacking you when I called you a member of a cult. I described why I called you a member of a cult, and then you didn't respond. Then you just went back to saying that I'm attacking you once again with no
Well,
further
you
substance
muted me
or
for like 2
conversation
minutes.
related to a response to my claim. Right? And then, like, once again, I'll even take it a little bit further. I'm going to explain to you why I called you a member of a cult, to show you that it was a facet of a functional, truth-apt conversation and not the emotions of an angry liberal, right? We typically understand followers of cult to be those that would disregard reality to push their narrative, right? And they're going to follow something, somebody, or someone, right, until the ends of the earth in disregard of all red lines, in disregard of all reason, in disregard of all logic. And the reason why I'm calling you a member of a cult is because you suggested the red line that you would not support a president if they were a threat to the Constitution because you care about the Constitution. I then proved to you that Donald Trump is a threat to the Constitution, given a preconceived basis of what you agreed to would classify him as a threat to the Constitution. Then you conceded, saying that I got you and that you didn't know how to prove me wrong, meaning that this is true that he's a threat to the Constitution, but you are continuing to support him even though you suggested that you wouldn't support him if it was true. This is a cult-like behavior because you are now disregarding reality and replacing it with this like attitude of disbelief in fact, disrespect of reality, and just to further your narrative supporting one man, right? That is why I'm calling you a member of a cult.
Okay, I got it, bro. Yeah, like, I mean, you're just proving my point as to why, like, it's obvious where you're incapable of having a conversation with people that have different ideas than you. Like, you're talking to me, like, passive aggressively, like, you're, like, in a, like, a little sassy manner. You're like a child. It really is. You are truly like a child.
Okay,
And it's funny that I could tell that your mood shifted when I brought up the fact that no one knows what the hell a cis male is. That is when your energy shifted, which shows that me just saying, like openly saying, hey, Dean, I don't understand what a cis male is. I think it's a little wild for people to die on a hill if I accidentally misgender someone and they say, oh, Cody, I'm a cis male. What the fuck's a cis male? No one knows what the hell that is, bro.
Okay.
No one knows what the hell that is.
I want to go back to the, well, I mean, you don't because you're uneducated, but anyways, I want to go back to
No,
the first
no
one.
one knows what that is, bro.
I mean, I do.
Yeah, you do, but the majority of the people, they don't know what the hell that is.
Right, that's why we have a public education system that's funded billions of dollars per year, Cody.
I would argue that
No,
that
quickly.
type of movement,
No,
like
do
the
you mind
transgender
if I respond to the first part of your claim? It seems like you're.
I mean, you're going to
quickly
do it
getting
anyway, so go ahead.
Right. You told me that like I'm getting emotional, I'm being passive aggressive, I can't have a conversation with you. Cody, I think that you're like trying to bait for a reaction from me, but it's simply not working.
Not, but
I think at the end of the day that even you know that like I am carrying myself with respect, I am carrying myself with a level head, and I am carrying myself with facts, reason, and logic. And I've been able to back up everything that I've said, and I've been able to refute everything that you've said. Like for instance, if we really want to talk about who's being more emotional in the context of this conversation, you've called me manic.
It's me,
You've
right?
called me insane. You've called me a child 3 times. What have I called you?
well, you accuse me of being in a fucking cult.
And then I gave an explanation insofar as how that is true, right? So the difference between me accusing you of being a member of a cult and you calling me manic, insane, and a child twice is that your claims are
Okay, the manic was a
unsubstantiated.
joke.
It's a fact that your claims are unsubstantiated and grounded in emotion, and my claims are substantiated and grounded in fact and reason. So when you sit up here and you tell me that the liberals are angry, emotional, and they just can't have good conversations, I think that's a projection of yourself.
See, I mean, you're just proving my point, bro.
I'm
Like, look
proving
at
your
you.
point by
Like,
describing reality, correct?
no, like people will watch this and they'll see an emotional 20-year-old incapable of having a conversation with someone else that has different views than them.
Okay.
That's just what it is.
Okay, but like so far that's only
And that's
been
why your party's dying.
But so far that's only been a claim that you've made with no reason. Like once again, I'll repeat. What was the good reason for you to accuse me of being a child? I want you to be clear.
I mean, just the way the way you're carrying yourself right now, the way you're talking to me.
Okay,
the fact that
I want you to be
didn't-
specific.
The fact that you couldn't.
What is
Can
the
I
manner?
not speak? Didn't
Well,
you?
I'm
I'm just giving you like.
Just quickly, I want you to be specific.
Oh my-
What is the manner in which I'm talking that makes it clear I'm a child?
Am I good to answer now, Mr. Dean?
Yes, please.
I did say you're manic. I said it in a way. And I understand that you may not have caught it that way.
Oh.
I said it in a way that was in a joking manner.
Oh, I'm asking you
And
about the
I
child
think you.
plan. You're not answering my question. I'll repeat it. What is the
Oh yeah, I just
manner?
think you act like a child.
What
Yeah.
is the manner in which I'm speaking that makes it clear I'm acting like a child?
Well, I mean, the fact that if I try to speak, you interrupt me automatically. You'll mute me if I'm trying to make a point, even though I feel like I've been very not lenient, but very fair on letting you talk whenever you were. Like I haven't
Okay.
interrupted you.
All right. And
I just think the way that
So I haven't
I
muted you.
understand that this is your live, this is like your thing.
Right.
So
So
you do have
Cody,
the case for.
I'm going to be clear.
So you're interrupting me right now.
Yeah, I haven't muted you, right? So that was a lie.
You have.
And then second point here, you're telling me that I'm acting like a child for interrupting you? Well, I think sometimes interruptions are warranted, particularly when they could further the productivity of the dialogue. Like, for instance, my second to last interruption, I interrupted you to re-ask my question because you weren't responding to it. I'll give you the context. I asked you what is the manner in which I'm speaking that proves I'm a child, and then you started talking about how you were joking when you called me manic. Well, the reason why I interrupted you is because it wasn't the question that I asked you. Cody, do you know what I think of you? I think that you're fucking sensitive as hell. Can we get some like crybabies, bottle emojis down below in the chat? Because it's fucking funny because you came up here saying that we should be able to make fun of gay people and black people, but then the moment I steamroll you in a debate
Comedically,
and
Dean,
absolutely
come on.
destroy you and then interrupt you for the productivity, you crash out, you lose your shit, and you start whining about how I'm a baby. No, the only baby here is you, kid. Now, Alania, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for the love, Alania. You are awesome. You got us a restriction, so we're going to go to move on. Thank you so much, Alania. Alania says, get shit-faced. Oh, you know it. Thank you for the 50. Let's get 500 Alania W's down below, chat. Let's get 500 Alania W's down below. Thank you so much, dude. Oh, yeah, you already know that's how it's going to be on the 21st. Jackson with a 10 and Autumn with a 10. Appreciate it. Welcome in. What's going on, Racing Kid? Do you support Trump? Okay, they're not here. We're going to move on to the next guest. I wish that the last guest didn't get a restriction. Unfortunate. We got Bouncer loading up. Cole, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal. Kimmy with a 5 as well. Just tell the guest it's obvious that I... Okay, well, I'm not going to read that, but thank you for the love. Jack with a $5. Appreciate you so much. Savannah with a 15, saying, hey, Dean, my 21st is the 16th of September. Happy early birthday, Savannah. Show some love to Savannah down below in that chat. I appreciate you guys for the love. Welcome into Sport Trump.
Congrats on the gifts, man. I do on a lot of things. I'm more pro-America though, than only pro-Trump.
Quickly before we hop into the debate, there's a couple more people I'd like to thank. Danny, thank you for the $10. That is DANIAE. Danny says, MAGA equals hypocrite. I'd crash out too if I was you, Dean. Thank you for these lives because it really has helped me with my anxiety after DT was elected. Honestly, I didn't even crash out on that last guest. Thank you for the 10, though. Carissa with a 1, then Mary with a 10 for Gatorade and aspirin after your birthday drinks. Be safe. Love you, Dean. Thank you, Mary. Melissa with a 5, Jonesy with a 5, and then Yo Taylor! Thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Taylor, you are awesome. Let's get 500 Taylor W's. Thank you so much, Taylor. Taylor says, in addition to my donation on Tuesday, here's for a drink and a new chair. Thank you for standing up for women, LGBTQ+ and rights. You're amazing. I still need to go get that new chair, man. Fuck, I need to do that. And then Kelly with a 10, Allison with a 5, Kimber with a 5, Ian with a 1, and Nadi with a 10. Appreciate everyone so much for all the love. Now go ahead and take it away. Why do you support Trump?
Yeah, so it just depends on how things stand as far as like the constitutional protections thing. And that's actually what I was curious about was your actual stance. I wanted you to kind of like, maybe more simply explain your stance on constitutional protections for non-citizens, please.
Yeah. My stance on constitutional protections for non-citizens is simple. Not only does the Constitution guarantee them, right? And we should probably act in accordance with the Constitution, and if we need to change it, amend it through the proper legal channels. And 2, constitutional rights can cross over with human rights, and that is why I believe that they should be offered to everybody in the country, not just citizens, because non-citizens are human too.
Amen to that. So do you not think that there should be a distinguished protection between non-citizens and citizens, though?
I don't think that there can be without good reason under the Equal Protections Clause of the 14th Amendment.
So then you basically believe that anyone should just be able to just come in here and do as they please as an American living here.
Wait, where are you getting that one from? I'm confused.
Well, that's what I'm asking is like, do they have all the same, they can just like be here, they can just come here and then enjoy the same protections?
Wait, are you saying that the Constitution would prohibit border policy?
I'm asking if that's what your stance is.
No, the Constitution does not prohibit border policy. What?
So then, how would they be here?
Are you
How would they
asking
be
me
here
now how are undocumented immigrants in the country?
without proper border regulation?
So what?
They
so
get through illegally.
I have a question. What is the relevance of me describing to you how undocumented immigrants got into America? What is the relevance of that conceptually to your claim about, or your question about if they should be protected under the Constitution or not?
Because if they got here illegally, then they began their journey in here by breaking our laws.
By breaking a misdemeanor, yeah. So do you think that undocumented immigrants have constitutional protections?
Definitely, that makes sense to me. I like, some of the stuff you said. I actually like the way you put it.
Okay.
I don't necessarily think that they should have all the same protections, that we do and
Okay,
everything.
which one should they not
There should
have?
be some. There should be some legitimate form of due process there, especially because, it's like if you say an American goes to another country and gets arrested or something like that, right? There's no way to understand that system unless you're familiar with that country.
Quickly,
And so
what constitutional protections should undocumented immigrants not have?
what should they not have?
Yeah, what should they not have?
So obviously, they shouldn't really be able to enjoy the same, protections, rights to employment.
Which ones?
Protections?
Yeah,
as
which
a
protections
citizen?
should they not have?
And an illegal stance?
Yeah, we're talking about the
That's
constitutional
'cause
rights here.
that's more of what I'm referring to is that you're having to break the law in the first place.
You're not answering my question.
to
You
be
said that
here.
they should have less constitutional protections from citizens. Okay, which ones?
Well, I'm explaining that, and you interrupted me.
You weren't explaining it at all. You just said that they committed a misdemeanor when they came in. That is not explaining which constitutional protections you don't think they should be eligible for.
No, I explained that after you had asked why they shouldn't enjoy the same protections. See,
No,
you're
that's not
taking
the
it-
question that I asked. I did not ask why they shouldn't. I asked which ones shouldn't they have.
Right.
Okay, so which ones?
So there should be. I mean, obviously, if they're here illegally, they need to be able to address that, right?
Not answering still.
Before just going into employment, before just enjoying, is like
Okay,
the
I'm going to interrupt you again.
What
What
you do advocate
protections
for?
should they not have that citizens should have?
Do you think that they should have the right to health care and all? Do you think that they should?
A question is not an answer.
That's what I'm. That's the things that I'm discussing.
Then
So, yeah.
make it clear. What protections should citizens have? Constitutional protections. Remember, we're talking about constitutional protections.
Healthcare.
Healthcare is not a constitutional protection.
It's not a constitutional protection.
Right, and you're the one that told me that they
It's
should have
something,
less
it's something
constitutional
that, it's something
protections.
that they use. It's something that they use in our system.
Okay, I'm going to mute
Yeah.
you now. You are still running away from the question. You said, look at me in the eyes. Look at me in the eyes, buddy. You asked me about constitutional protections for undocumented immigrants. I told you that they have them. All right? You responded by saying that you think they should have some, but not all. You said that undocumented immigrants should have less constitutional protections than citizens. I'm going to make my question clear. Very, very clear for you and everybody else listening. What constitutional protections do you believe that citizens should qualify for that undocumented immigrants should not qualify for? Answer that question and nothing else. No pivots, no deflections, just a response.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you for clarifying the question for me. So, first off, okay, they broke our law, all right? And so, being able to have access to our system or any benefits of our system whatsoever, they should not. Other than, obviously, physical protection, things like that. Non-citizens should not come into the U.S. and be able to be, mistreated by citizens and not be protected. I would not advocate for such a thing. But as far as access to the benefits of our system,
You still haven't given me a response.
that is the response.
What benefits
You're
of
obviously not listening.
what benefits of our system are guaranteed through constitutional protections that you don't think a non-citizen should qualify for?
do you think that, see, that's the thing is like now, no matter what I say, because look, we're talking about someone breaking a law and it not being addressed before things continue. We're talking about someone being here illegally.
Okay, man.
They did all that.
I'm going to give you one last opportunity. If you don't know, just say that. We can move on. But if you don't say that you don't know and you continue to give me a non-answer, I'm going to kick you.
Maybe we just won't see eye to eye on this. So.
Okay, that's another non-answer. That's not, I don't know. I'm going to kick you. Bye. Have a good rest of your day. Let's go to move on to the next guest. We got Riley loading up into the box. Let's go to get that next guest loaded in. Here we go, everybody. Make sure if you're in that queue that you're at least an American adult that is 18 years old and supports Donald J. Trump. Those are the rules. We're going to go to get Joel loaded in right now. Everyone, just give us a minute. Here we go. Why was he trying to gaslight himself into thinking that he was answering the question and we weren't just seeing eye to eye? Bro, what? Welcome in, Joel. Do you support Trump? Joel, hi, you're on the live. Are you here? All right, goodbye. Moving on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up in here. We got Zach83 loading in. Yo, Nicole, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal, Nicole. Let's go. Dude, I want to see 500 Nicole W's down below. Thank you a billion times over, Nicole. I love you so much. Thank you for the $50 donation. Nicole says, it's your podcast that have truly made me understand how Trump has the following he has and keeps them all. They're all seriously simple-minded. They need someone to think for them. OMG, thank you, and God bless the patience you have in attempting to educate Trump's cult. I appreciate you for the love, Nicole. Let's get 500 Nicole W's. Welcome in, man. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
All righty. One more donation to thank here. RJ, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. Let's get 200 RJWs. Thank you, RJ. RJ says, hope you have a safe and fun birthday. Thank you for helping a 37-year-old understand what has typically been a boring subject and for ruining all of the Trump supporters' days. Thank you for the love, RJ. Let's show some love to Nicola and RJ down below. Now, Zach, Mike is yours. Why the hell do you support the worst president of either of our lives?
Well, I give you a reason, man. He took care of the people when, we had the pandemic. I just want to say, offset from that, man, you are a very smart kid, and I like what you do. I'm not gonna lie, I really do. You are you're not only saying things that but you're teaching people things that they didn't know.
That's very kind of you.
Yeah, I didn't know a lot of things till I listened to you. I supported Trump. I voted for Trump because I believed in Trump. Okay, I believed that he was going to turn this nation around and make it whole like it used to be.
Right.
I know that we have a lot of problems, and one thing that I have a problem with is racism. I'm actually sick of it, honestly.
Okay.
I know it's a big, huge thing in America and all over the world. I believe it needs to just stop. I believe that if somebody wants to be gay, let them be gay and leave it alone. If somebody wants to change their gender, leave it alone. Let them do it. I believe in the rights of the people. We have rights. We are told we have rights. Some of us, and as far as him taking away medical and things like that, yes, that is wrong. But I believe it's trying to push the American people into going back to work. During the pandemic, people got lazy. People were given way too much. And they settled on that. They got comfortable with that. My belief is that Trump is doing this to push people to go back into the workforce and earn what they need and what they can have. That is the life. We need to earn what we have. You don't move into a house and not pay for it. No matter if you're buying it or renting it, you still pay money.
Okay.
You still pay the bank to live in that property or whatever it is. So back to the reason I support Trump. Trump, I just believe in him. I believe in that he's going to make a difference. I know that, you made me understand that this man has done things in his past. Well, so have I. And I heard you speak on felons. I'm going to be honest with you. I am a 2-time felon. I did vote for Trump. I do work, and I pay taxes, and I pay for medical, and I do these things as a felon. So, you know, to speak on felons in a term of negative, not all of us are negative. Some of us have learned a lesson. Some of us have went and done what we done and learned from it. A lot of us don't. You have felons that come in and out of prison. Well, you know what? That's their own damn fault. They can't learn something, then they need to grow the fuck up and realize what's in front of them and not behind them. But that's my opinion.
Okay.
I'm not speaking hypocritical in no kind of way because I'm not a hypocrite. I don't believe in hypocrisy, you know, being that way. Just like I don't believe in racism.
Do you mind if I hop in here real quick?
Come on.
Okay. Because there's a lot that you said there. I'm going to try to condense most of it down. If there's anything
Yeah,
I
rambled.
forgot, just feel free to let me know. So first point, saying that you support him, you know, defunding Medicaid, kicking people off because you think it's him wanting to incentivize people to work. Okay. All right. I don't think that healthcare should be the policy that incentivizes work. I agree that our government is totally well within their rights towards naturally incentivizing people towards employment. And I bet we could all agree that able-bodied, you know, American adults should work at least 80 hours a month, all right, under good working conditions. Everybody can agree to that. I just think policy to get that goal done should be separate and decoupled from policy that saves people's lives. Think about it this way. I think we could all agree that necessary social programs should not have a work requirement on them. What are examples of necessary social programs? The police, the firefighters, the roadways, right? Can we agree that the police, the firefighters, and the roadways shouldn't have work requirements on them in order to use them?
Absolutely.
And can we agree the reason would be it's because they're necessary? People sometimes need the police, sometimes need the firefighters, sometimes need the public roads? Okay.
Yeah.
Can
I
we
say that all the time when people say F the police. I say, yeah, but you say that, but what if you need them? Then
Okay.
you're going to, you know what I'm saying? So,
Oh.
yeah, I get what you're saying.
I'll leave that alone for now because I want to stick on this. Can we also agree that sometimes low-income Americans need to go to the hospital, need to go to a doctor's office?
Yeah,
Right? And
I
now that you've agreed there, does that mean that therefore it's a necessary social program for millions of low-income Americans?
Sure.
And we've already agreed that necessary social programs should have work requirements on them, meaning that both you and I would now disagree with Donald Trump's massive sweeping cuts under the Big Beautiful Bill, kicking 10 million low-income Americans off of Medicaid, not only because it said work requirements, but also just because of a general reduction in funding.
But does he have a plan? Is there a reason why he's doing this? What is his plan?
The
Is he
ultimate
got-
reason why he's doing this was to defund it. So the overall debt spending of the Big Beautiful Bill was lower.
Yeah, a lot of people didn't like that.
Right. So it was spent a lot of money. So like I believe that the cuts to Medicaid, the cuts to SNAP, etc., like it was just seriously to reduce the overall like debt impact. Like if he didn't cut those people off of Medicaid, the Big Beautiful Bill would have costed on total like $5.5 trillion. If he didn't cut SNAP, $5.8 trillion. If he didn't cut the DOE, $6 trillion. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, it would have been even more expensive. So his solution was to literally take necessary social safety nets away from those that need it the most, then attempt to dress them up and make them look good by arguing that it's just to get more people to go out and work. And that's one really big reason why we shouldn't support them.
Okay. And there, again, I learned something. You know, I get it. I get it. But I just feel like he has a plan. And I feel like this plan is going to explode and everybody's going to smile about it.
Okay.
You know.
So is that faith-based or reason-based?
I don't believe he does this job on his own. I believe there's other hands in the mix. You know, but that's just me.
Is that faith-based or like reason-based?
Just faith-based.
Okay. Would you? I have a question. Would you bet $1,000 that you're right?
Probably.
Probably.
Yeah, probably.
So it's like right now, if I was like if I wanted to bet you $1,000 that I could prove you wrong, would you take the bet?
Probably not, or because you could probably prove me wrong.
Okay, so then you wouldn't bet $1,000 that you're right.
You know,
Now check this
in
out.
this-
Check this out. Here's a good point.
Okay.
You just told us that you wouldn't bet $1,000 of your own money that you're right. Why? Because if you're wrong, then you would be hurt. You would lose $1,000. Okay.
Absolutely.
But like, guess what? If you're wrong in reality today, 10 million people are going to be hurt because they lost healthcare. 3 million people are going to be hurt because they lost food stamps. According to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, 150 million Americans are going to be hurt because now their purchasing power is lower than it was before. Everybody's going to be hurt because of the imposition of tariffs. S&P 500 companies are hurt, and now their profit is down. Every American company was hurt in the first quarter. Our GDP went down, right? People are hurt. Now they're paying more for groceries. Women are hurt because now they can't access healthcare. Marginalized communities are hurt. Trans people are hurt because now Donald Trump is demonizing them. Immigrants are hurt because Donald Trump is saying that they're the blood of the poisoning the blood of the country and deporting them to Sikot and El Salvador where they're beaten and tortured. So it's like, why wouldn't you be willing to hedge a bet on $1,000 of your own money, but you are willing to hedge a bet on the livelihoods and savings accounts of millions of others of Americans?
Okay, damn. Yeah. Hit me where it hurts. That's good. Okay. Yeah, I see. These are things that you're educated on, and I'm not. I'm, like I said, when I watch you, I learn from you. I'm still going to be a Trump supporter at the end of the day. I'm still going to be a Republican until the day I die. I was raised that way. That's what I believe. It's embedded in my belief.
I feel like you're gaslighting yourself, because if that was true, then you wouldn't have been conceding to my claims. I mean, I could just kind of like tell when like somebody's like a cult member. I'm not getting those vibes off of you, even though you're saying you are. like, which is I know, which is like strange. Everybody like watching is probably like, what? Like, I know, I like, dude, I just feel like you're gaslighting yourself, man. Like, it's okay to like not be a Trump supporter. It's okay to like not be a Republican. No matter like how comfortable you are on those things, because at the end of the day, the point of like political affiliation isn't to be part of a group or isn't to like feel like the other side is always wrong. The point of political affiliation is like literally to further a country, you know? Like politics, they're not like a sports game. They're not MMA fighters, you know, they're not football players. They're real people with real power that impact real lives. Right.
Yeah.
And that shouldn't be one of those situations where you say you're going to be red till the day you die. You're going to be MAGA forever. Like even I won't say I'm going to be blue until the day I die. If there's a moment in the future where a Republican representative comes along that is genuinely better for the country, I will be the first one to turn around and to tell my millions of followers to vote for him.
Well, sure. Yeah. I mean, I get it. I understand. When I was growing up and I saw the president, I was seeing what the person as the human was doing for our country. How they were going to bring it up from the fall. And we fell hard.
1 second. Or her. I just had to add that on. I said vote for him or her. Go ahead.
Exactly. There you go. Okay. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Sometimes we need a woman to run the country.
Agreed.
I mean, everybody needs a mom. But, I mean, you know, yeah, so I get it. Okay. Yeah. Maybe so. Maybe something will change. But as of right now, it's what I feel.
All right, Zach. Well, yeah, I don't really know if this conversation is going to go anywhere further. You're an interesting mix of like stuck in your ways, cult-like behaviors, and like good faithness. Maybe, you know, what I'd recommend to you, the diagnosis would be, if you happen to have free time and you feel like watching the stream, you should hang out in here and see what you think about what I have to say. Maybe you're one of those cases that it takes a while to crack. So I think it's possible, man. And I hope you have a good rest of your day.
Hey,
Hi, Dean.
it was good talking to you, man.
Hi, Dean.
Hi.
We debated Mama Kim.
Oh, no, I've debated you too. Okay. Y'all have a good rest of your day. Y'all have a good rest of your day.
I wanted to watch you.
Hey, I appreciate you, bud. I like what you're doing.
Yeah.
Hey, keep it up.
Have a good one. We're going to move on to the next guest now. Let's go to get that next Trump up in the box. Yeah, okay. I feel like he was a case of like, yeah, I mean, dude, come on. Cult-like behaviors. And he's going to rock with MAGA and Republicans until the day he dies, even when faced with like overruling reasons. But like, he was also like being respectful. Maybe that's one of those cases that just will take like a while to crack, you know? Like I didn't give up Christianity in one day. You know, it took me years. Same thing with the Republican Party. Sandra, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal saying, hi, Dima, I'm in the UK and I love listening to you. Thank you, Sandra. Lori with a $5 saying, thank you for spreading some common sense. Thank you, Lori. And then Ash with the $10 saying, happy almost birthday. It's okay. We're like a couple weeks away, y'all. Drink an electrolyte drink like Pedialyte or Electrolyte after you drink. It will help mitigate the hangover. No sports drinks. They're very high sugar. You know what? Thank you, Ash. I really appreciate that because I know nothing about the alcohol. Yeah, never tasted drip. Thank you for the $10. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Cole?
Yes, Dean, I do. And I actually wanted to say this. We did not get to finish our debate from 2 weeks ago. When I was on, the stream ended up freezing and we didn't get to finish our debate.
What were we debating about?
Well, the starting point I believe that I had made was the immigration that Trump has put into place. Now, earlier, because I was listening to your stream, you had said, are you an evil Republican or are you misinformed? And I feel like I might be misinformed because you made a good point earlier, and I wanted to see if you could elaborate on amnesty for illegal immigrants, because I've been sold under the idea that if you're in this country illegally, you shouldn't be here. But you made a point earlier.
Sure, what the hell? Why not? Why not?
You kind of had me thinking, respectfully.
Yeah, think about it this way. I would agree with deportations if they were actually good for the immigrants and good for the country and good for people, good for humanity, etc. The fact of the matter is that they're not, right? And like deportations have systemically dehumanized the immigrants. They've ripped families apart. They've sent people to torture cells in El Salvador. They've rounded people up in camps in Florida. And then on the other side of things, insofar as how it's impacted this country and the Americans, it really hurts our GDP, really hurts American business growth, really hurts American manufacturing.
Not to cut you off, because I heard you making this point earlier.
Okay.
So
you've already heard that.
How does that work? Because, and I'm trying to be open-minded. I'm not trying to be like a brainwashed Republican, because I agree with some of the points you make, but how does that work? So if we have 1,000 illegal immigrants, I know there's a lot more than that, but how do we decipher between who's good and who's bad? And when we decide that,
like just
do some people need to be kicked out of the country? Like, who do you decide gets amnesty?
Yeah, I mean, I just think that general guidelines are acceptable. I'm okay with deporting individuals with prior violent offenses. I'm okay with deporting individuals with prior, like, non-violent yet insane criminal offenses. I'm okay with deporting individuals with, like, insane outstanding warrants from other countries. And yeah, I feel like that's fair, Right? And then everybody else should stay. They help this country. We help them. They help us. It's mutually beneficial. They get to live their life. We get to live ours. And we all get to live a better life because of their contributions to our economy.
Okay, and the other part I wanted to touch up on is you mentioned GDP.
Right.
So how, and again, I'm ignorant. I'm going to say, if you could enlighten me on this, how does that actually work if they're not documented? How is that helping the overall GDP?
Yeah, because you don't have to be documented in order to work. 8.3 million undocumented immigrants work. 11 million undocumented immigrants consume. They're more likely to work because more of them are of working age. So because there's so many of them working and so many of them consuming, so many of them paying taxes and buying goods and giving profit to their employers, that's a massive GDP contribution. I mean, just remove the word undocumented worker and let's just focus on workers. Do workers of companies increase the GDP? Duh. How do workers of companies increase the GDP? By the profit that is extracted off of them by their employer, by the money that's given to them that they spend, through the money that's paid in taxes, the money that they might reinvest into their own startup, the money that they donate to charitable cause to focus on other startups, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I mean?
No, Dean, that's actually a valid point. That's fair.
Right.
And no, that's what I wanted to actually get more info on. But no, I will say respectfully, man, I've been listening to your streams more and you're growing on me. I mean, I'll be honest, I voted for Trump in 2024. I mean, obviously I wasn't of age in 2016,
right.
But I can admit when, I'm wrong. But no, that's a valid point, sir. Thank you so much for your time, man. I really do appreciate that.
I appreciate you for coming up here. Actually, one last thing I wanted to say, because we didn't talk about the undocumented entry on its own. Just real quick. Have you ever broke the law for your convenience? Have you ever went 5 miles over the speeding limit? Have you ever jaywalked? Did you drink underage?
I'm not going to lie to you. I was actually speeding on the way home from work. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, that's just as illegal as undocumented entry, right? And think about the convenience that you gained from speeding home on the way to work. You got home like 3 minutes early, right? Now, what is a convenience gain through undocumented entry? A whole new life in an area with opportunity, sustainability, school for your children, homes to buy, places to live, friends to make, living conditions that are significantly better than where you're coming from. And I feel like when we make that consideration, it's a little bit harder to demonize individuals for undocumented entry, right? And now that we've made it a little bit harder to demonize individuals for undocumented entry, we've made the clear distinction of what are the benefits of mass amnesty and the detriments of mass deportation, and why they chose undocumented entry in the first place. It's because you can wait 5 to 7 years for legal entry. It's unattainable for so many people because our government hasn't fixed the issues with it. I feel like the solution is clear. The current GOP rhetoric, policy, and approach to addressing undocumented immigration into America and sending them out is immoral and economically harmful.
Okay. I feel like you kind of touched up on this. I'm trying, as I want to see all the points you're making, but it's hard for me to wrap my head around, right? So we talk about amnesty, but how do we actually make that work effectively? I mean, let's be honest, and this goes for everybody, whether you're white, black, blue, or orange. There's good and bad no matter where you look at in the country, outside the country, etc. So what steps could we take to allow, good, hardworking immigrants amnesty, but we're also filtering out people that are in MS-13, for an example, the cartels, and these are actual things that have happened around where I live, which is Maryland. But how would you propose that is done?
I got you, right? Think about it. How are we going to be
Guys, when I said orange, that was a joke. I didn't mean orange. Sorry. Your chat's...
No, brother. I mean, I thought it was funny. Like, I'm thinking Trump in my head.
I didn't mean to offend anybody.
I don't think anybody got offended by orange. People probably were just thinking about Trump. Now, anyways, so I'll go back. I'll go back to what I was saying. Yeah, if somebody in the chat just said Trump is orange, no worries. Okay. Anyways, so no, you bring up valid concerns. You know what I mean? There is a very small portion of undocumented immigrants that are in this country that have committed violent crimes. That are here for nefarious reasons, etc. But what is going to make it significantly easier to find them and execute upon the proper legal channels of either putting them in jail or deporting them when we're focusing on the broader scope of everybody who's here that is undocumented, or focusing on the narrow scope of everybody who is here that is undocumented with prior violent offenses, gang affiliation, nefarious reasons, etc.?
Okay.
Right. We're going to take our scope from 11 million people to 50,000 people, maybe. Right.
Right on.
We're focusing our efforts, our time, our intentions, our law enforcement officers on 50,000 people compared to 11 million people. I am going to believe we'll be able to get it done not only more benevolently, because we won't be needing to rush the process, due process can take place, but we'll also be able to get it done quicker, right? Because there's fewer of them that would be focusing on. There wouldn't be the mass roundups, there wouldn't be the alligator Alcatraz, there wouldn't be the violation of due process, because we would have so many resources to focus on such a small group of people. We would be able to execute it in accordance with the law, with due process, without the alligator Alcatrazes of the US, and faster.
That I can respect that, Dean. So one more thing, because I understand you have a lot of people waiting. Another thing that I feel like it was bad goods that I feel like I was sold, and along with a lot of other Americans, is the idea of tariffs. So my understanding of tariffs is that, and it's probably completely wrong, but I was sold that with tariffs, that is going to bring more money into the country, therefore helping the American citizens. Right. What would you have to add in regards to that?
Yeah. I think that sometimes tariffs can be good. Isolated tariffs sometimes in some places are beneficial, right? And I think that's why Trump has been able to confuse so many Americans, because sometimes they're beneficial. So therefore, he just kind of equivocates to what he's doing is beneficial, right? However, right, the blanket tariffs that we see implemented on these countries are very bad for a handful of reasons. First and foremost, right, that tariff is ultimately passed down to the consumer. I'm sure that you've heard that a billion times, and maybe you've never gotten a clear explanation. It has to be passed down to the consumer because that's how it protects American industries. The incentive...
Now, would that, in theory, cost more money in hindsight? with what you just said, couldn't that essentially cost us more money than good?
Well, it just means that the money that's being raised for our government right now is ultimately paid for by American consumers. And because the less money you make, the more of your paycheck you spend to consume, it's disproportionately paid for by low-income Americans. I understand that a surplus in July is attractive, but when that surplus is being paid by our aggressive tax on the poor, it becomes very unattractive.
Okay. No, that's valid, Dean.
And then
honestly,
one last big point. I have one last big point here. Do you agree that we should all want American excellence, true American excellence?
I'm not trying to be a smart like Alec, but could you elaborate? Like, what do you mean exactly? I feel
Just
like
the
that
way
can be taken.
that this country should benevolently excel, that we should do good, we should strive to do the best.
I would say yes. I mean, I love the country that I'm in. I would assume you agree. I want to see the best for our nation. I feel like most people could agree on that.
Would you agree that innovation is instrumental for American excellence?
Yes, I could agree with that.
What breeds innovation? Economically speaking, do you know?
Yeah, I mean,
I got you.
outsiders.
Competition.
I mean, I could say outsiders definitely help.
Economically speaking, competition drives innovation.
So competition could be from, outsiders, correct? I mean, is that a fair statement? Okay.
Yeah, just generally speaking, it's easy. One of the main causes of innovation is competition. Okay, if there's one company that holds a monopoly over an industry, they're going to have less innovation they're going to have less incentive to innovate because there's no other competitor with a product that's better than theirs. All right. So when the more competition you have in the marketplace, the more likely these companies will be to innovate, to make their product better, to be more marketable towards the consumer, right? Now, could we agree that tariffs are like literally designed to limit competition of goods and companies outside of America?
I would say yes, but enlighten me. I'm not too
No, the answer is
sure.
yes. The answer is yes. Tariffs are supposed to like restrict competition to give American companies the upper hand, right? But it's still restricting competition. And if competition breeds innovation, less competition means less innovation. So not only do tariffs effectively act as a regressive tax on the poor, but they also impede upon American excellence by preventing the expansion of American innovation.
So, and just so I understand this right, so by us not allowing amnesty for the hardworking good immigrants, that is essentially hindering our country's ability to grow, be innovative, and allow more competition for us to grow. Would you say that's a fair statement?
Sure, yeah, because it's limiting competition in the labor force, meaning individuals are less incentivized to become a higher skilled laborer, right? So yeah, the mass deportation is limiting competition in the labor force, and the tariffs are limiting competition of business. Absolutely.
Well, Dean, that actually makes sense, and thank you for laying that out. And thank you for being respectful, because I've heard some of the debates you've had, and some people are very disrespectful and rude, but thank you for enlightening me and explaining that to me, because I'll say it again, not to repeat myself. I feel like between the media and just the batch of bad goods that people are being sold, it's hard to decipher between what is true and what is false.
Absolutely. Absolutely, man. I appreciate you for coming up, and I hope you have a good rest of your day, Cole.
You too, Dean. God bless you. Thank you.
God bless you as well, man. Yo, Rodney, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat, saying I look at the tariffs like a shipping charge on all products. Yeah, no, that is a very fair way to look at them. That's what they are. That is absolutely what they are. All right. Yeah, what a good convo. What a good convo, you guys. We're going to move on to the next guest. Everyone just give us a minute. By the way, I just want to put this one out here. I'm going to be doing shameless free promo for a movie that's coming out. It's called Nobody 2. It is the follow-up of Nobody 1. So both Nobody 1 and Nobody 2, I guess I've only seen Nobody 1 because Nobody 2 comes out today. Nobody is an action movie, and quite frankly, it is one of the best, if not the best action movies I have ever seen. Bob Odenkirk stars in it, helped produce it. It is fucking great. One of the best action movies of the 21st century. And today, Nobody 2 comes out. I was looking online to buy some tickets because that's what I'm going to do later this evening. There was not a single ticket sold in the theater the day of release. Chat, I don't know why, but these two movies have just flown under the radar. Nobody has picked up on them, even though they are so good. Go watch Nobody 2. Go watch Nobody 1. It's kind of like John Wick. It's probably the closest thing that anybody's ever made to John Wick. And in some senses better. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Stephanie? Can I hear? Yeah, everybody in the chat is like, nobody, I haven't heard about it. Well, I know, like, for whatever reason, it's like nobody knows about it. Funny enough, nobody knows about nobody, right? It's going to let up the next guest, Jay. It's so good, bro. Die Hard is the best action movie, says somebody in the YouTube chat. The Die Hard series is pretty damn good, I will say. Sophie, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Appreciate you for that love, Sophie. Sophie says, thank you for being more helpful than my ancient racist government professor. Thank you for being here, Sophie, and I'm happy that you're taking something away from it. Thank you for the $20. That is so incredibly kind of you. I mean that seriously. Once again, if you're watching and you want to support me, you want to support what we do here, you want to support independent journalism and attempting to change minds, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my BIO, y'all, on the TikTok account. I get 100% of those proceeds. They go straight to me, and you get a notification at the top of this phone that can include your name, any attached message, and I could read it off. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Sophie.
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
15, but
Banned. Got to be at least 18 to join, y'all. Come on now. Moving on to Jimmy4561. Hello, Jimmy4561. Do you support Trump? Jimmy4561?
Yeah.
Sammy, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. Okay. All right, Jimmy4561. Why the hell do you support the worst president of your life, Donald J. Trump?
Well, what do you mean? How is he bad?
Yeah, for sure. Where'd you like me to start? Is character or policy?
No, start whatever you want, man. You're the one calling him bad.
Okay. All right. Well, I think that he is a very bad character because he's literally like, what did you just say? He just came up here to say the N-word. We're going to move on to the next guest. Everyone just give us a minute. Let's go to get Kathleen up in the box. Here we go, everyone. Oh, yo, Sammy with the $5 said the only thing I disagree with you on, the first Nobody was okay at best. Bro, Sammy, you're tripping. That was such a good movie. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
Huh?
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
Mm-hmm. Why do you support the worst president of your life?
Because Tom Holland's the best Spider-Man.
Yeah, debatable.
How?
Get the fuck out of here. Banned. Yo, Juan, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. Appreciate you for that love, Juan. That's very kind of you. Show some love to Juan down below in that chat, y'all, while we get that next guest loaded up in here. Listen, Tom's good. I'll admit, Tom's a great Spider-Man. But, like, we've also had other great Spider-Men, you know? Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Oh, no. How old are you? Just out of curiosity, unless you don't want to share.
I'm old. I'm 55.
Okay. All right. You're around the same age as my mom. You really shouldn't support Trump.
I have children. I
Very
have
nice.
children your age.
Yeah. So why do you support the guy?
Well, listen, I mean, I already know this is going to be a complicated conversation because it happens all the time. A few people have brought up this point about a liberal and a conservative trying to talk. It's impossible because when you start bringing up points, everybody, starts feeling some type of way, and then you can't really communicate. So I'm going to try to tell you why. I was a Democrat. I used to love Obama. I used to love Hillary. I used to love all those people because I was never political before, and I'm not going to sit here and say that I do all my research, but I have done a lot since COVID.
Okay.
So when COVID happened, I saw a lot of stuff that I wasn't comfortable with. And it's funny how when it comes to debating or talking about politics, and I've heard it several times here that you're going to disagree and then you're going to shut down. And then you're going to bring a point to me and I'm going to say, well, okay, we know that things are rocky right now, but from what I saw...
Before you try to project what the conversation may look like, let's just start it. What about COVID makes you support Trump? Let's hear it.
Well, because I just saw all the injustices. I used to watch him on the podium with the journalists. I saw all the injustices on how he was treated compared to Biden.
Okay, how was he treated as such an injustice? Let's hear it.
Well, come on. I mean, this guy was attacked by all the journalists, asked whatever, put in positions, but yet Biden had a list and chose who he wanted, and the questions were all it was just...
Could you give me one way he was unjustly attacked by journalists?
Well, I'm just saying, if you compare the way Biden was at the podium and you compare Trump at the podium, you could see the difference.
Yeah, maybe because people
Right?
are more upset with Trump because he was worse, right? So that's why I'm asking you to demonstrate like one way a journalist unjustly attacked Trump, right? Because like for
What
instance, if you want to call like a journalist writing on how he's held liable for rape and how he's a rapist, right? Unjust reporting, well, I'd say no, that's not unjust reporting because a court determined that's what he did. That should be reported
Okay,
on.
so this
Like
is so
same
this
thing
is
with like the felonies
well,
or
wait a minute.
you know like
Dean,
the line
before you
about
go any
injecting
further,
bleach, you know.
can we like just remember what's happened in these past couple of years with this administration that's been at the helm with Kamala and with Biden? What's happened in the past couple of years? All these, I mean, if you want to go from the beginning where it started with me, when I saw Biden run this country, that's what made me change my mind. I'm like, wait, this is not for the American people.
Okay.
This is not for us. Why can't we think about us?
Yeah,
Why,
what is the most anti-American thing that the Biden-Harris administration did?
Well, look at the Afghanistan invasion.
Okay, the pullout of
look when you-
Afghanistan.
Oh, that was beautiful, wasn't it?
So you'd say that 13 dead service members was the most un-American thing that you think Biden did?
Well, I'm just saying the way that it was done, we all know that it was absolutely outrageous,
Okay.
right?
All right. Well,
I mean,
so
but not only that, but look at all the
only that,
corruption. And I know there's corruption on both sides. I'm not trying to say there isn't, but the corruption is really what made me get really a bad taste in my mouth.
Okay.
And right now, my biggest fear, there was no, Biden wasn't running the country. I don't know what was going on.
okay.
I mean, do you think, am I wrong?
You're
You
tired.
think I'm wrong?
You're tiring me out a little bit here. Can I explore one of your points?
What do you want to hear from me?
Okay.
That why I voted for him?
First and foremost, Mel, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal to buy a shot on the birthday. Let's go, Mel. Thank you. Then Jordan with the $10 over on PayPal saying thank you for your work and for being a voice of the younger generation. I appreciate that, Jordan. Show some love to Mel and Jordan down below. As well as Libby with the $10 over on YouTube saying Donald Trump attacked a journalist character because of his disability. Yeah, I remember that. Thank you, Libby, for pointing that one out. So yeah, here's where I want to start. I want you to give me an example of the corruption of the Biden-Harris administration that makes it evidently clear that they're more anti-American than Trump and his administration. I believe that any example of corruption that you'd be able to paint a picture of, spin any narrative on, of the last 4 years under Biden will ultimately fall short of some of the corruption that the Trump administration has engaged in. And now we'll go through that. We certainly will. But before we do, spin and twist the narrative. What is the most corrupt thing that you believe the Biden administration did in their 4 years of service to this country?
They opened the borders.
Okay.
And what other country has open borders?
Okay, how do they open the borders? Let's start there.
Did you not see the invasions of millions and millions and millions coming through?
Okay. So
And then once they came through.
Well, listen. I would say.
Well, this is part of the corruption you're asking me.
Listen.
And they were put on buses. They were put on planes. They were brought here. They were brought there. They were put in hotels. They were given cards. They were this, they were that. What about all that?
Okay. So first and foremost. So the reason I asked you to describe to me what they did to open the borders is because I don't believe just because we had an increase in undocumented entry means that the Biden-Harris administration caused it. Like what I would say caused the increase in undocumented entry was one, when COVID hit, the socioeconomic standards of a lot of Southern Latin American countries were fucking devastated more than America, so they had more incentivization for immigration in the first place. Then two, we had Title 41 in effect, which literally stopped legal entry, so then the legal means of entry were backlogged and more unattainable, which made three, the undocumented means of entry, A, one, more attractive, and B, this was at the same time Donald Trump was shouting at the top of the lungs of how open and accessible they were. So this is what caused a surge of undocumented entry. And then the adequate and appropriate response of the Biden-Harris administration was to be like, hey, let's get some policy passed through Congress to make the legal means of entry more attainable to stop this issue. But then Donald Trump told the Republicans to shoot it down because he didn't want the Democrats to take a win so he could run on the issue and win your vote. That's corrupt. And then ultimately, after this, Biden finally said, okay, well, I'll implement an executive order so we can do something about it, even against Donald Trump's tyranny. And then that's what they did. Then border crossings dropped by 75%, right? But like nothing there in like the explanation I gave for why there was an increase in crossings and the Biden-Harris administration's response made it clear that they opened the border. If anything, it was the opposite, right? So that's why I'm asking you to tell me exactly what Biden and Harris did to open the border, because I'm going to be frank, maybe it's my age, but it's just not clear to me.
Well, but it should be clear to you because I saw it with my own eyes. I mean, why are you trying to, and what you say about Democrats, about what we are, I mean, I'm sorry, conservatives, about we're cult and we're racist and we're bigots and we're this and we're that, is what really conservatives think of Democrats.
One second.
Well, that's exactly.
One second.
That's what you said.
Did you listen to the last conversation I had with Cole?
Well, I've been listening to a few conversations.
Is there any point in the last conversation I had with Cole
heard it
where
with
I
my
either
own
called him or indicated that he was a
not
cult
him.
member, a racist? Oh, okay. But he was a Trump supporter, right? So then maybe this has little to do with the baseline of being a Republican and all to do with the individual virtues, thoughts, or beliefs in which are typical of Trump supporters.
Yeah, but what about liberals? You think that, see, what I'm trying to tell you is that when you think of us, we think of you. When you think of us, we think of you guys.
Okay. So you think
Not
I'm a
able
member
to
of
have a
So I'm gonna
conversation.
be honest. I was trying to have a conversation with you. I want to make this clear. You told me that Biden opened the borders. I gave my explanation of how I don't think that's true. So then I asked you to be clear. What did Biden do? Like an executive
But
order
you're
or
not-
policy?
but you're
If you'd
not
allow me to
correct.
finish here. If you'd allow me to finish here. So then I asked you to make it clear, like what executive order or policy did he sign into law that opened the borders? Because it's not clear to me. So then I re-asked that question. What did he do to open the borders? And then you're like, oh, I think you're racist, right? So I mean, if there's anybody here who's not trying to have a
I didn't
conversation
say
right
that
now,
you
it's
were
probably
racist.
you. And if you do want to have a functional conversation with somebody that politically disagrees with you, just answer the question I asked. What did Biden
That's
or Harris
what
do to
I'm
open the
trying to
borders?
do.
Because I gave you an explanation of the undocumented immigrant crisis under their 4 years, and I detailed how it's clear that it's not something they did. So now I want you to detail it's clear that it is something that they did.
Okay, so if you go one step further, once they're in the country, look what happened once they were in the country. That was Biden. That was that administration. They took over the cities. They were flown everywhere. American people were displaced. I mean, they were everywhere. Airports. I mean, just taking over every sanctuary city. Now,
I have a
we had to
feeling.
close-
I have a big feeling that you were just more like conscious of Hispanic people. So then you started like noticing Hispanic people in public more, and you just basically like associated them with being undocumented immigrants. If I'm going to be honest.
Well, I mean, if they're laying, sleeping outside in the airport, what am I supposed to think?
Right. Exactly. You just said that they're Hispanic, they're undocumented. Come on now.
Well, I'm just telling you, if they have nowhere to go, how do you think they got in?
Wow. Do you think that only like non-Hispanic people could be homeless?
No, but we're talking about
Wow. Okay. So
thousands at a time.
All right. So you saw thousands of homeless Hispanic
mean,
people in one area. What?
You have to
All right, I
look
think we're in
back.
galaxy.
at
What do we? Yeah.
all of
That's just
it.
okay. That's just racial profiling. Do you know what racial profiling is?
I'm not a racist person. I'm not.
Well, that was racial profiling. Like
No, I'm just telling
you're
you-
profiling them as something predicated on what their race or ethnicity was.
You
and also,
see
I
them-
think it's funny. I think it's funny because you just told us that they were taking over the hotels, houses, and cars, but now you're telling us that
Yes.
you identified them based upon not having a house, a car, or hotel to stay in. So which one is
I'm
it?
just telling you that it was an epidemic. It was overload of immigration. It was too much for the country to handle.
Okay, so then why didn't we see this follow with any of the trends of macroeconomics?
Well, that's why. Listen, 80,000 people or 78 million people voted for Trump. He turned over 7 states. Are we all nuts? Why did you think he won?
Yeah, I think that you're all wrong.
Well, I know. I get that.
Right. So then
But-
what was the point of asking?
Well, I'm just saying, millions voted for him for a reason because of what was going on with the country.
Did you know the votes?
mean,
Did you know the most voted for candidate in American history was Biden in 2020?
Yeah, well, unfortunately, listen, Dean, there's a lot more going on in this country than we all know. You know, there's the deep state, there's a lot of corruption, there's a lot of stuff that we don't even know.
I feel like you're
There's
setting
a
up
lot
to
of
say that
stuff.
he stole it, right?
Well, you know, I don't want to jump on that bandwagon because I don't want to believe in stuff that I don't know for sure. I'm trying to avoid that. I don't want to be but conspiracies, you know, are really sometimes have come true to this day. There's some stuff that has come true.
Do you mind if
So-
do you mind if I do a cult litmus test on you to determine if you are a member of the Trump cult?
Sure.
I have a test. I'm serious. I have a test. I'm dead ass.
Okay.
Okay, before we run the test, there's a couple of people that I'd like to thank. Nicola, that is Nicola. Thank you for the $7 over on PayPal. I appreciate you for that love. Everybody show some love to Nicola down below in that chat. As well as Isaac, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo saying, hey, Dean, a big fan of you and you inspired me to support Harris. Let's go, Isaac. As well as Anne, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo 4 minutes ago saying thank you for your work. You're making a difference in teaching people to critically think in a succinct and eloquent way. Thank you, Anne. As well as Zilla with a $5, Ian with a $5, Sam with a $5, Juan with a $5. Thank you so much. You guys are awesome, 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 awesome. And if you are watching and you would like to support me, you can actually see my V and the P in the top of the phone screen right there. You know what that stands for. As well as, let's see who else here. Give me 1 second. That would be all. Okay, let's go ahead and do our cult litmus test. This will be fun. Okay, first question. Would you still support Donald J. Trump as president if he had perved on naked women and little girls. Come back. I can't hear you. Nadia, thank you for the galaxy. I don't know where she went. I'm going to be honest. Where did she go? Hello? Come back. Come back. Oh boy. I guess I don't know what happened to her. She's gone. Bye. Okay, whatever. Moving on. She left. I didn't kick her or anything. Yeah, don't know how to explain that. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm sorry, y'all. It's going to get that next guest loaded up in here. Yo, Aiden with the $5 on Venmo saying happy B-Day to you. No, listen. It's not my birthday. It's not my birthday. My birthday is 2 weeks away. My birthday is September 1st. There's been a handful of people sending like early birthday gifts. I appreciate you all. I just hope that you all know that it's not for like another 2 weeks. But thank you nonetheless. Kylie with the $5 as well saying, love you, Dean. I can watch you for hours. I love you too, Kylie. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
I don't know who to support.
Well, you sound young. If my recommendation to you would be to watch it live. All right, moving on. Let's go to get that next guest loaded in. We got Stefan loading up in. Yo, Georgia! Thank you for the $25 on Venmo, Georgia. Georgia says you're doing what we should all be doing, so thanks for actually doing it. Your patience is amazing. Thank you. That's so kind of you. Thank you so much, Georgia. You are awesome. Show some love to Georgia down below in that chat, y'all. Show some love to Georgia down below in that chat, y'all. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hey, do you remember when you lied about affirmative action when I was on here last time?
No, I don't know who you are.
Oh.
What did I lie
Just so you
about?
know, well, you said affirmative action ended under Biden.
Yeah, 'cause it
remember? Instead of Executive Order 14173.
Nadia, thank you for the galaxies. Go to shot down affirmative action at the end of Biden's term.
I was talking about for contractors, and you knew that. You were just being disingenuous as usual.
For contractors? What? We're talking about college.
Affirmative action. That's
Yes.
what we were talking about. We were talking about contracts being awarded through municipalities.
Yeah, so the United Supreme Court's
Mine.
effectively struck down affirmative action in college admissions on June 29th, 2023.
We weren't talking about college admissions. I told you I was a contractor. You knew what I was talking about. We were talking about government contracts.
I actually don't know what affirmative action is through government contracts. So either
Check
I
out
misinterpreted what you said.
Executive Order 14173.
14173. Okay, what does it do? Why do you like it? Does this make you support Trump?
Absolutely.
Okay, why's that?
Well, that's just one example.
Okay, what
but
does it
there's
do?
several. It got rid of affirmative action in terms of government contracts for contractors. That affected me huge. I'm also loving this emission stuff.
So this
because
got
it
so
cost my
executive order.
company thousands.
So executive order number 14173. That's what you're talking about, right?
That's correct.
So this revoked executive order number 11246, signed into law by President Lyndon B. Johnson, that required federal contractors and subcontractors with contracts exceeding $10,000 to refrain from discriminating in hiring, promotion, and compensation, and other employment practices on the basis of race, color, sex, religion, sexual orientation, gender identity, or national origin. So this wasn't unfairly advantaging individuals. It was criminalizing the unfair disadvantage of individuals.
And it was also 13162.
13162.
Correct.
No, this did not repeal 13162. It repealed 11246, 11375, 12086, 13279, 13280, 13496, 1665, and 13672, but not 13672.
13162, I do believe it.
13162. Do you mean 13672? But how do you feel about the fact that this basically just is no longer requiring federal contractors to not discriminate? Like, dude, what the fuck? You think that affirmative action is just banning discrimination? Then you should support affirmative action. What do you mean? Come on. Oh, now he's lying. Yeah, big boy, come back. You were calling me a liar, now you're muted. You're muted. You've left the app. Come on back. So do you think that discrimination should be legal?
You mute me.
I didn't mute you. I haven't muted you once. I haven't fucking touched you. You're leaving the app. You lied. You liar.
No, you lied.
No,
The
I haven't
ending of
fucking muted you.
affirmative
I
action
haven't muted you or
was
touched you.
not underbody.
I haven't touched you once. Okay, here's
You
where
lied.
we're at.
Affirmative action
Here's
did
where
not
we're at.
end underbody.
Here's where we're at, man. I'm gonna help catch you up here, okay? Let me know when I got your ears. No. Come back to the stream, kid. Come on back. Put a bubble in the mouth. Let me catch your ears. I'll explain it to you like you're 5. Come back. Bro, if you keep on leaving, I'm just gonna kick you. You were actively off the app. I actively cannot hear you. You have 10 seconds to come back before I remove you from the live. There you go. All right. Now catch a bubble and open your ears. You ready?
Yeah.
Great. He left the app again. See you later. Jeez. Next. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now, yo. We got Brandon Walker loading up in the live. Hello, Brandon. You support Trump?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you MAGA?
Kind of, but I guess I'm in the middle. But I got a question for you.
Okay, real quick, KF, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you, KF. Let's show some love to KF down below, y'all. Let's show some love to KF down below. Let's get to 500 KFWs. Thank you. Thank you so much for the 50. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. W's for KF down below. Now take it away.
Do you support any of Trump's policies at all?
Yeah, I liked his policy. Covered under the Right to Try Act. I liked the policy to prevent AI deep fake corn. I liked the policy that he passed to expedite the approval of the vaccine.
Okay, I was just wondering. I like watching your videos too. I watch it all the time. I stalk your page all the time. Anyways, I like what you're doing.
Nice, man. Why do you support Trump?
I don't know.
Okay, well, keep stalking the page, buddy. I support it. Have a good one, Brandon. Moving on to the next guest. We're going to go load that next guest up here. Hell yeah, stalk the page. I wish all Trump supporters would stalk my page. Who's that next guest? Carson is our next guest, frankly. Okay. All right. Carson didn't load in. What about Frankie? Yo, Arthur in the chat says, bro, let him speak. Arthur, you want to come up here and speak? What's up, Frankie? You support Trump?
No, bro. I just want to tell you that you're doing an amazing job.
Hey,
Keep
man.
going, bro.
I appreciate that.
I'm an immigrant.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. I kicked you. I didn't know that you... I kicked you before you started speaking again. But just know that I really appreciate that, and that's very kind of you. What's up, Ben? You support Trump?
Dean hates niggers. Dean hates.
Okay. Ben was invited up onto the live by a mod. Mod, it is not your fault. Don't worry about it. Moving on to Sophia. Here we go. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
That is a child. All right, everybody. Here's what we're going to do. For the last 10 minutes of the stream, we're going to do a Q&A. How about that? And in fact, it's going to be a Q&A through the guests. That sound fun? We'll take a question or two. So if you're a Trump supporter, hop out of that queue. Now, if you're not a Trump supporter, feel free to hop in that queue and ask a question. Yeah, we'll take a question or two. All right, hop in that queue if you want to ask a question. If you don't want to ask a question, meaning that you were planning to come up here and debate, leave that queue. And let's start loading people in. Who's going to be first? What about Reg? Let's get Reg up here. All right. Everyone, just give us a minute. We're doing a Q&A for the next 10 minutes. Why not? Might as well. Never done it before. Or I guess haven't done it for a long time. We'll load Rachel C up in here. Hi, Rachel.
Oh my good God. Hi. Oh, that was a bit excited. Sorry.
Do you have a question?
Yes, I do. I've asked you a couple of times in a couple of donations. Have you thought about debating non-American Trump supporters? For the record, I am not. I will just say that really clearly. I'm not a supporter of his. Jesus Christ.
Well, I feel like the issue with debating non-American Trump supporters is that there is going to be a restriction on access to information. So I actually feel like non-American Trump supporters are going to be more insufferable and less knowledgeable than American Trump supporters. And I do understand that it is important to change the minds globally because like a Canadian or a British Trump supporter, for instance, can still have impact and harm on the people around them. But I just think the way I'd hopefully change their minds is by hopefully having them listen to the stream compared to coming up on it because they'd be more insufferable, less knowledgeable, and can't vote in America. So
I don't know. Some people are really insufferable that you come across, so you never know. We might not be as bad in some areas.
yeah, well, I appreciate you so much for coming up, Rachel. Thank you for the question. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
Thank you.
All right, let's go and move on to the next question. Once again, everybody, we're going to be spending the last 10 minutes or so of this stream just kind of doing a Q&A. You know, why not? Might as well. It's something that I've wanted to do for a while. Might as well do it now. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Oh, wait, sorry. Welcome in. Do you have a question? No, they left. Okay, go ahead and put, I have a question down below in the chat if you want to come up and ask. I'll pull you up here. Yo, Blake, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Appreciate you for that love, Blake. Let's go to get Junior up here as well. Thank you for the love, Blake. Marissa with a $10 saying question, how do you feel about the gerrymandering and Callie's response? Gerrymandering bad, but Callie's response good. Corey with the $5. Thank you so much for the love. Welcome in. Do you have a question?
Yeah, what's up? So funny question. When are you gonna debate Charlie Jerk?
Well, I actually talked about this today on the I've Had It podcast. It's going to be airing in a week, by the way. So that'll be fun. I don't know, because he's running, man. You know, there's a lot of information about that story that I haven't shared publicly. I shared a lot more of that publicly today. At the end of the day, I don't think it's ever going to happen because he doesn't want it to.
Yeah. For some reason he gets really under my skin, dude. But
you should.
You know, I've seen your content, man, and I want to say that, you know, like I like your content, man. You're pretty funny. I'll say that.
Well, I appreciate that, man, and thank you for the question. You have a good rest of your day.
Yeah, you too.
All right, we're gonna move on to that next guest. Hell yeah. Everyone, just give us a minute here, y'all. Let me know in that chat if you have a question too. Maybe I'll let you skip that line. All right, moving on to Fori Mori. Here we go. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Oh, wait.
Hi there.
Sorry. Hi. Do you have a question? Sorry.
No worries. I do have a question. So I have been a Pete Buttigieg fan in the past. I'm not sure if you'd be able to look up much stuff about him. I support a lot of his policies. Unfortunately, recently, he's spoken about trans rights. And I just wanted to get your opinion a little bit. I know it's a little bit hard on TikTok to talk about it.
No, great question. So I was a really big fan of Pete Buttigieg forever. In fact, I even had a slated opportunity where he was going to come on my live. We were going to co-host. We were going to talk, and he was going to do some debates with me here, right? I've always been a really big fan of Buttigieg. But yeah, like a month and a half ago, he came out and he said some questionable things about trans rights. And then last week, you know, he was asked if he supports the existence of a Palestinian state. And then he started talking about Israel's right to self-defense. I think that it's really unfortunate to see somebody that is so intelligent kind of shill out for the institution. I know the only reason why he's doing it is to hopefully get the DNC's support for a potential run for the presidency in 2028. And I just wish that he wouldn't. I wish that he'd take a different approach. I wish that he'd be honest. I know that he's intelligent enough to reason himself to the conclusion that these things are wrong. But he's playing politics. He's playing optics. And unfortunately, I don't think that is the solution for the candidate that I want in 2028. And before the primaries, before the votes, before the original primary debates, that's the time when I get to strongly and staunchly voice my opinion and try to advocate for perfection. And I want a candidate that doesn't resemble these things, and I'm going to continue to push for it. So good question.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you have a good one.
Also, I lived in Colorado. Go see you.
Dude, yeah, go Buffs. So real. Yo, Wick, appreciate you for the $25 over on YouTube Super Chat. Wick says, who's your favorite classical composer? It kind of depends on what kind of mood I'm in. More recently, it's been going back to Liszt. Big Liszt guy. All right, let's go ahead and move on to the next guest for the next question. All right, we got, who is next? Why not? Let's let everyone give us a moment. Trinity Campbell up here. Hey, what's up, Trinity? You sport? Oh, sorry, I don't know why I keep saying that. Hi, do you have a question?
Yes. When are you gonna run for president?
I think that you're underage, so I'm gonna kick you. I don't know if I ever will. It might be in the cards for me in the future. Probably not. I don't know if I could deal with it. I don't know if I could deal with it. Man, I don't know. I feel like something has to be a little bit wrong with you if you could deal with being the president. I just don't know if I can. I don't know if I'd be able to do it. You got to play the politics. You got to appeal to the interest groups. You got to find the money to fund the campaign, and I don't know. Oh, geez, just sounds very difficult, tiring. It sounds like you might have to cross some moral lines in the process. Welcome in, Marley. Do you support Trump? Sorry, bro. Sorry, I'm literally programmed. Hi. Do you have a question?
No, I completely get it. I do have a question. So I've heard you talk about not that much about the Israel-Palestine conflict lately. I feel like it's just been a lot about immigration and stuff, but I did have a question about your opinion on it. So I know that you support Palestine. I also think that what's going on is horrible and disgusting, and I support liberation and them to be freed from oppression and all that. Sorry, I'm talking fast. I'm kind of nervous, but I was just do you what's your ideal scenario? If you could make everybody agree with everything that you wanted to do and have your someone just said I'm a child. I'm an 05. I'm 19. I promise I'm not a kid. Yeah, so I just guess I want to know what's your ideal
if I was God and I could just choose whatever ideal outcome.
Yeah.
Yeah, a single state, a multicultural democracy.
Okay, that's what I support as well, an integrated one-state solution.
Yeah.
Okay, that was it. That was my question. Thank you.
Of course, you have a good rest of your day.
You too.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's just there's so much so it's if I could play God, that's what I want. But honestly, I'm not educated enough on to know what will actually happen. I wonder what the most benevolent outcome that's realistically possible is. And I hope that it would be a single state multicultural democracy.
Hello?
Welcome in. Do you have a question?
I gotta be annoying. Is it a vape?
No, it's an anxiety pen. Okay, moving on. We got Tim really loaded up. Yo, Chad with a $5 saying grassroots donors like Bernie. Only if democracy survives Trump, Dean for POTUS. Bro, look at what happened to Bernie in 2016. Maybe things will be different and the institution will be fixed in another 20 years. But look at what happened when somebody tried to do it the right way. Welcome in. Do you have a question?
I do. What do you think about Israel talking about resettling Palestinians from Gaza and South Sudan?
Yeah, it's just ethnic cleansing. I think I obviously look very negatively on ethnic cleansing. The forceful resettlement of anybody from one area to another, A, is ethnic cleansing in accordance with the definition per Oxford language, and B, it's to what end do they want to resettle them for? So they could take their land. It's a violation of UN international law of every single sovereign person living on the Gaza Strip. So it's incredibly immoral, and I think that on its own is sufficient reason to break any and all allegiance and allyship with the country.
I think the other thing that I wanted to bring up was Indiana's governor just said that he thinks that interracial marriage should be left up to the states.
Yeah, it's just leaving human rights up to the states. We need to protect marriage, not only because of what it signifies socially, but also because there's around 3,000 individual rights that are gained by married couples. And by arguing that we should allow this to stay on the state level, etc., is basically saying that we should allow individual rights, liberties, and freedoms to stay on the state level. However, I don't think that will end up happening. I think that the 14th Amendment is clear. Equal protections are clear. That was used in landmark SCOTUS cases to federally legalize gay marriage, federally legalize interracial marriage. And I don't think that's going to be going anywhere. And else we have a new interpretation of the 14th from SCOTUS, and I just simply don't think that they're going to make it.
Well, okay, thank you.
Of course. You have a good rest of your day.
You too.
Yo, Catherine with the $10 over on Venmo saying Kamala 2028. Thank you for keeping me sane. So I actually think the two most likely outcomes, just like talking in reality, is either going to be Harris or Newsom. I think that Harris and Newsom are going to end up butting heads for the primary ticket. Yo, Charlotte, thank you for the 50 cents. Hannah with the $15 over on PayPal. Hannah says, Dean, I'll give you $30 if you critique my art on my page, lol. Love you. Link me your page. I'll take a look. Thank you for the 15. As well as Mark, thank you for the 17, and Eduardo, thank you for the 20. Show some love to Mark and Eduardo down below, and I read both of y'all comments. Thank you guys so much. All right, let's go and move on to the next guest. We probably have time for one or two more, y'all. We probably have time for one or two more. So let's see who's next. We got Ryan loading up in. What's up, Ryan? You got a question?
Yeah, I wanted to ask. I know, when you have people come on, it's very like one side or the other. My question to you is, how do you feel about complacency on the Democratic side? Do you feel like we're just so far gone, or do you think there's still hope? And where do you find it?
Are you talking about individuals that are just like okay with that, with whatever the Dems do?
No, I mean in the sense of like the Dems actually being like a major force to like drive liberal and leftist views and like actually protect people in the grand scheme of things, or are they just more complacent in being popular, getting their paycheck, and just doing whatever?
Yeah, I think it's clear that the Dems are complacent. I mean, let's face the facts, man. There's been like what, one or two Democratic administrations since since the last time we raised the federal minimum wage, and they haven't done anything about it. But yet, for like whatever reason, they want to continue to say that we should just to get popular support. I mean, I think it's clear that the Democrats don't fight hard enough, and I also think the reason why that is clear is because at the end of the day, they're always better than the right. Like 9 out of 10 times they're the preferable option, so they're going to get my vote, they're going to get the votes of others, and that has made them complacent and not being the best. And I wish that there's change. I wish that there's a way to advocate for this change on a broader scale. I wish that more people were active in like the political offseason as well. Because like when it comes to like federal elections and like leftists don't vote because of the complacency in the Democratic Party, that's just like objectively a bad decision that shouldn't be made. And so the Democrat Party knows that, so then they'll run bad candidates, and they'll get bad candidates on that ultimate general ticket. And then, everybody has the moral right to then turn around and shit on the leftists that never vote for them because they're not fulfilling what should be fulfilled. Right. So I'd say that people's priorities need to be reorganized away from like abstaining from the vote until we get a good candidate to actively advocating for better candidates in the first place in the primaries. And I think if people could get better at that instead of abstaining from voting when push comes to shove, we could actually see a lot of progressive change within the Dems. And I think it's needed, man. I want a better Democratic Party for everybody. I'm not like an institutional shill, no matter how many times leftists want to scream that on Twitter, Good question.
You get one more or no?
Take it away. Why not?
Third party reachable, I think, for more of like the youthful leftist side of things. People that don't feel like they align one way or another because they just don't feel like people are being heard or like fought for in their rights.
Well, as long as it's not Jill Stein, I could hold a preferable view. But at the end of the day, I don't think that third-party candidates are viable until we have ranked choice voting in all 50 states.
Yeah. All right, thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Appreciate you for the questions. All right, we're going to take one more. We're going to take one more question here, chat. Had, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate that so very, very much. As well as Anna, thank you for the $10 saying thoughts on Trump trying to change to the Smithsonian Museum exhibits to look more favorable upon him. Authoritarian 101. All right, moving on to our last question of the night. I know that there's a lot of people that want to get in here and ask a question. This is the last question of the night, everybody. And we'll do this more often. This has been fun. Welcome in. Do you have a question?
Hi,
Do you have a
Dean.
question?
Yes. My question is, will you be willing to please check out my boyfriend's website? He has his own clothing brand, and he would love, love, love to design you merch.
Well, I'm not going to allow you to say it on live, but you can send it to me over in IG DMs. I'll check it out. But I will say, W girlfriend. All right? We'll take one more. It's fine. We'll take one more. Nah, dude, that'd be your girlfriend. All right. See it from her perspective. That'd be your girlfriend. Feel free to DM it to me. We'll get one last guest up here.
You don't need to correct her with everything. A. B.
She's preoccupied. All right. Who will the last guest be? Brandon. We'll get Brandon up here. What's up, Brandon? You got a question?
Hello.
Hi, Brandon. I can't hear you if you're on pause.
Sorry, I was trying to disconnect my Bluetooth. I know you have problems with that.
No worries.
No worries. What was that?
I said no worries.
Oh, wait, thanks. So I have a question about Texas. I live in Texas. I'm a Texas constituent, and I wanted to know your thoughts about the Democrats leaving the state to break quorum about the redistricting.
Yeah, so I mean, I've seen the headlines. I've done a little bit of research. I haven't been keeping too close of an eye on that. They ultimately fled the state to prevent the vote by not having a quorum, right? Is that what happened?
Sorry, I was on mute. Yes, that is what happened. Luckily, they did break quorum, so they did not have the vote. And I think Friday they are adjourning the actual special session that Greg Abbott imposed.
Yeah. Okay, here's my thoughts in a nutshell. It is the first time in a long time I've seen Democrats do something better than writing a strongly worded letter, and I support it 110%. I love that the Dems are now waking up to the idea that you got to fight fire with fire. You know, we got to get down and dirty if we want to see the world shift in the direction we want it to. You know, we can't play. I don't know if anybody in here has seen The Good Place TV show on Netflix, for instance. You know, we can't be the guys from The Good Place if we want to be able to play with the guys from The Bad Place. That's a really good analogy, and we got to get a little bit down and dirty. So I like that the Dems broke quorum, and as I've said before, there's a couple things about Newsom that I don't like. But I will say his response of redistricting California and giving Donald Trump a couple days to respond and making his final threat and mimicking him on Twitter was fucking fantastic. So great. I love to see it. That is what the Democrats need to be doing. I love it so much. No more strongly worded letters and more goddamn action. Good question, man. I hope you have a good rest of your day. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a great one. Now, chat, it is 4. I actually have to hop off so I could go hit the gym before I have a meeting later this evening. And then I'm going to go watch Nobody 2. I can't wait. It's going to be so good. But I'm thinking that we do this more frequently. This has actually been a whole lot of fun. I think that we're going to start doing this significantly more. You know, it's also kind of nice to have people up here that don't want to just rip my esophagus out. So, you know, I think we'll be doing this more. Now, listen, everybody, I love y'all. You guys are awesome, 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 awesome. I will see you all tomorrow with more debates as always. And I hope that every single one of y'all has a good rest of your evening. I'm out for now. Peace and love. Bye-bye.